1. 0 hours, 233, is greater than 0 hours and 1 seconds, 933, at Jiangcheng's #1 vocational academy. 2. 0 hours and 1 seconds, 966, is greater than 0 hours and 3 seconds, 900. After completing their theoretical studies, today is the day all students awaken their talents, and their first day ever entering a dungeon. This is Lin Ye, and he's been in this world for so long, waiting for this very day of awakening. Awakening a talent is crucial for every profession holder. Talent quality is ranked from common to rare, legendary, demigod, and even mythical. As for mythical grade talents up until now, no human has ever awakened one. Sumu is the curvaceous girl who stands out among the young guys, and she has a close bond with Lin Ye, and the moment he pats her head, it sends the other guys into a jealous frenzy. It seems this young man, living in this school, is drowning in the stench of jealousy, all because of a girl. The purple-haired kid number 1001 is the first one up, awakening a rare grade talent called Power Boost. Everyone is completely blown away, thinking 1001 is a shoo-in to be the top student of this batch. He's also incredibly jealous of Lin Ye. Let's see what an orphan like you has. To grab the attention of the goddess Mumu, Lin Ye hears them but doesn't give a damn what they say. His only goal from the start, to become the strongest, was simply to protect Sumu. That's it, the teacher calls his name. The young man walks confidently towards the magical circle, shimmering right before him. This is the place where talents are awakened. He unexpectedly awakens a mythical grade profession, a talent that has never been seen in history. He tells the system to conceal it. For now, only he knows. Currently, Lin Ye is level 1, with the power of universe reversal. It can reverse and enhance all skills that affect him, and can be toggled on or off at will. Additionally, leveling up can alter the very nature of the skill. The current enhancement effect is a 10% reduction in mana consumption. The current reversal effect turns buffs into debuffs and debuffs into buffs. The condition for upgrading is to reach level 10. It can reverse all effects that target him, and he can toggle the talent at will. This means that enemies can never truly defeat me. But if they only use normal attacks, without skills, or if a priest heals me, then its effect can be completely nullified. Is this a self-harming skill? So that's why this talent has the option to be hidden. The moment he returns, everyone is curious, but the most curious of all is Sumu, but he decides to keep it from her too. Everyone assumes that Lin Ye must have awakened some trash tier talent that he's ashamed of. A useless talent for a useless guy. The goddess really picked the wrong person to fall for such a loser. The next person up is Sumu. After students finish awakening their talents, they'll go to the goddess statue to select their profession. And that's the next step for Lin Ye too. Please select your desired profession. The young man stands there thinking that if he follows the logic of being invincible to a certain degree, then universe reversal is definitely a god-tier skill. He has to maximize his talent's potential and compensate for its flaws. The young man has made his choice. Please confirm your chosen profession. Is it priest? You are currently the first student to choose to become a priest. After confirming his choice, his class change is confirmed. Name Lin Ye. Profession priest. HP 100. If it drops below 80, he'll enter an injured state. All attributes will be slightly reduced. If it drops below 30, he'll enter a severely injured state. All attributes will be moderately reduced. If it falls below 5, he'll enter a near-death state, and all attributes will be drastically reduced. If it hits 0, he dies. Mana 100. Talent universe reversal, mythical grade. Attributes: strength 4, constitution 4, intelligence 5, spirit 5, agility 4. He now possesses the skill healing art. Use it on a single target to summon the power of life restoring 50 HP to the target. It has a 5-second cooldown and costs 10 mana. He also has the purification art. Use it on a single target to summon elemental spirits to restore 30 mana to the target. It has a 12-second cooldown and no mana cost. Lin Ye decides to test it immediately. Activating universe reversal, his healing art is instantly inverted. Use on a single enemy to drain the opponent's life force and reduce their HP by 50 points. It has a 5-second cooldown and costs 9 mana. Just as he imagined, the released skill is a direct HP reduction, not damage that can be blocked by armor, making it equivalent to true damage. It's a little weaker than a mage's skill, but against enemies with magic resistance, he's got a clear advantage. As for purification art, he initially thought it was useless, but it can actually cause an enemy magic caster to fail their ultimate spell at the last second, leaving them wide open. With this line of thinking, his strategy becomes crystal clear. he still needs to be careful, with allied buffs and healing skills. While Universe Reversal is active, a teammate's buff will hit him like a truck. The other students below immediately start mocking Lin Ye's choice. Just then, Sumu's results are revealed. Number 1,233. Sumu awakens the legendary grade talent, Tears of Proliferation. Its effect summons otherworldly spirits to fight for her. The crowd erupts in an instant. Oh my god, did I hear that right? A legendary grade talent. As expected of the goddess Mumu, the only legendary talent ever awakened here. I wonder what class she'll pick. The goddess has always been the top student in theory class. She's a true genius. How could a lowly priest ever be worthy of being with a prodigy like her? He must be trying to be the goddess's simp, but even so, they still have no clue what Tears of Proliferation actually is. Standing before the statue, Sumu chooses the mage profession. While everyone is buzzing with excitement only, the principal is paying attention to Lin Ye. That kid is special. It's been a long time since a student actively for mission chose to become a priest. This young man truly shows no sign of having made a reluctant choice. Now that's interesting. The moment she finishes, Sumu runs straight to Lin Ye to show off. Lin Ye, I chose mage, let's go clear the dungeon together. It seems like they'll team up, but he refuses her, saying he has his own plans. Reminder, the novice dungeon Wolf Forest is now open. All student groups who have completed their talent awakening and class change may now enter. The purple-haired kid approaches, asking Lin Ye to convince Sumu to join his team, but he gets shut down immediately. The principal chimes in, saying that dungeons require teamwork no matter how talented you are. It's tough to fight against hordes of monsters alone. Young man, when facing monsters, you have to put aside any personal grudges. Hearing the principal's implied message, Lin Ye clarifies, Principal, I don't have a grudge against them, I just feel that clearing the dungeon solo will give me more experience and better rewards. Alone, how can you possibly do that as a priest? If you don't want to team up with them, you can find another team. Don't joke about your own life and safety. After all, every status effect inside the dungeon carries over to reality. If you're in danger, you will really die. Lin Ye stands firm in his decision. He wants to clear the dungeon alone, because he knows that to level up quickly he has to go solo. Besides, before he's strong enough, his mythical talent can't be revealed to anyone. This only makes the principal wonder why the kid is so confident. The novice trial dungeon is dangerous. Team entry is recommended. Do you wish to enter the dungeon? He immediately confirms and gets right to it. This is the novice dungeon Wolf Forest, for levels 1 to 3. A pack of bloodthirsty wolves lives in this forest. They have sharp teeth and claws, and if you get surrounded, there's no escape. This place is definitely tough for students on their first dungeon run. Lin Ye figures that with good coordination, there shouldn't be casualties. Just getting a B rank is already considered an outstanding achievement. Along the path, there's supposed to be a healing spring that heals profession holders, ensuring the safety of novices during the trial. At the same time, this also makes the priest class seem even more useless. But if someone is reckless and doesn't clear out the wild wolves on the path, they'll end up luring them all into one spot. If you go too deep into the forest and enter the forbidden zone, you'll die instantly. With a mythical grade talent in hand, Lin Ye isn't satisfied with just an ordinary score. That legendary forbidden zone, he's decided to enter it. Now, Lin Ye is deep within the wolf forest, where everything is dark and gloomy. A pack of wolves approaches, ready for a fight. These are wild wolves, social creatures that roam and love to fight in packs. Their attacks have a bleeding effect that can deal continuous damage, and they're all level 1. Instantly, Lin Ye activates Universe Reversal. Testing his healing art on the first wolf, the healing art is reversed, dealing 50 points of damage to the wild wolf. He killed the monster without taking a scratch, and gained 10 experience points, a pretty good start. He moves on to the next wolves. Each of their bites carries the rend effect, which is reversed healing. Lin Ye instead. It heals him for 20 HP, and the bleeding effect is also reversed, restoring another 6 HP. He keeps Universe Reversal active, and combines it with the reversed purification art, the Forbidden Curse. He successfully creates multiple chains that bind the wolf tightly. As expected, the Forbidden Curse is incredibly effective against low-level monsters with little mana. Another wolf charges in like a madman, and he activates healing art again, dealing 50 damage to the wild wolf. He kills the monster without getting hurt, and gains another 10 experience points. One small mob gives 10 experience points. At this rate, if he clears out all the small fry monsters, he should at least reach level 4. Lin Ye's target is the final hidden boss. Even with a 1-level difference, it won't be a problem. The system announces that the cooldown for healing art has ended. Lin Ye gathers his strength to get to this point. He has prepared meticulously after all. At the moment the enemy is about to destroy humanity, his own level doesn't really matter. Lin Ye exits the combat state and his stats return to their maximum values. He immediately deactivates universe reversal and purification art. His level has increased to level 2. All his other stats increase accordingly. After receiving 2 free attribute points, he decides to put them all into intelligence. Lin Ye's ability allows him to take no damage and constantly restore mana, so he puts all his points into intelligence. This way, after activating universe reversal, he can maximize his damage output and instantly eliminate enemies. Meanwhile, the principal is curiously monitoring Lin Ye's every move on the map. A forbidden zone for exploration appears, as taught in the school's curriculum. Yet Lin Ye intends to challenge the hidden boss, the Shadow Wolf King, a level 5 monster. This makes the old principal even more suspicious. It can't be. If this kid isn't intentionally looking for death, then his hidden talent must be mythical grade, or perhaps even higher than mythical. Unfortunately, he chose not to reveal his talent. For now, I can only watch the other promising candidates. I hope student Lin Ye can make it back alive. A person standing beside him after watching proposes a bet with the principal. Haha. Old man, you're so worried, why not make a bet? I bet he can set a new record. But you said the promising candidate was that girl, right? I feel like she's lacking a bit of fire. Her ideas are rich, but her execution is a bit lacking. Sumu's team keeps moving, and as soon as they encounter a wolf, she immediately activates her ice condensation skill, leaving everyone in awe. But trouble follows immediately after. The other wolves become enraged and charge forward frantically. At this point, if they don't run, they're goners. As she runs, the girl worries frantically. Like this, what will be left of my goddess image? In a flash, Sumu stops. You two hide behind me, activating tears of proliferation. Followed by ice condensation, the monsters are wiped out instantly. The principal is very pleased after watching this, but the hidden figure beside him sees it differently. Without combat, sense talent alone won't get her very far. Meanwhile, after dealing with a few more monsters casually, he levels up to level 3. His current goal is to kill more monsters. To reach level 4, a loud roar echoes. He approaches and confirms that this is the place. The Shadow Wolf King. The Shadow Wolf King roams the wolf forest. It has a fierce temper, and will chase and destroy any creature it sees. The wolves throughout the entire forest are its subordinates, and will follow its command to tear apart any enemy. The Shadow Wolf King is a hidden boss. In the textbooks, it's also a forbidden boss. Some talented teenagers were severely injured, or even disabled while challenging it. As for future heroes, it bit them to death without mercy. From then on, this part of the forest was listed as a forbidden place by the academy. Lin Ye hides behind a tree observing. The wild wolves still surround the Shadow Wolf King. In reality, they look just like normal animals, occasionally leaving to find a convenient spot. When they're done, they don't necessarily return to the den immediately, but will wander around. The frequency of these departures isn't low. The opportunity to eliminate them one by one has arrived. Lin Ye immediately appears like a ghost, and in an instant is able to deal 50 points of reverse damage to a wild wolf. He takes down the wild wolf and gains 10 experience points. The troublesome small mobs are now his best source of healing. Now he just has to wait for his experience to increase, and then he'll fight the Shadow Wolf King one-on-one. Just like that, the Shadow Wolf King has fewer and fewer living subordinates, and his level will get higher and higher. Lin Ye continues to wield his weapon and wipes out all the wolves, leveling up to level 4. After seeing the surrounding wild wolves wiped out, the final boss finally notices and confronts Lin Ye. So you finally noticed, huh? Well then, let's play a new game. Shadow Wolf King. The Shadow Wolf King is no ordinary foe. Its HP is 2000 out of 2000, mana is 1000 out of 1000, attack is 500, and defense is 200. That terrifying amount of health and attack power is 50 times higher than the wild wolves. A novice would be torn to pieces or kited to exhaustion. However, Lin Ye has the taunt skill. He opens his arms, ready to take on all of its attacks. Now the more it attacks, the more comfortable Lin Ye feels. Thanks. My muscles and bones are feeling much more relaxed now. He even has to praise himself for his own choice. As expected of a mythical grade talent, its attacks are just healing food for him. The more it attacks, the easier it will be to deal with. The Shadow Wolf King seems to be getting tired after attacking for a while, with no effect. Healing art has finished its cooldown. Now it's Lin Ye's turn to make a move. He attacks, decisively causing it to lose a significant amount of health. But it's not that easy. The Shadow Wolf King suddenly activates its taunt attack. It growls, entering a state of extreme rage. It seems to have figured it out, but unfortunately, it's too late. It continues to activate its frenzy skill, but if it had, its pack of wolves surrounding it, Lin Ye would have had a harder time. Unfortunately for it, now it's all alone. Healing Art's cooldown is finished. The critical strike from the Shadow Wolf King is immediately reflected back at it. You have successfully defeated the Shadow Wolf King and gained 1000 experience points. You have leveled up to level 5. You have completed the Wolf Forest dungeon, and the rewards are being calculated. You have received a low-grade bronze treasure chest, because throughout the entire boss takedown you didn't use a single damaging skill. Your evaluation score has soared to SSS rank. Lin Ye was awarded an additional high-grade silver treasure chest. If it wasn't for the fact that his reverse healing technique didn't count as a damaging skill, he never would have achieved that SSS rank evaluation. Following this incredible feat, a massive announcement board lit up, visible for every single student to see, announcing a student has cleared the Wolf Forest dungeon and has completed all hidden achievements with an SSS rank evaluation. Everyone was dying to know who this god-tier player was. Holy cow, didn't we just witness a historic moment? Quick screenshot it for the records. Even the headmaster was completely stunned. This is totally unprecedented. This is a one-of-a-kind achievement, getting an SSS rank in this dungeon. That means he completed every single hidden achievement. As I recall, only Lin Ye was the one who entered the Forbidden Zone. Even the masked figure standing next to the headmaster was absolutely floored. How is that possible? An SSS rank evaluation has a requirement to clear the stage without dealing any damage. Clearing the whole thing, solo, without dealing damage. What kind of insane concept is that? At this very moment, all the other students' achievements were completely overshadowed as everyone scrambled to find the identity of that SSS rank player. Sumu covered her mouth, amazed and worried. Just a moment ago, getting that A rank evaluation was already incredibly dangerous. I don't know what kind of legend could possibly pull that off. And Lin Ye right now, how was he doing? The young man was still completely unaware of the chaos unfolding outside. He was still coolly and excitedly opening his treasure chest, activating high-grade silver treasure chest. Received skill book, Divine Aura Therapy. Received 5 free attribute points. Received silver-grade equipment, Shadow Dagger. The Shadow Dagger is an item that boosts the wearer's attack attribute by 50 points. It increases armor penetration by 10, and when attacking an enemy has a 5% chance to inflict a bleeding status on the enemy. Divine Aura Therapy Level 1 is an active skill that uses a divine aura to bless oneself within a 10-meter radius, recovering 100 HP points, while also applying a healing effect that lasts for 10 seconds, restoring 10 HP per second. It costs 50 mana points, and has a 20-second cooldown. Lin Ye decided to learn it on the spot. Even though the cooldown seems a little long, and the mana cost is also pretty steep, it's only a minor issue. In the early game, an AoE burst with such massive damage is the strongest ultimate you can get in the early stages. Combined with the Purge spell to offset the cooldown drawback, it's infinitely spammable, making it even better than the strongest mage class. Lin Ye planned to sell the dagger to some rich kid as a way to fund his future endeavors. He couldn't just keep spending his aunt and uncle's money. They had already paid for more than enough. He currently had 5 free attribute points. These 5 free attribute points were his biggest prize of the day. The sources of free attribute points are extremely rare. Aside from the 2 you get when you level up, the only way is to take on special dungeon missions or open hidden treasure chests to get them. If your first clear rating isn't above an S rank, then you can't get the attribute reward, but the SSS rank achievement rewards you with a massive 5 attribute points, on top of which the young man decided to dump every last free attribute point into intelligence. From now on, Lin Ye will push the very limits of the magic system and become the most wickedly violent priest ever. The moment to welcome the hero who performed a miracle arrived. Everyone was buzzing with excitement, thinking it was definitely the SSS rank Masters team. But when only Lin Ye walked out alone, they were even more dumbfounded. Su Mu had an unwavering faith that Lin Ye was the one who created this miracle. The purple-haired guy relentlessly mocked relying on this piece of trash. Sumu, you're really overhyping this guy. If I remember correctly, he went in all by himself, right? He probably couldn't handle it, so he just bailed, didn't he? Those guys just stood there sneering. Lin Ye was the calm in the eye of the storm. Are there any students here with the assassin class? I got a pretty decent quality weapon drop. Does anyone want it? The guys, who were just laughing, suddenly went dead silent after seeing this silver-grade piece of equipment. The other students scrambled to buy it, and immediately started bidding. One big spender even offered a whopping 50,000. After a moment of thought, That price was definitely worthy of this top-tier weapon. Lin Ye continued the auction, 50,000 going once, 50,000 going twice. A flashier girl then offered a sum of 100,000 alliance coins. After that, everyone was stunned into silence. The income of a normal family is only 10,000 alliance coins to dare to spend 100,000 alliance coins means a family would have to stop eating and drinking for 10 straight years. This was truly an insane price. Lin Ye had no reason not to make the trade, and afterwards, the other students crowded him, asking curiously, "Lin Ye, what level are you right now?" Level 5. Everyone suddenly realized Lin Ye was the one who got the SSS rank evaluation. The headmaster and the people with him still couldn't believe it. No way, absolutely no one could do that. No, he must have found a party when he entered the dungeon. A rookie student clearing a dungeon alone and getting an SSS rank evaluation does that even sound like a plausible story to you? The requirement is to single-handedly clear the mobs without dealing any damage right now. Even the professionals at the top of the food chain couldn't possibly pull off such a feat during their rookie phase. The purple-haired guy stood there seething with resentment. I bet he just got lucky for all we know. He probably used some dirty trick. How far can a priest really get anyway? The headmaster announced, "The test is now over from this day forward. You are all no longer ordinary students, but professional apprentices, with extraordinary power. 30 days from now, you will face the most critical moment of your lives, the professional examination. In the future, whether you return to being a normal person or become a hero of humanity fighting the demonic tide, will all depend on your performance in the assessment. Over the next 30 days during this 1-month period, you must use the dungeons and low-level secret realms arranged by the school to get to level 10 or higher." Lin Ye pondered for a moment. The professional exam is a mandatory requirement to be completed as a team, and one of the most important scoring criteria is the party's synergy. But my partner has already been decided. The young man turned to look at Sumu and sighed, "Geez, look at this little girl. Always putting on a cold and aloof act. She's actually the one I'm most worried about. She's clumsy and so sincere she's easily tricked, and can't help but reveal her true self even though she's awakened a very powerful talent. I still have to protect her from any harm. After all, it's a promise I made to her aunt and uncle. I won't let the tragedy from that day happen ever again." Having made up his mind, the young man turned and invited Sumu today. "We're skipping dinner at home and going out to hit a dungeon." The one they both chose was the Stoneworm Cave Secret Realm, level 3 to 6 with a choice of difficulty. Entry requires a party of about 5 to 10 people. Inside, there are countless poisonous scorpions living in the cave, so we have to be careful. Although their attacks aren't fatal, the venom in their tails is a huge pain. There are 2 dungeon difficulties on normal mode. You'll need to go all out to defeat the Poison Scorpion King. On hard mode you'll have to use every ounce of your strength to defeat the King, Poison Scorpion, and be careful not to get poisoned. If the Scorpion King isn't defeated within a certain amount of time, it will enter a berserk state and challenge you. The dungeon allows you to select the difficulty, and the dungeon's difficulty increases with its level. The higher the difficulty, the tougher the monsters, attributes, and the clear requirements become much harder, requiring more people, and, of course, the rewards will be much more generous. Beginner dungeons usually only have 3 difficulty levels: normal, hard, and nightmare. This Stoneworm Cave dungeon will only have 2 levels for now: normal and hard. Lin Ye made his decision, but Sumu felt a bit scared and hesitant. Even though it's a beginner dungeon, you really plan for just the 2 of us to challenge the hard difficulty, and you still want to get an SSS rank evaluation. Lin Ye remained firm. "Just trust me." However, the problem was, Sumu had no confidence in herself. "It's not that I don't trust you, it's just that I think it'll be pretty hard for me not to deal any damage. I'll only end up dragging you down," Lin Ye casually revealed. "There's a way to cheat in this dungeon." "Cheat? You mean just ignore the mobs and clear the stage, huh?" "Yep. The monsters and terrain in this dungeon are fixed. I found some notes left behind by a senior player. I pieced it all together and reconstructed the dungeon's layout. Based on my calculations, avoiding the monsters is definitely possible." Sumu was stunned, thinking to herself, he's incredible. It's like the entire dungeon is perfectly mapped out inside his head. Actually, I've always known that Lin Ye was hiding his true strength. From early on he had studied every kind of dungeon and monster, and mastered all sorts of data. He aced every single theory test. Everyone just thought that he was just a book-smart know-it-all. But I always believed that he would one day become a hero and save the world. The 2 of them set off into the Stoneworm dungeon. The inside was filled with ice and was actually quite beautiful. But looks can be deceiving, as Lin Ye reminded her. Compared to the last dungeon, this one is way more dangerous suddenly. The system announced that due to an insufficient party size, it was forcibly matching them with another team of players. This was completely unexpected. The dungeon, surprisingly, could force a team up with other players. Lin Ye thought to himself, well, now we don't just have to deal with the monsters, we also have to compete. Stay on your toes, Sumu. As the teams were being summoned, a loud roar echoed out. The purple-haired guy was attacked, coughing up blood unbelievably just. One small monster was able to wipe out our entire team. The danger level of this dungeon is much higher than we imagined. Up ahead there are a ton of level 3 poison scorpions. Skills: deadly poison, gnaw and harden their scorpion. Monsters with venomous tails that will cause anyone stung to enter a state of paralysis, making it hard to move. If you're poisoned multiple times, you'll suffer from cardiac paralysis. Just then, seeing Lin Ye approach, he yelled, "Hey Lin Ye, aren't you going to help us fight these monsters? Did you forget the Academy's rule about mutual support?" Lin Ye gave off a total screw you vibe, and coldly replied, "Fend for yourselves." Then he took Sumu's hand and walked away, leaving the other guys to curse him out. He repeatedly reminded Sumu, "Remember this, the scorpions here are terrified of water. They're all melee monsters without any kind of long-range attack method. Just follow me and listen to my commands. I guarantee you won't get poisoned. Oh right, one more thing, they're also extremely sensitive." To sound right in front of them was a supersized. The girl stared down for a moment, then followed suit. After swimming across the stream and getting back on land, Lin Ye picked up a small rock and slammed it on the ground. Everyone else in the dungeon had no idea what was happening as the scorpions, big and small, all started heading in one direction towards Lin Ye. The one leading the charge was the level 6 Poison Scorpion King. It was a hidden lurker of enormous size with colorful patterns, symbolizing its terrifyingly potent venom. If you get hit by its venomous stinger, it's instant death. Lin Ye was eagerly waiting, taunting it to get closer to him. It seems they're so afraid of water, they don't dare to move. Lin Ye smirked. "You guys don't dare to come up here. Then it's our turn to attack." Activating Calamity descends, exterminating the poison scorpion, and receiving 2,000 experience points. The purple-haired guy and his teammates were completely shaken after witnessing that a priest can deal this much magic damage. The poison scorpion we encountered took the full strength of our entire team, and we barely managed to defeat it. But now it's like a helpless lamb waiting to be slaughtered at his hands. What kind of monster have we run into? Whether we want to believe it or not, we have to. The person who set that SSS rank record was none other than Lin Ye. Sumu stood by, providing support, and activated her talent, Tears of Life, followed by the Ice Condensation spell. The relentless assault finally paid off. The system announced Poison Scorpion defeated, and awarded 500 experience points. All the Poison Scorpions have been eliminated. Student Sumu has advanced to level 4, receiving 1 free attribute point. The girl herself couldn't believe she had leveled up so quickly. But it wasn't over yet. Next, the two of them would have to face the Poison Scorpion King. As expected, it was strong enough to resist the water. Sumu activated her Ice Condensation spell, dealing 10 points of damage to the Poison Scorpion King. "Keep attacking like this, but each attack is only dealing 10 damage. Is the Poison Scorpion King's defense really that high? What do we do now? If we make even one mistake, I'm afraid we'll be wiped out." Lin Ye tried to calm her down. "Don't worry, its weak spot is in the center of its abdomen during its second HP phase. We can totally do this." As soon as he finished speaking, he charged forward. Sumu now needed to continue, creating new footholds for them. Activating the Plunder spell, Lin Ye successfully dealt 150 damage to the Poison Scorpion King. The amount of health lost was too little. It was really tough. The Scorpion King's eyes turned red, and it entered a berserk state. Lin Ye realized this was the moment. He told Sumu to activate her Ice Condensation spell. The Scorpion King would only lift its body when using this move, revealing the weak spot on its abdomen. Seizing this opportunity, he activated the Plunder spell again, critically hitting the weak spot, and dealing 1,000 damage to the Poison Scorpion King. Sumu was still reeling from the shock of his incredible power. The system announced Poison Scorpion King defeated, and awarded 3,000 experience points. Stoneworm Cave Dungeon cleared. Beginning reward summary. Completed all hidden objectives. Defeated the Secret Realm's Overlord, the Poison Scorpion King. Defeated all poison scorpions without being poisoned. Evaluation rank, SSS, received 1 gold treasure chest, and 5 free attribute points. Just like that, Lin Ye successfully leveled up to level 6. The other guys, after witnessing everything, were completely in awe. Their attitude shifted from contempt to total submission. The purple-haired guy and the other two knelt down, sobbing, "Great Master Lin Ye, please, Lord Ye, please take me with you. I'm willing to serve you anywhere. You're not a petty person, are you? While there aren't many people around, I'll be your dog, Lord Ye. Lin Ye warned them. You all better keep your mouths shut about what happened today. Don't say a word to anyone or else you'll have to bear the consequences yourselves. In the teleportation space, Lin Ye decided to open his rewards here so no one could see. As soon as he opened the treasure chest, he received the growth skill Poison Fog, with a class requirement of Mage received Gold Grade Equipment, Gale Boots, Silver Grade Equipment, Hunter's Greatsword, and Silver Grade Equipment, Jade Ring. He also received 5 free attribute points. Sumu finally understood why Lin Ye's stats were so high. The Gale Boots Level 1 equipment increases agility by 10 points, increases movement speed by 30%, and has the passive effect Demon Step. Demon Step helps increase evasion efficiency. The Jade Ring Level 1 reduces the cooldown time of all skills by 10%, but it can't be stacked with the cooldown effects of other equipment. Sumu was still in shock. My god, the drops from a gold grade treasure chest are this amazing. These 2 gold grade items are absolute top tier right now. But the best treasure is actually the silver grade ring. This jadeite ring, although it's only silver grade, can actually reduce skill cooldowns. It's truly on par with having free attribute points. If this was put up for auction, it could easily fetch 1,000,000 alliance coins. The poison skill book is meant for mages, so he handed it over to Sumu. After taking the book, Sumu felt a little awkward. A gold grade poison attribute skill book, but I'm already specialized in the ice element, and after choosing a skill attribute, mages can only learn skills of that same ice element. They can't learn skills from any other attribute. The moment she finished her sentence, the girl's entire body underwent a fiery transformation. Activating the hidden talent, Master of the 5 Elements. Talent progression, 2 out of 5. Sumu still couldn't grasp what was happening to her own body. The Master of the 5 Elements talent. What is that? I've never heard that acquiring a new skill could also trigger a hidden talent. Lin Ye smirked. Now this is interesting. It looks like you're going to need a lot more skill books. If you manage to collect enough skills from all the different elements, the sooner the better, of course. You're guaranteed to get an unexpected reward. I think this gives you an edge over all the other mages out there. It'll be your ultimate trump card. Hearing this, Sumu's face lit up with excitement. Alright, it's about time we headed out. Sumu was curious about how Lin Ye allocated his 5 free attribute points, but the young man said that was his own unique path, and it wouldn't be right for Sumu. The second they stepped outside, people started whispering, "Oh my god, those rookies actually cleared the wilderness dungeon. That's terrifying. I'm so scared of those scorpions." But the moment they saw Sumu, their eyes lit up with hearts. But right after that, their gazes shifted to Lin Ye. Hey, do you see that guy next to the goddess? It's Lin Ye. He's usually so plain looking, but there's a rumor going around that the only SSS rank evaluation score was achieved by him all alone. For real? No way. Why wouldn't it be? He's the guy who sold a dagger for 100,000 alliance coins. You guys didn't know. Then out of nowhere, a yellow supercar came screeching to a halt. From a distance I could see that girl you mentioned, and man, she's an absolute masterpiece. She's way more captivating than this wilderness dungeon. As soon as she saw them, Sumu started to panic. She found that guy incredibly annoying. In her mind, he was just some punk who used his family's wealth to get whatever he wanted, hiring geniuses to clear all sorts of dungeons for him. His daily hobby was toying with girls from poor families. It was absolutely disgusting. Seeing Sumu's panicked expression, as she tried to run, he approached her with a suave demeanor. Hey classmate, wait up a second, beautiful. Can I get a chance to get to know you? My name is Huang Xiaofeng. He was the one and only heir to the entire Huang family corporation. The moment they saw Huang Xiaofeng, the guys fawning over, Sumu instantly backed off. He stood there looking all high and mighty. As expected, no matter where I go, this young master is always the center of attention, and Sumu had no choice but to pull Lin Yi in front of her as a shield. I'm not interested in getting to know you. I already have a boyfriend. His gaze toward Lin Ye instantly darkened, while the poor guy just stood there completely stunned. Huang Xiaofeng showed his displeasure, seeing Lin Ye dressed head to toe in cheap street clothes. It was like a beautiful flower planted in a pile of cow dung. Just as Huang Xiaofeng was about to make his move, he was hit by the backlash from Lin Ye's skill. He thought Lin Ye had just attacked him and got even more worked up. And just like that, the guy activated his warrior's charge skill, unleashing a strike on Lin Ye, but the reversal trick caused his own attack to backfire, hitting him instead of Lin Ye. The more damage he dealt, the more he suffered himself. Huang Xiaofeng collapsed to the ground, cursing Lin Ye for using some despicable trick. Seeing him acting like a dazed puppy, Lin Ye responded with a look of pure innocence. Huh. But once again, he ended up battered and bruised in pain, while Lin Ye looked on nonchalantly. Standing there with his hands in his pockets, I was just testing out the effect of the reversal healing technique on a professional. That's all. And it seems that besides dealing damage, the reversal art can also inflict negative effects on professionals. That guy's a little weak, isn't he? I didn't even use half of my strength. He screamed. If you have any guts, let me go. I dare you to use a professional's skills to fight me fair and square. Do you or not? If you regret it now, and kneel down to apologize to your daddy, it's not too late. The red-haired guy in glasses behind him shouted to stop, arguing that professionals aren't allowed to use their awakened skills to fight each other, but really, he was extremely curious how a priest could. Instantly and heavily wound Huang Xiaofeng, a guy who had iron-like skin and was decked out in top-tier gear. Just who is this kid? Lin Ye decided to sell the strategy for clearing the SSS rank Rock Grotto dungeon for 5,000 alliance coins on the professionals forum, figuring that no one would be stupid enough to pass up getting more free attribute points. The terrain of the Rock Grotto dungeon was excellent, but the SSS rank condition also restricted party cooperation. Basically, not just anyone could pull it off. Some guys messing around in the cave saw the post and got curious, deciding to buy it and give it a try. Just like that, Lin Ye started receiving 5,000 alliance coins, and then another 5,000 alliance coins. Within 3 minutes, someone had successfully achieved an SSS rank and cleared the dungeon. Immediately, this news spread like wildfire across the forum. I tested it, and it works. This guy is a total legend. Although, it took me 2 minutes. This was my first try. If you pay attention to the timing, you can do it even faster. Thanks to this, everyone started scrambling to spend money for those free attribute points, and Lin Ye just kept getting richer. A ton of people cleared the dungeon with an SSS rank thanks to him. They were determined to find the person who posted the guide. Some even wanted to become his disciple. You guys gotta check out this post. If you follow the original poster's guide, you'll get free attribute points. Sumu could only sit at home watching the orders roll in, her eyes wide with amazement. This is insane. There's another 100 orders. Just like that, he made 500,000 alliance coins. The system broadcasted a shocking announcement. The hard difficulty Rock Grotto dungeon was cleared in 1 minute and 30 seconds. Another group was also trying to track down the person who posted the guide. But, ironically, before posting it, he used a trick to hide his personal information. But they could roughly trace the IP to the Jiangcheng Professional Academy. They'd also heard that the academy this year had some pretty interesting stuff going on. Meanwhile, Lin Ye was practically swimming in money. A certain big shot was very interested in his greatsword, and quickly sealed the deal. The young man refused to lower the price by even a single coin, arranging to meet the big shot in front of the school's dungeon gate. Su Mu was more excited than ever before. Lin Ye, you're rich, including the greatsword you've earned almost 700,000. The young man wasn't surprised since it was all part of his plan. The price was reasonable, and the content was extremely valuable. Plus, everyone was basically advertising for me for free. However, we're going to need even more dungeons. A silver-grade graduation weapon is great gear for the early game, but sooner or later, it'll be replaced. Even if you have the absolute best gear, if you lack combat sense, it'll just get people hurt during trials, that's all. Lin Ye, the time before the trials is so precious, and you're always trying to get stronger. So why do you want to waste time creating strategies just to make a quick buck? Lin Ye paused for a moment, then smiled. He actually wanted to use this money to protect the people he cherished most. Because after all, for the past few years they've always been the ones protecting him. In his past life, Lin Ye was an orphan who never knew the warmth of a family. He'd even spend one day just buried in a game for 18 hours straight. Coming to this world was the best luck he could ask for, because he gained parents who would give their lives to protect him. 10 years ago, when the demon tide ended, his disgusting relatives saw him as nothing more than a tasty meal, wishing that he would die in the demon tide just like his parents. That way they could get their hands on the inheritance his parents left him. But back then, his uncle and aunt stood up for him and brought him home, treating him like their own son so he could slowly learn to trust them. They helped him fight to get back the inheritance. His parents left him and kept him from having any thoughts of revenge. With all their hearts, they cared for him. And as for those so-called relatives, they were taken to court and received the punishment they deserved. If it hadn't been for them, he never would have had the peace of mind to attend school normally. Lin Ye didn't know how much injustice he would have had to endure. So, to put it plainly, the reason he's trying so hard to make money now is to repay their kindness. He wants to become strong enough to protect the three most important people in his life. He was determined not to repeat the mistakes of the past. While he was waiting at the school gate, a small girl walked up to him. Her name was Bai Ji. "Excuse me. Are you the great master selling the hunter's greatsword? Is that right?" Lin Ye's face was a mess of confusion. "Are you a student here? Weren't you supposed to be some big, muscular dude? I don't do deals through intermediaries, you know," Bai Ji quickly explained. "That's not it. I'm the actual buyer. This is so embarrassing. My phone actually just died a minute ago." "Great master. Oh, so you're the real buyer." The young man had originally thought he was texting with some big buff dude. How could someone with her build wield a greatsword? Could it be this kid was born with monstrous strength and put all her points into strength too? The young man had no more doubts. "Alright then, go ahead and confirm the item. Here are the stats for the hunter's greatsword. Look carefully because once it's sold, there are no refunds." After receiving the greatsword and giving it a test swing, Bai Ji was certain. This power is definitely the big brother's. There's no mistaking it. "Oh great master. Oh, is this sword really only 80,000? It's a silver grade graduation weapon. Right now it's probably one of the best swords in our entire grade. I even went and checked the market price. A hunter's greatsword should go for over 200,000. Lin Ye was exasperated. "Didn't your teacher ever teach you about normal market prices?" Hee, I've been bad at math since I was a kid, plus I don't really have any concept of money." Looks like this girl might be a rich kid, but the young man didn't forget to remind her. "Next time you buy something, make sure to check the price carefully so you don't get scammed." After the transfer was complete, Bai Ji still couldn't believe she'd bought the sword for so cheap. After receiving the 80,000 coins, Lin Ye's balance officially surpassed 1 million coins. He was now a user of the gold card and could enjoy all its benefits. He had just turned to leave when Bai Ji did something unexpected. Suddenly Lin Ye received a notification. "You have been affected by an unknown power and have received a special buff. The gaze of the goddess of luck." The young man still didn't understand what happened and was quite surprised. "Is this your talent?" "Yes, that's right. Yeah, this is my talent and it can even be leveled up. So can I please join your party, great master?" Looking at the girl, Lin Ye assessed her. She possessed the awakened talent, luck buff, which was sometimes even rarer than a legendary talent. She didn't seem to be lying either. It really seemed to be a talent that could boost one's luck. In terms of strategic importance, it was basically unrivaled. The effectiveness of this talent wasn't limited to the quality of the chest after clearing a dungeon. Even a person with a low-grade talent under the influence of this buff could potentially open a mythical grade chest. Bai Ji had never revealed this talent to anyone. But as amazing as it was, it had its limits. This talent could only be used 3 times a week at most, and each time, it could only be cast on a single person. Lin Ye seriously warned her, "Don't let anyone else know about this or you won't be able to avoid being taken advantage of. After all, people can be treacherous." Bai Ji believed him completely. "Is it that scary?" "Oh, okay. Good thing I haven't told anyone." Lin Ye continued with his serious tone, saying that Bai Ji's buff was an incredibly rare resource. Once word of it gets out, it will cause a huge uproar among professionals just to get a taste of your power. They might even imprison you and steal away your freedom and your future. Bai Ji asked naively, "But isn't the Professionals Alliance the place we'll all end up going to?" The Professionals Alliance is a benevolent organization that's massive in scale, leading humanity's fight against the demon tide, and it's spread all across the world. But within it, there are numerous factions, with complex and messy relationships. The infighting is fierce, and assassinations happen all the time. The young man straightforwardly invited Bai Ji to join his team, promising to look after her completely. After that, the girl's face lit up with excitement. Lin Ye successfully recruited the lowly into his team. Bai Ji had always felt insecure because others didn't believe she could be a top player, so they never wanted to party with her. Even now, Lin Ye still couldn't believe that someone so small would be a great sword user. A moment later, Lin Ye brought Bai Ji to meet Sumu, and as soon as she saw her, Sumu was completely surprised. "This is that muscular big shot. Is this the new teammate you found?" After realizing the girl in front of her was the one and only Sumu, the goddess of 10,000 fans, Bai Ji was absolutely ecstatic. But then in a flash, Sumu's expression turned suspicious, and she shot a glare at Lin Ye. "She's so adorable." That Lin Ye guy didn't get any weird ideas, seeing how cute she is, did he? To dispel the suspicious atmosphere, the young man decided to treat everyone to dinner, and then head to the next dungeon afterwards. The two girls were taken completely by surprise. Huh, which dungeon? The next place I plan. Ongoing is the nightmare-grade Goblin Citadel. Lin Ye already had a plan in mind. Since all three of them could get free attribute points, he would go into the dungeon by himself first, and then create a good guide for everyone else. Nightmare difficulty is the hardest difficulty for all the newbie wilderness dungeons, and the rewards are also the most plentiful. The treasure chests that drop are guaranteed to be gold grade or higher, and at the same time, the attributes of the monsters inside are also massively boosted. Even if a full party goes in, any newbie professionals who aren't careful could easily die inside the dungeon. You could say it's a difficulty for those who want money more than their life. After hearing this, Sumu immediately objected to Lin Ye's decision. Absolutely not. Are you trying to get yourself killed? Even if you're super strong right now, you can't risk challenging a nightmare-grade dungeon all by yourself. The young man tried to calm her down. It's fine. Don't you have faith in my abilities? Of course I do, but you still can't. The nightmare-grade goblin dungeon is a place where even some high-level professionals have had accidents. Even though it's a dungeon, for level 10 and below, many professionals over level 10 have been seriously injured in there. It's been a long time since any rookie has dared to challenge it. Seeing the two of them bickering, Baiji got scared and tried to make a quick exit. Great Master Lin Ye, I suddenly remembered I have something I need to do. I'll be leaving first. You two take your time talking. And just like that, he had to calm a girl down. Don't be so rash. I know you're worried about me. It was the same with the last dungeon. Let's go home and eat first, okay Mumu? Seeing this, the girl let it slide for now. Alright then. If you don't, I'll tell your parents. Lin Ye himself didn't expect Sumu to react so strongly. For now he could only trick her first, and then sneak out at night to clear it alone. But Sumu understood Lin Ye better than anyone. This guy wasn't someone who'd easily listen to anyone else. Online people were buzzing with the news about the strongest newcomer to appear this year. Among all the rookies taking their trials, it wasn't just a rumor. There really was a genius who solo cleared a secret realm. A magnificent feast was waiting for them. You two have worked hard these past 2 days. Eat some more, and take care of your health. The man asked Lin Ye. How did the trial feel? Did everything go smoothly? Everything went smoothly. Haha. Ever since he was a kid, he's always had this drive to become stronger. We all know that once you've made up your mind, not even 10 horses could pull you back. However, don't push yourself too hard. After all, it's easy for things to break. Seeing his uncle suddenly get so worried and cautious, like that, the young man flashed a bright smile and shot back a question. Uncle, did someone come tattling to you about something? Seeing this, Su Mu piped up, that's right. It was the very person sitting right in front of you. Dad, why would you just say it so? Have them with me. My new family. I'm living so well now, and I want to cherish this hard-won life, even more for their sake. I have to become stronger than ever before. Because, after all, that's happened. It's only made the young man more determined to enter the nightmare difficulty dungeon. Over at Huang Xiaofeng's place, the guy was a wreck after his run-in with Lin Ye, battered and bruised all over. He relentlessly cussed out the guy who was with him. Damn you to hell, Zhao Kai Huang. You dare backstab me. Zhao Kai Huang explained. I was saving you back there. I even paid them off for you. Without me you'd probably be lying in a hospital bed right now. Xiaofeng was still fuming, shifting the blame onto others. Like I needed you to save me. You're nothing but a piece of trash. If I had been wearing all my gear, there's no way he could have laid a finger on me. With his usual bullying antics, Zhao Kai Huang didn't want to hear another word and just turned to leave. Xiaofeng just kept on losing his mind, furiously throwing a glass of water at Kai Huang and continuing his rant. It's because of a pathetic coward like you that I lost. Face like that. What kind of brother are you? Just get lost. That was the last straw. Kai Huang turned back around, his voice sharp and serious. Stop it. Do you really think that, just because you're the young master of the Huang Corporation, you can do whatever you damn well please? Mr. Huang asked me to look after your requests, and I honestly shouldn't have agreed to it. You were getting beaten so badly you nearly wet your pants. So bad your own mother wouldn't recognize you. Oh, but I almost forgot. Xiaofeng, you don't even have a mother. And after that sick burn, Kai Huang left in complete disgust. Huang Xiaofeng, you, basically, have no idea what kind of person you've messed with this time. A rookie who came out of nowhere that could heavily injure you, without using a single active skill. There are even rumors floating around that he can solo dungeons. And while no one's confirmed it, recently, a mysterious figure has been rising quickly through the ranks, attracting the attention of major powers by selling dungeon guides and gold-grade items he's been farming, which has led to students forming their own fan clubs. Historically, the probability of two top-tier rookies like that coming out of Jiang City is basically zero. You do the math, but Huang Xiaofeng stayed behind, and was still losing his cool, frantically making calls on his phone. I need you to help me take care of some guy. Get all your boys together and have them gear up with equipment and weapons. If you need more, just ask me. I've got more than enough money, and remember there's no need to worry. If anything happens, I'll take care of it. Just teach that little brat who doesn't know his place a little lesson. We have to make him understand clearly who's really in charge around here. Meanwhile, over at Jiang City Academy, Lin Ye had arrived at the Goblin Dungeon. First floor, the Forest of Mist. This Goblin Undercity ranged from level 5 to 8, on Nightmare difficulty. The dungeon maze is home to countless goblins, spanning 5 floors with the number and strength of goblins increasing on each level. If you can't clear the final floor, you need to escape as quickly as possible. And if you don't clear that last floor, you won't get any loot at all. Lin Ye was fully aware that the Goblin Dungeon was one of the hardest dungeons at this stage. The time limit to clear it was long and the requirements were ridiculous. Even professionals with powerful talents didn't dare to come here casually, clearing mobs for equipment and free attribute points. But here you could get gold-grade chests or better, and with his luck, Buff opening a platinum chest, and getting 10 to 15 free attribute points also, wouldn't be a problem. Suddenly, massive level 5 goblin soldiers finally appeared right in front of him. Lin Ye's eyes sharpened. It was time to get started. After 5 seconds, the entrance would start to swarm with mobs. This time the main goal was still to test his mob gathering and speed killing method that he had optimized. The requirements for an SSS rank in the Goblin Dungeon, besides killing the secret boss, was to kill every single monster without using any special items, and 2 very specific points were that each floor could not exceed 10 minutes, and you also had to clear the pitch-black 5th floor, bravely fighting against the ferocious goblins and defeating the hidden boss, the Goblin King himself. Next up would be 30 seconds to speed kill the goblin soldiers. Lin Ye's movement speed was so fast that they couldn't even see him clearly to attack. Next would be 2 minutes and 50 seconds to delve into the first basement to face the Goblin Captain, for a total of 3 minutes and 59 seconds. Not much different from his original prediction. The moment he stopped, he activated Chi Therapy, followed by Calamity's Descent. 3 minutes and 59 seconds were up, so he had to quickly clear the first floor. The system announced Divine Chi Therapy has leveled up to level 2. Lin Ye, a level 6 priest within just 5 minutes, had quickly cleared the first floor. It seems that pulling all the mobs on the first floor like this wasn't a problem at all. Even if his damage output wasn't high enough, he still had 5 minutes to boost his output. And just like that, all the monsters on the second floor of the Goblin Dungeon were wiped out. The third and fourth floors were also cleared in a flash. Now Lin Ye was on the 5th floor. The young man used his teleportation skill to instantly arrive at the Goblin Palace. As soon as he saw Lin Ye, the Goblin King became enraged. Human, you dare trespass into my domain. The level 8 Goblin King possessed the skills Earth-Splitting Dragon Spear, Furious Pounce, and Summon Legion. Lin Ye found it suspicious. He thought it was strange that as soon as he entered, it was the secret boss, and there weren't even any small mobs around. The Goblin King stood up and raised his weapon, activating Earth-Splitting Shock, causing the ground to crack open. The Lord of the Goblin Dungeon possessed extraordinary strength and terrifying attack power. Its movement speed was a bit slow, but to compensate it had solid muscles, sturdy golden armor, and a golden spear with a wide attack range. Thanks to that, it didn't need to worry about its weaknesses. Lin Ye was quite surprised that right from the start, it used its earth-splitting AoE skill. And as it charged forward, he knew he wasn't fast enough and had to decisively dodge to one side, avoiding the spot it jumped to. Then he dropped to the ground, reducing the damage taken from the shockwave created when it landed. The young man activated his skill to reverse the damage of the earth-splitting shock. Instantly, recovering 1,521 HP, he continued to reverse the damage from the shockwave of the earth-splitting shock, recovering another 479 HP. The Goblin King became furious. It lost its cool, but still didn't understand what was happening. It kept attacking, but lost 200 health itself. Lin Ye continuously activated Reverse Heal and Plunder, unable to take it anymore. The Goblin King went into its strongest attack mode and roared. Lin Ye stood there silently, his 2 hands welcoming the attacking force into his body. The Goblin King used its Dragon Spear skill, reversing the skill's effect. Your HP was restored by 200 points. Your attack power was temporarily increased by 40 points. The Goblin King used its Furious Pounce skill, reversing the skill's effect. Your HP was restored by 140 points while also removing the knock-up status. At this point it realized its skills were completely useless against Lin Ye. The Goblin King entered a berserk state. I figured out your weakness, O my subjects. Hear my command. Arise, and destroy my enemy. Lin Ye was a little startled, as expected of a boss. From a nightmare-level secret realm, it was truly hard to deal with. However, now was not the time to use his ultimate move. Lin Ye put a hand to his mouth as the Goblin King kept roaring. Attack this insect directly. Don't use any skills. Make its end painful. Since skills are useless against you, let's see if hundreds of normal attacks are something you can handle. They all rushed to activate the skills of their Gale Boots. Demon Step. Lin Ye ran with incredible speed, dodging every little thing. The goblins held their bows and simultaneously fired arrows. Lin Ye had already calculated the situation and activated Divine Chi Therapy. His HP just kept going up. All his wounds healed in an instant. The Goblin King fell into a state of confusion. How can this be? We can't kill him. Damn you, human filth. Lin Ye's eyes suddenly sharpened, looking straight at its face. The Goblin King looked confused. What's with that look in your eyes? At this very moment, he decided to activate Reverse Heal. And Plunder. The Goblin King's HP was being depleted. Minus 200. Lin Ye activated the skill from his Gale Boots. Demon Step once again, and Lin Ye just zipped away, leaving it standing there fuming mad, cursing loudly, running away with his tail between his legs. You cunning human with no fighting spirit, stop running right now, and face me in a proper and fair fight to the death. Lin Ye still wanted to make it even madder, but on second thought, it would be better to just face it head-on in a fight. The Goblin King was completely shocked when he saw Lin Ye use the skill Reverse Divine Chi Therapy. Calamity's Descent to attack them. Impossible this. This is the power of a demon god. How could it appear on the lowly body of you humans? Lin Ye stood atop the magnificent weapon and declared, I will end this battle. A loud roar, and then, it was instantly quiet. Lin Ye had successfully wiped out the entire Goblin Legion, receiving 1,000 experience points. A notification popped up. The HP of the Goblin King has dropped sharply to only 1% remaining, entering a near-death state. All its stats have been sharply reduced, and its desire to attack has also significantly decreased. The Goblin King cried out, My life is over. My life is really over. Once again, Lin Ye activated Reverse Heal and Plunder to finish it off and send it to the afterlife. The system announced you have defeated the Goblin King, receiving 5,000 experience points. Your level has increased to level 7. You have completed the Goblin Dungeon on Nightmare difficulty, and have completed all hidden conditions. Your evaluation score is SSS rank, and you've received a special effect from the Attention of the Goddess of Luck. The clearance treasure chest will be upgraded from a gold grade chest to a platinum grade chest. Lin Ye looked very satisfied. Talk about a total glow-up. Bai Ji's blessing skill is truly powerful, directly upgrading a gold chest to a platinum one. The remaining time was still quite a lot. With over 20 hours left, it was enough for Lin Ye to clear the dungeon one more time. After opening the treasure chest, the young man received the platinum grade skill, Holy Light. He got one item, the Flame Bottle, and received free attribute points, an increase of 15. In addition, he got the platinum grade equipment, the Glimmerstone, the platinum grade skill, the Miraculous Stars, and he received the gold grade equipment, the Sandstorm Bow. The Holy Light skill book will consume a certain amount of mana to form magic damage with a special holy effect attached. It has a suppressive effect on creatures of the Fide, undead and demon types. The Flame Bottle, when thrown at an enemy, will deal 300 points of damage. The Glimmerstone will increase all stats by 20 points, and has an active skill called Glimmer. Every 5 minutes it will charge up once with magic power. At most it can accumulate 3 charges. After using 1 charge of magic power, you can instantly move in a designated direction within a 10-meter radius. The Miraculous Stars skill book will consume a certain amount of mana to summon miraculous stars that shine brightly. Within a 20-meter radius, all allies will instantly recover 300 HP and at the same time gain a damage immunity effect that lasts for 5 seconds, reducing damage taken by 10%. The Sandstorm Bow, when firing an arrow, has a chance to summon a sandstorm, creating 1 instance of earth elemental magic damage to the enemy. It's a specialized weapon for the archer class. So in total, Lin Ye received 2 platinum-grade skill books, and 1 piece of platinum-grade equipment. Holy Light, also, had a suppressive attribute against some special types, but for now he wouldn't touch on that. The Glimmerstone had a rare teleportation skill, along with the added attribute points. Moreover, the Miraculous Stars not only had a wide area healing effect, but could also help all allies receive a damage immunity effect. So, after using his Heaven and Earth reversal talent then, it would become an even wider area of effect, damage skill, with stronger instantaneous burst damage, and could even reduce or even give a damage immunity effect, and also cause enemies to take increased damage. No matter how thick-skinned the monster was, they could all be quickly wiped out. A new strategic level AoE skill has appeared. Lin Ye decided to learn the skill, the Miraculous Stars, first. As for Holy Light, it didn't seem that impressive. The young man decided if he couldn't sell it then, he could learn it later. After all his skills were not many, he decided to use the 15 attribute points he just received to add to his intelligence. The system announced, "You have learned the skill, the Miraculous Stars, and have equipped the Glimmerstone. All your attribute points increased by 20. This update would be another quantum leap in terms of quality for Lin's stat sheet. His stats skyrocketed. Just then, a familiar voice called out from behind him. "Ah, caught you red-handed." The young man looked, completely innocent, and flashed a confident smile back. "What a coincidence. You came to the dungeon too." Sumu was born but not stupid, and knew full well the young man was trying to change the subject and playing dumb. But the girl still didn't forget to ask. "So, the Nightmare difficulty Goblin Dungeon, you cleared it?" "That's right, young lady. Okay. I just had an idea and also wanted to try this dungeon, so that's how it is. Please, my lady, this way." The two were standing in front of the dungeon entrance when a car pulled up. Huang Xiaofeng had torn apart everywhere looking for Lin Ye, and finally caught him. "See that? That's the bastard. From head to toe he just screams, 'I want to get punched. Take care of him for me.'" As soon as he saw Lin Ye, the driver's face went pale. Huang Xiaofeng, seeing him so scared, screamed, hello. I'm talking to you." The guy clutched his head in panic. "No way, this person is too scary. I can't do it, sir." Xiaofeng stood up looking furious. "I knew it. You bunch of useless students are good for nothing. But luckily, I've already prepared for this." As soon as he got home, Lin Ye sat down at his computer and updated a series of products he had collected in the dungeon and put them up for sale. The items up for sale included Holy Light, the Sandstorm Bow, and an S-rank guide for the Nightmare difficulty Goblin Dungeon. The unlock requirement was 8,000 Alliance coins. The moment it went up on the forum, everyone started buzzing. "Holy crap, the master is back again. He soloed Nightmare difficulty, and he can even guarantee an A to S rank. I'm not seeing things, am I? Master, can you take me with you next time? I've never done Nightmare difficulty before. Since I was a kid, I've been craving free attribute points, and now, the method for pulling all the mobs together in one spot on the first floor takes me at least 7 minutes. Look at this guy's clear time, it's 4.5 minutes. Okay, I'm not talking anymore. I'm gonna try it right now. That skill to adjust the aggro range of the goblins. How precise is this? You also have to make full use of the skill's cooldown time to maximize your damage. If you can't kill the mobs, then it's a huge waste. Oh my god, they call it Nightmare difficulty. But this guy is the real nightmare for the goblins. So many comments were marveling at Lin Ye's abilities, but he was still anonymous. The only thing they knew were the 2 words Grandmaster. Suddenly there was a public post accompanied with 3 pictures. The admin is Lin Ye, a student of the Professional Academy and a contestant. The strongest contender in this year's exam is rumored to be the one who sold the Hunter's Greatsword and the only person to solo clear a dungeon with an SSS rank after 3 photos. Capturing the moment Lin Ye entered the dungeon were posted online. The keyboard warriors absolutely lost their minds. "You're telling me this is fake news? What do 3 little pictures even prove? The newbie dungeon whatever, but the Stoneworm Cave and the Nightmare level Goblin Dungeon, you're saying a single student could actually solo clear those dungeons? That's hilarious. This is so not cool." Ever since Lin Ye awakened his talent, he's been a total mystery. Nobody knows what it is, and he even chose the priest class, so for that reason, I remember it crystal clear. The only thing we can prove is that he really did sell the Hunter's Greatsword. And as for the master's insane calculation skills, his theoretical knowledge would have to be maxed out. But Lin Ye's grades are actually pretty average. I totally agree with the comment above at first glance. He just seems like a normal student. We shouldn't be making crazy comparisons to high-level professionals. You'd have to memorize a monster's perception range and combine it with the secret realm's terrain, and then, through pinpoint accurate calculations, you could finally determine the true aggro range, right? If Lin Ye is really a priest, then there's no way the poster is Lin Ye, a priest who doesn't even need a cleansing skill, like Holy Light, and is trying to sell it. Regardless of all their chatter, the only thing Lin Ye cared about was his bank account continuously growing. Plus, he even got a purchase request for Holy Light, for the price of 100,000 Alliance coins, and received another request, to buy the Sandstorm Bow, for 150,000 Alliance coins. So there was absolutely no reason not to sell them, and just like that his account sent a notification. Dear Gold Card customer of the Alliance Fortune Bank, you have received 500,000 Alliance coins, bringing your total balance to 1.5 million Alliance coins. That 500,000 was way better than he'd imagined perhaps. This was the way to clear a stage without taking any damage except for the boss stage, but besides Lin Ye, no one else has ever pulled this off, and even if they wrote a guide, no one would dare buy it. But it didn't matter, the nightmare level dungeon was still a quality breakthrough for his equipment and his personal data. Making money was just a necessary part of it. The Koi's effect now only had 15 hours remaining, so the young man decided to rest a bit and get his head back in the game, and then continue the fight in the next dungeon. Lin Ye stood up, cracked his knuckles and went for a run, using exercise as his form of rest, and to strengthen his physical body just a little bit. The moon was high in the pitch-black sky. He ran across a bridge where everyone was with a partner except for Lin Ye, who remained unfazed by the world around him, running at a steady pace to build his stamina. A car with two bright headlights came speeding out of nowhere. He instantly recognized the person inside the car. It was Huang Xiaofeng. He suddenly put on a cheerful, friendly act and called out, "Whoa, what a coincidence. Lin Ye, hop in, I'll take you somewhere." Lin Ye, with a stone-cold face, replied flatly, "Didn't Zhao Kaihuang make it clear to you that you shouldn't come and mess with me again? I don't like looking for trouble, but that doesn't mean I'm afraid of it either." Huang Xiaofeng got out of the car looking resentful. He snapped, "Don't you dare mention that traitor's damn name again." A muscular guy in armor in the car got straight to the point. "Cut the crap, young Master Huang wants to duel you. If you agree, then you'd better not, haha. Think your family will ever have peace." Lin Ye was originally planning to tolerate them, but they just had to go and threaten his family. The two words that triggered Lin Ye the most. He let out a smirk. "So you've already found my home address, huh? Fine, I hope you act like a gentleman, and don't go crying and calling for backup after you lose." Hearing this, young Master Huang flared up. "Don't you dare talk nonsense after that taunt." Huang Xiaofeng spun around and said to his companion, "You guys better not interfere later. I want to fight him one-on-one." The guard looked worried and uneasy. "Huh? Young Master Huang, what if you can't beat him? It seems even his own men didn't have faith in him." Young Master Huang went ballistic again. "Shut up, the post. Gear on my body is something that poor bastard couldn't earn in a lifetime. How could I possibly lose to you now? Get lost, got it." Lin Ye confirmed it, so he didn't just find backup. After all that tough talk, he immediately turned to whisper to his guard, "Stick to the original plan." Lin Ye had already gotten in the car. "Whatever you're doing, hurry up. However many people you have, just get in, it doesn't matter. I'm busy and I don't want to waste my time." Huang Xiaofeng turned back to threaten him. "You just wait, you'll regret this in a minute. I'll make you crawl like a snake." Although Lin Ye didn't say it out loud, he knew his intentions. He thought to himself, "And I'll make you wish you were dead." The car sped off to a desolate mountain forest, and as soon as they arrived, hundreds of men were waiting, filling the entire forest. The moment they saw Huang Xiaofeng, they all shouted in unison, "Greetings, boss." Lin Ye was not only unafraid, but even looked excited. By this investment, so many people, huh? Awesome. Come on. Let's get this over with. Solo or group fight? The young master declared a solo, but this solo was strange. All of us solo against just you. He started pulling out his diamond-grade equipment, the Wind Shadow Sword, but to Lin Ye, it made no difference at all. To him, Huang Xiaofeng was just a spoiled little brat. Instantly, he ordered his underlings to charge and attack. Lin Ye stood still and equipped his own gear and weapons at an incredible speed. He somersaulted, dodging the attack at this speed. They were all frozen in shock. What was that? His speed value is insane. They continued to charge forward as Huang's main guard activated Assault Slash. Assessing the situation, Lin Ye sighed. "More people means stronger, huh? Looks like I'll have to use my reverse talent after all." A loud boom erupted, and they were already laughing smugly. "Ha ha ha, you little brat, that's all you've got." The moment they opened their eyes to look, their jaws dropped. The guard, who just used Assault Slash, got a taste of his own medicine. He collapsed, continuously spitting up blood. What was that? What kind of move was that? He clearly didn't even attack yet. His power is so bizarre it shattered the defense of gold-grade equipment. The underlings rushed over. "Big brother, are you okay?" The guard struggled to get up again. "I'm still fine, damn it. Forget about that brat's weird moves. He's just a priest. There's a ton of us brothers here, and we're all decked out in gold-grade gear. Let's just rush him together." They surrounded Lin Ye from all sides. One activated flashing steel fist, another activated flying kick, then blazing fire cannon, and thousand leaves heavy flower. Lin Ye remained unfazed, just offering a slight smile, before bidding them farewell. He decided to use the skill 1-4. The Star's Divine Reversal. They all looked tense and bewildered at once. Massive chains flew out, activating the skill Fall to Hell. All of them were bound by iron chains and flung to their doom. In just a flash they were all defeated. No way. We were all wiped out in an instant just like that. The useless Huang Xiaofeng, who hadn't lifted a finger, was now posturing as expected. Relying on money is better than relying on others. He pulled out a set of gear and flexed. "This is the masterpiece. I bought at the Sotheby's auction. Diamond, great equipment worth tens of millions. It will boost my attributes by 100 with no level restrictions." After this flex, only the underlings who had just been thrashed had their eyes lit up with awe. Sotheby's. That's the top auction house in all of Huaxia. Just the entry ticket alone is worth hundreds of millions. With this kind of financial power, he's truly worthy of being the sole heir to the Huang group. That set of equipment, without a doubt, is definitely the rarest treasure in the world. At a legendary tier, he arrogantly declared that this time, he would make Lin Ye kneel at his feet. He seemed very confident that he would win, and even arrogantly assumed that Lin Ye was already scared. What a weak system. He just casually stepped over the bodies of the guys who had just been beaten to a pulp by Lin Ye. "If you beg for mercy now, there's still time." Lin Ye's ears were ringing as he pointed his weapon at him. "A golden appearance with nothing inside your equipment, no matter how strong it is, can't carry a weakling. Like you can't win." Huang Xiaofeng's mouth twitched with anger. "Well then, you can. Go to hell." He activated Wind Shadow Slash and charged straight at Lin Ye. He instantly used Flash to dodge the attack. The guard standing below watched, still horrified. "What? No, that's not right. I don't know what kind of move he used that could take down all the brothers with gold-grade gear. How can this guy's damage be so high? How on earth did he do that? It's even more bizarre. For a moment I even had the feeling that this kid isn't even human anymore, like that thing that appeared during the demonic tide back then." Huang Xiaofeng was stunned by Lin Ye's incredible speed. Chasing after him was exhausting him. "No way. Did you put all your attribute points into speed? I clearly got a stat boost from this ridiculously expensive suit of armor. If I can just hit you once, you're definitely dead." Lin Ye playfully taunted him back. "Well, your base stats are just too low. That's why, no matter how you attack, you can't hit me. It's my turn now. Right. First, let's find your weak spot." Lin Ye activated Reverse and Plunder, successfully dealing 1,000 points of damage, damaging the target's armor and causing it to lose its effect of increasing all attributes of the diamond-grade equipment. Huang Xiaofeng still didn't understand what happened. His diamond-grade armor was shattered, and he flew into an absolute rage, activating Charge Slash, then Triple Slash, and Sweep the Army. He unleashed every single skill he had. Lin Ye leaped high into the air as if he were just playing around. Huang Xiaofeng, in too much pain to keep up, could only scream, "Stand still and fight me." Immediately after, he started losing health rapidly. His whole body was in unbearable pain, and he could only yell, "It hurts. It hurts so bad. What kind of weird move did you use on me?" Lin Ye didn't hide anything. "You're all support. A useless type with no combat skills, so even my basic attacks are enough to pierce your defense. Now, you can surrender and sign this agreement saying, I, Huang Xiaofeng, voluntarily gift my diamond-grade armor, set to my fellow student, Lin Ye, to express my sincere apology and promise to never repeat my past wrongdoings. So what do you say?" Hearing this, Huang Xiaofeng jumped up and raged. "Screw you in your dreams, don't even think about it." As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Ye's skill came off cooldown, so his ridiculously expensive defensive gear was as good as gone. Huang Xiaofeng refused to accept defeat, clenching his fists and recklessly charging forward. "You bastard, you dare threaten me, take this." Activating Pegasus Meteor Burst, there was a huge explosion, and he smugly thought he had won. "Ha ha ha ha, you trash, are you still alive?" Just then, Lin Ye emerged triumphantly from the smoke using his healing spell, completely healing his wounds. His bones were regenerating, while that Huang Xiaofeng was stripped of his armor and left naked, in broad daylight. At this point the coward could only resort to bringing up his parents. You disgusting pig Lin Ye, don't you dare touch me you. If you touch me, I'll tell my dad and my dad won't let you off. Lin Ye looked at him with utter contempt. He hated the type of useless person who only knew how to use their family to threaten others. Therefore he decided to give him another taste of reverse heal and plunder. Don't worry. Your health is still full, so let's keep going. Another massive explosion rang out. Huang Xiaofeng struggled, seemingly unable to resist any longer. Lin Ye wasn't done yet, continuing to beat him to a pulp with his fists. The guard and the few remaining guys stood outside, only able to whisper, "This is this torture boss. Are we really messing with a priest?" Calamity Descends was activated. A bolt of lightning struck right where Huang Xiaofeng was. The guard outside clutched his head in panic. Young Master Huang isn't actually dead, is he? A camera at that moment had recorded the entire event, and even broadcasted the minigame. The livestream viewers went absolutely insane. What is this? What's up with the photo hunters today? Isn't this the famous rich kid? Huang Xiaofeng. Who's the person opposite him? There are so many gangsters here. Are they trying to silence him, or what? That mage is too strong. Where did Huang Xiaofeng get the nerve? Every bit of Huang Xiaofeng's dialogue with Lin Ye was recorded crystal clear. The keyboard warriors were just outraged by Huang's arrogance. Oh my god, Huang Xiaofeng's words are so harsh. I can't believe he's so uneducated. No wonder he's so smug. Turns out he had a trick up his sleeve. How much must that set of armor cost? I hate this guy. The breaking news has just been updated. Arrogant, rich kid relying on his power to bully others met a tough guy. Master player with strong moves, turns the tables, and crushes the young master. They were amazed that the one who dealt with Huang Xiaofeng was none other than a priest. Moreover, he could both heal and attack. They started discussing Lin Ye. What kind of talent does this priest have? He can directly shred a warrior's unlimited diamond-grade equipment. Someone find out who this master is right now. I want to become his disciple. A few youths after watching recognized a familiar face. What's going on? He looks a lot like my classmate. You're from Jiangcheng Professional Academy, huh? We might be talking about the same person. A few days ago I heard they had a conflict, it seems. Huang Xiaofeng wanted to talk to my goddess but failed. That's right. I remember that person was a priest. Is this even important? This guy was first beaten by the dungeon clearing guide, Seller 2 days ago, and it got nowhere, making Huang Xiaofeng hold a grudge. He must have awakened some top-tier talent. Didn't someone leak the login IP of the master who sold the equipment, and the SSS rank guide showing it was in Jiangcheng? Right, this master. Although he set a dungeon record, the dungeon level wasn't professional grade. Moreover, his transaction was also screenshotted. The students at your school also recognized him, right? Baiji at home, holding her phone, trembled. No, it's not Lin Ye. I bought equipment from the master before. He's very humble. Everyone, stop spreading rumors and gossiping. The more people talked, the more they felt something was up. The cat's out of the bag. It seems this is real news. Baiji had tried to cover for him but failed. What do I do now? The master can't hide it anymore. There will definitely be many people better than me who want to be the master's teammate. Does this mean I won't have a chance to ride his coattails anymore? Instantly a fandom was created for Lin Ye. Master Lin Ye is invincible. He can heal, he can deal damage, he can tank, he can even restore mana, pull aggro support and carry. Carrying 3 positions, he's truly a god. Descended everyone simultaneously turned to criticize Huang Xiaofeng. People like Huang Xiaofeng are truly disgusting. In front of girls he pretends, but in reality he just relies on his father, and even called people to gang up on a classmate. He must be punished. The young master of the Huang group looks down on ordinary people like us, and as a result, he ran into a tough guy and got wrecked. Look at his arrogant attitude. In reality, he's just a useless person who relies on money. It's not just money. His grandmother is Huang Tianqi, a high-ranking official of the Professional Alliance. In the future, he'll definitely rely on his dad to get into the alliance. Can the Professional Alliance really allow scum like this to join? Everyone turned to curse the entire Huang family. Like father, like son, get them out of office. The Huang group deserves to be trash and go bankrupt. Letting them in is truly a disgrace. The Professional Alliance must give us a satisfactory answer. And because of this broadcast, the market value of the Huang Group's stock has evaporated. Hackers launched a large-scale attack. The reason being that the chairman's son bullied a classmate. Sumu at home had watched the broadcast. The girl was very upset. This Huang Xiaofeng is really too much, mom and dad. We have to teach them a lesson. Her father sighed. Sumu, that's not possible, honey. Her mother also spoke up. This child has a bad character and has gone down the wrong path. Karma will naturally take its course. But if every time something happens you just use power that isn't yours to push people around, then you'll definitely never become an elite professional. Su Mu still looked worried, afraid that if he acted he would turn little Ye into the same kind of person as Huang Xiaofeng, but Su Mu's parents placed 100% of their faith in Lin Yi, knowing the boy could handle it perfectly on his own. Meanwhile, the white-haired man was still tracking every single one of Lin Ye's moves, expressing his profound approval. He hasn't even taken the placement test yet. He truly is incredible. His awakened talent must be legendary or higher, right? Choosing to be a priest was like using a sledgehammer on a nut. A once-in-a-century genius like this, he could probably be fast-tracked directly into the Professionals Alliance, couldn't he? What do you all think about admitting Lin Ye into the Alliance? There was absolutely no reason for them to disagree. We're on board with both hands and feet. For the sake of global stability, someone like him absolutely must be recruited into the Alliance. The sooner the better. So what about old Huang? Why are you still here? Don't you care about your son anymore? A man holding a coffee cup chuckled lightly. Ha ha ha. Actually, this situation isn't much of a bother, or a major complication for Minister Huang. It could even be seen as an opportunity, so why not seize it? You see, Huang Xiaofeng's father is the chairman of the Huang Corporation, and the Alliance Branch Minister Huang Tianqi. He spoke with a calm and collected voice. I am still at the company handling business and have already planned the compensation for young Lin Ye afterwards. As a father who has failed, I am deeply sorry for the behavior of my son. I've already dispatched someone to the scene on my behalf. Rest assured, everyone, I will absolutely resolve this matter with the utmost seriousness. So please just wait a moment. Just as Lin Ye was about to move in again, a helicopter descended upon them. Lin Ye, please show some mercy. The chairman of the Huang Corporation wishes to speak with you. The son, who just got the beatdown of his life, smirked when he saw his father's men arrive. My dad's here now. You're so screwed, buddy. Lin Ye remained perfectly calm and asked, what's this now? Is the chairman of the Huang Corporation trying to pressure me? He could have just come here himself. The man bowed his head and offered his phone. No, that's not it at all. The Huang family is prepared to compensate for Huang Xiaofeng's actions. Uncle Huang wishes to apologize to you personally. This decision made the freshly toothless Huang Xiaofeng drop his jaw in disbelief. What the hell is going on? Why should we bow our heads to this dirt-poor nobody? Wait, what did you just say? My father wants to apologize to him. What kind of nonsense are you spouting? Lin Ye ignored his tantrum and took the phone. A moment later, the chairman of the Huang Corporation appeared on screen. Hello there. You must be Lin Ye. Sorry to keep you waiting. I'm Huang Xiaofeng's father. Everything he did was because I failed to teach him properly. I'm so very sorry that you had to deal with such a major disturbance. A simple apology can't make up for the mistake of my son. So I would like to meet in person to apologize and also compensate for any losses of equipment and items, as long as it's within my power to do so. As for Huang Xiaofeng, I hope you can hand him over to Zhao Kai Huang. I will be sure to discipline him harshly with family law. Lin Ye didn't want to make things difficult. Seeing such a sincere attitude, he immediately agreed. But he wasn't done just yet. The young man smiled brightly as he negotiated. Regarding the specific details of the compensation, I would like 3 sets of unlimited level diamond-grade gear, 1 set for a priest, 1 for a mage, and 1 for a swordsman. Additionally, I want 5 million alliance currency. Can you do that for me? Hearing this, even Zhao Kai Huang was flabbergasted. Did I hear that correctly? Unlimited level diamond-grade gear, 3 sets for 3 different classes. Zhao Kai Huang knew that would be hard to find even if they searched the entire country. The chairman of the Huang Corporation replied, diamond-grade gear, with no level restrictions. If you need 3 sets, it might take a few days. I don't currently have them on hand, but rest assured, I will have someone specifically run some secret dungeons, and the Alliance is also willing to provide resources and assistance. As they loaded Huang Xiaofeng onto the helicopter, everyone was fuming at the sight of this useless brat. Damn it, now I have to clean up your mess again. Zhao Kai Huang was startled when his special glasses suddenly detected an electronic device nearby. He then immediately walked over to the camera and leaned in close to explain, thanks for watching, everyone. Chairman Huang has personally come to apologize and negotiate specific compensation. Please stay tuned for the live stream on the Alliance's official channel tomorrow. Thank you all. Lin Ye was suddenly on high alert. He never expected the Alliance was already watching him, and he worried that they had already figured out his talent was extraordinary. But it didn't end there. Chairman Huang continued to negotiate. Additionally, I can give you all the secret dungeon resources around Jiangcheng, except for a portion of the rare secret dungeons. A total of 50 secret dungeons. After all, Jiangcheng doesn't belong to me alone. There are many deep and powerful factions at play here. Lin Ye felt that 1 month would be more than enough. Zhao Kai Huang was shocked for a second time. 50 secret dungeons cleared in just 1 month. Is this something a brand new professional can actually do? Consider the negotiations concluded. Alright then, tomorrow night, bring your teammates along. I'll treat you all to a meal. And, as for the public opinion online, before Chairman Huang could finish his sentence, Lin Ye understood and said that he would clarify things on the professionals forum. During tomorrow's dinner, Chairman Huang can do a live stream. This thought took Chairman Huang quite by surprise. I never expected you to have thought things through to this extent. Truly astonishing. His future is bound to be incredibly bright. He is an exceptionally brilliant talent. After ending the video call, Lin Ye said to Zhao Kai Huang, out of respect for your and Huang Tianqi's attitudes, I'll let it slide today, but 3 strikes and you're out. I understand. Uncle Huang's family situation is a bit complicated. Extreme circumstances can easily make people become extreme. Lin Ye showed his disinterest. I have no intention of prying into Uncle Huang's family affairs. When you don't know someone well, you shront. Jade Orchid Pavilion. This was the first restaurant in Jiangcheng to be officially recognized as a 5-star establishment. It had always received outstanding reviews, and its chefs were masters from all over. The most special thing about this restaurant was that it put incredible emphasis on the customer's experience. Whether you were one person or many, you would get your own private room. Each private room had its own dedicated service team, and they would come whenever called, without ever wasting a moment of the best time to enjoy the cuisine. Most importantly, no matter your status, even if you could only order the golden egg fried rice, the cheapest item on the menu, you would still receive the supreme VIP treatment. Su Mu still felt uneasy and reminded Lin Ye. Although Huang Tianqi personally apologized to you on the live stream, you still need to be very careful at this banquet. In reality, Lin Ye already knew what others were thinking. The only reason Huang Tianqi apologized so formally was because he saw his potential and wanted to get on his good side early on. As soon as Lin Ye arrived, he was invited into the reserved room. The moment he entered, Huang Tianqi was extremely welcoming. These 2 ladies must be Su Mu and Bai Ji. Please have a seat right here. The 3 of you, please allow me to apologize for my son's actions towards you all. It's because I usually fail to teach him how to treat people that he would commit such a malicious act of harassment. Su Mu and Bai Ji were very surprised by his attitude, which was the complete opposite of what they expected. He didn't try to intimidate them or act superior. He was even gracious and friendly, humble and reasonable. Huang Xiaofeng's father, a top figure in Jiangcheng, is really this kind of person. A parent who truly loves their child will plan for their future in the long run. The prestigious chairman of the Huang Corporation didn't hesitate to humble himself before others. Because of this, Lin Ye didn't hold a grudge. Chairman Huang, I understand your sincerity. If Huang Xiaofeng can learn from his mistakes, then I won't dwell on the past anymore. They shook hands as a sign of their truce. The items have been delivered, sir. Shall I bring them out for them to see now? Yes. Show them. It was the diamond-grade gear that Lin Ye had requested. The name of this set is the Demon Emperor's Regalia. It's a 4-piece set of diamond-grade quality, and its effect is to recover a portion of the damage received. The healing time is 10 seconds and it specifically enhances self-healing effects by 50%, as expected of a diamond-grade set. But conveniently enough, it doesn't conflict with the individual pieces Lin Ye is already using. Looks like this is just a simple and brutish way to increase health and survivability. But in reality, if you do the math, the reverse damage will instantly double. Lin Ye expressed that he was very satisfied while Bai Ji was still in awe of the sets of equipment laid out before her. Su Mu thought to herself, a 4-piece set of unlimited level diamond-grade gear, and he produced 3 sets at once. Even with the wealth of the Huang family, this was definitely not just about saving face. This was a truly significant investment of capital. This gear is amazing. Thank you, Uncle Huang. We'll gladly accept them. Every single action was being broadcast on a live stream. Everyone began to gossip excitedly about the actions and gestures of Chairman Huang Tianqi. This is the top figure in Jiangcheng, the big boss behind the Huang Corporation, and yet he holds a newcomer like Lin Ye in such high regard. So, what if he's a big shot? He still failed to teach his son properly, and ended up picking a fight with a tough guy like our great master. That's right. If his apology wasn't sincere enough, and he didn't compensate our great master Lin Ye properly, we would all spit on him until the Huang family drowned. But since the great master said he won't dwell on it, Then, I guess we should let it go. They decided to back off and stop the discussion, while Lin Ye's group continued to enjoy their delicious meal. Today could be considered a success. Huang Tianqi even offered that since there were reporters swarming outside, he wanted to escort Lin Ye out. The moment Lin Ye stepped outside, the crowd of reporters went into a frenzy, snapping pictures. Lin Ye, we heard you're awakened, talent is reversed healing, and you can solo clear any dungeon. Excuse me, is that correct? Lin Ye, is it true that you single-handedly beat the novice dungeon and achieved a rank of SSS? Please answer us. No professional has ever been able to do that alone. Excuse me, are you the anonymous master? On the professionals forum, despite facing hundreds of questions and flashing lights, like that, Lin Ye's mind remained completely unshaken. In the midst of the chaotic world, he walked past coldly without even bothering to answer. This was Huang Xiaofeng's room. After the confrontation, he was completely exhausted. His entire body was covered in bandages, and he looked no different from a stray dog. At the same time, a dark black aura continuously radiated around him. Huang Xiaofeng frowned. He was covered in bandages and lying on the bed looking at the black shadow in front of him, and asked, "What the hell are you?" Michael let out a laugh. Me, he introduced himself. I am Lord Michael from the Abyss, a high-level demon with pure bloodline and immense power. Huang Xiaofeng looked disgusted and said, "And here I thought you were something special." He sneered. "Once we humans awaken, don't we just beat you guys back into the abyss, to live like insects?" Hearing this, Michael wondered, "You can't be serious. A guy who got beaten by a priest to the point where he became the laughingstock of the whole city is acting proud about what?" He tried to explain. It was a strategic retreat, you understand. Lying on the bed, Huang Xiaofeng showed clear contempt. Michael tried to tempt him, saying, "Huang Xiaofeng, are you really content with this? The ignorant and foolish humans are laughing at you. Your friends and family won't help you. Instead, they're fawning over the one who bullied you like a bunch of dogs. So how about making a deal with me? Right now I can grant you unparalleled strength to crush those who have insulted you under your feet, to show your father that you are the one who should be valued the most." Huang Xiaofeng directly threw a pillow at Michael's face and warned him, "Get lost. This time I'm letting you off easy." He angrily sat up and pointed straight at Michael's face and went off on a tirade. "I, Huang Xiaofeng, am a genius among geniuses. I don't need the pity of a lowly insect like you. What kind of damn power? Go bestow it upon those poor and worthless losers." Michael's face was full of confusion as he thought, I could just kill this idiot right now. Patience. It's all for the KPI." Michael left. But before he left, he didn't forget to say, "Ha. In short, whenever you've thought it through, just call out the 2 words, Michael. I will answer your call immediately, and bestow upon you the great power of the abyss, leading you to become a villain who fears nothing at all." Cut to the secret dungeon entrance. The Boneyard. Level 6 to 10. Nightmare difficulty. A large gate materialized as Lin Ye asked Baiji, "How many uses of your awakened talent do you have left this week?" The system displayed information about the Boneyard. A desolate land shrouded in death, surrounded by an army of skeletons. When you enter, you will awaken them, and they see you as a delicious fresh meal. Baiji raised her hand and answered, "Just one," she explained. "Earlier I ran 2 dungeons and used one already." Lin Ye sighed and said, "Whoa. Don't be in a hurry to use it first. Save it for the better resources later on," he analyzed. "Although this is a nightmare-grade resource dungeon, we have diamond-grade equipment, so the best platinum-grade drops in this dungeon won't benefit us much. The Huang family has promised us that this week they will give us better dungeon resources and open up a destruction-grade difficulty dungeon for us. Right now, we're just missing a transitional weapon. Even if we don't get anything good, we can still sell it for a high price." Lin Ye told the 2 girls, "So, for this dungeon run, we have 3 objectives. 1 is for the free attribute points, 2 is to get a platinum weapon, and 3 is to create an SSS grade guide for the nightmare difficulty. Watch me. Consider it a live demonstration." Sumu smiled happily and squinted her eyes. "All right. Until you're about to fail, I won't lift a finger." The 3 of them stepped inside the boneyard. The scenery inside was incredibly gloomy and eerie. The system explained the difficulty of this dungeon. In the mouths of professionals and students, it's called the bone broth. To get an SSS grade evaluation, you need to meet 4 conditions. First, defeat the final boss, the undead knight. Second, destroy all the undead skeletons. Third, do not use the holy sword, the special weapon of this secret realm used to suppress all the undead in the boneyard. Fourth, before clearing the stage, the holy Sword must have 60% or more of its health remaining. Baiji looked a little worried and said, "The reason the boneyard is called the bone broth is because of the similarity between the normal and hard difficulties. You just have to use the holy sword and turn your brain off to win. This is my first time in nightmare grade." Su Mu held up 3 fingers and asked Baizi, "A cheese strategy. That's like a 300% counter to the damage. Once that appears in nightmare grade, can you even call it a nightmare anymore?" She hugged Baizi to comfort her. "Don't be nervous. After we finish this dungeon, we'll sell the gear and the guide and buy you some snacks, okay?" Baizi shyly replied, You don't have to." Lin Ye was a little exasperated and exclaimed, all right, I'll work for free." Lin Ye took out his weapon and said, "Now, pay close attention." He bit his thumb until it bled. Lin Ye brought his thumb close to a crack in the ground and let his blood drip down. Suddenly countless skeletons burst from the ground. They all shouted in unison, "Living people, let's eat." Lin Ye thought to himself, "Using my blood to lure these skeletons over, so they ignore the protective shield of the holy sword, which they naturally hate the most." Lin Ye cast reversed healing art. His entire body glowed with a red light. The system announced, "You have entered a state of continuous health loss. All attributes are lowered." Lin Ye coughed up blood. The skeletons frantically rushed towards him. Su Mu pulled Baiji back and said, "Let's fall back," then tossed a blue pill towards Lin Ye. Lin Ye caught the blue pill in his hand. It was a painkiller used when the body is injured. It can greatly reduce the sensation of pain but has no healing ability, and cannot heal wounds. Lin Ye caught the pill, and immediately popped it into his mouth and swallowed it. Then he took off running. His health bar displayed his life value was below 25%. Lin Ye glanced back and thought to himself, "My judgment wasn't wrong." The craving of these undead skeletons for fresh blood is even greater than their hatred for the holy sword. Baiji asked worriedly, "Are we really not going to help him?" Su Mu replied, "No need. Shouldn't we have complete trust in him? This is Lin Ye after all." Lin Ye cut a gash on his own arm, and his life value dropped below 10%. The system displayed, "You have approached the border of the Boneyard Dungeon." Lin Ye rejoiced silently. "We're here." He used divine healing, and his life value shot back up. The skeletons were extremely surprised. They all turned to flee. Lin Ye raised his staff high and said, "Even if you've lost your appetite now, it's too late." Then he unleashed the reverse divine spirit technique. Lin Ye's eyes blazed with power. He unleashed the descent into heaven and hell. In a single strike, Lin Ye wiped out all the skeletons. A system notification appeared. All undead skeletons' life points have dropped to 0. Suddenly the ground began to tremble. Right beneath where Lin Ye was standing, a passageway opened up leading deep into the earth. Su Mu and Baiji were completely stunned. Lin Ye's brow furrowed. From within the cave a voice boomed, "Who dares to awaken me?" System notification. The undead knight boss has awakened. The undead knight charged forward on its steed, shouting, "I will use your skull as my drinking cup, and drink every last drop of your blood." Its info panel appeared. Undead knight, level 9. Strength 11. Constitution 15. Intelligence 20. Spirit 15. Agility 14. Platinum aptitude. And the skill, Resentful Fire, Undead's Wrath, and Nether Abyss. The undead knight unleashed its Resentful Fire skill. Lin Ye yelled out, "Reverse healing, plunder." With that, Lin Ye slammed his spear into the ground. The attack radiated outwards, striking the knight. The undead knight's health plummeted by 500. Lin Ye scoffed, "Pathetic," as a bolt of red lightning crashed down from the heavens. Reverse divine therapy. Calamity's descent, increasing damage by 50%. The undead knight took the full brunt of the attack. Its body shattered, and a system notification popped up. The undead knight has entered a critically wounded state. Activating its passive skill, Grudge of the Undead. All of the undead knight's stats were boosted. The undead knight's power surged as it commanded. "Rise again, my brothers," the system chimed in. All undead creatures are revived, regaining 100 HP per second, leaving Lin Ye stunned. Every single undead he just defeated was back. The undead knight gloated as if victory was certain. "Foolish human, you have no way out now. Do you have any last words?" Hearing this, Lin Ye just smirked. Baiji, hiding behind a rock, exclaimed, "He's incredible." While Su Mu assessed the situation, "These ghostly creatures are so dumb they don't even get basic math. The undead knight only regenerates 100 HP per second. Lin Ye doesn't even need to use the holy sword's healing block," she said confidently. His damage output is more than enough to wipe them out in under 3 minutes. And just as Su Mumu predicted, Lin Ye was overwhelming them with pure power. His health bar continuously rose, while the skeleton's health bars continuously dropped. Notifications of defeated undead popped up one after another. The undead knight was dumbfounded as Lin Ye aimed his weapon directly at the boss, and said, "About those last words, you should be asking yourself that question." The system displayed, reverse healing, plunder, health points minus 750, including a 50% damage boost. The undead knight was crushed by overwhelming force. Lin Ye unleashed his final attack, instantly vaporizing the undead knight. A system notification appeared. You have slain the boss knight of the divine realm, obtained 6,000 experience points, dungeon cleared, Hall of Skeletons, calculating final rewards, all hidden conditions met, final rating, upgraded to SSS, obtained 1 golden treasure chest, and 1 platinum treasure chest. A golden aura enveloped Lin Ye. You have leveled up to level 8, as Lin Ye's status screen appeared. Profession, Cleric, level 8. His stats in Strength, Constitution, Intelligence, and Spirit, and Agility had all increased. Equipment included the activated 4-piece Demon Emperor set, Gale Boots, and an Emerald Ring. Awakened Talent, Heaven and Earth Reversal, Single Target Skills, Healing and Plunder, Support Skills, Purification and Restriction, and for AoE skills, Divine Therapy and Calamity's Descent at level 2, Reverse Divine Spirit and Descent into Heaven and Hell. Su Mumu complimented him. Not bad at all. The system then announced for Su Mumu and Bai Ji, no damage output or movement detected. Judgment in progress. Result: 0 experience points awarded. Su Mumu's face was a mask of disbelief. Then, a key materialized, and with it, the final quest notification. Complete the Divine Realm Dungeon, Hall of Skeletons, protect the Guardian Holy Sword, without being hit by any undead creatures. Unique reward obtained, the Stone Sword Key. The one-of-a-kind Stone Sword Key. It opens a gateway to the Secret Kingdom Dungeon, the land of the undead, and can be opened, in a suitable location, with the difficulty set to the highest. Calamity Class. Bai Ji exclaimed. A key to a Calamity Class dungeon. Am I seeing this right? As the system prompted. The final quest for the Hall of Skeletons has been completed. Do you wish to open the treasure chests? Yes or no? Yes. Su Mumu asked in astonishment. This starter dungeon actually had a secret key, a one-time use key that no one has ever discovered before. Lin Ye looked at the key and replied, "It's a personal item, for a one-time secret dungeon. And this key is different from a regular dungeon key. After you use it, both the key and the dungeon vanish. The rewards inside are also one of a kind, completely unique. That's why it's considered an invaluable strategic resource. New players usually only ever see dungeons with normal difficulty, hard, and nightmare levels. But beyond those, there are actually calamity, disaster, and catastrophe levels, apocalypse, and even epic levels. The top-tier normal dungeons, and these rare one-time secret dungeons are all controlled and monopolized by the major professional guilds." Bai Ji asked excitedly. So for the same level, are the rewards from a one-time dungeon way better than the rewards from a normal one? Su Mumu replied, "They're several times better. Plus, they always award a one-of-a-kind reward to the challengers who prove themselves worthy." Lin Ye thought for a moment, then spoke up. "Hold on. None of the pros who got an SSS rank managed to keep the Guardian Sword's HP at 100%. Su Mumu pushed Lin Ye towards the chests from behind. "Hey, who cares about them? Hurry up and start the main event, opening the chests. Let's see what our god-tier Lin Ye, with his lucky halo, can pull out of there." Bai Ji giggled excitedly beside them. Lin Ye gave a helpless laugh and replied, "All right." As Lin Ye opened the chests, rewards appeared. From the platinum chest, he got free attribute points, times 10, and a piece of equipment. The platinum-grade Hound's Fang rock staff. Lin Ye forced a smile. Of course there's nothing in here that's useful for a cleric, but this rock staff, however. Mumu, didn't you need a weapon upgrade? Su Mumu nodded as Lin Ye held out the staff. Su Mumu said bashfully, "No, it's fine. The 10 free attribute points are more than enough." As Lin Ye checked his intelligence stat after adding 10, his current intelligence was now 52 plus 20 plus 30. Lin Ye handed the staff to Su Mumu and said, "Here, you take this rock staff. It should match your 5 elements Master Earth attribute." Lin Ye's party moved on. Su Mumu asked, "So where are we off to next?" And Lin Ye replied, "Actually, for our 3-person team, both our equipment and our damage output are already top tier for the professional exams. Let's just grind until we accumulate enough experience to hit level 10. The party walked towards a blue barrier, which transported them to another location. Lin Ye then asked, "Can you two clear the Hall of Skeletons on your own? If you follow the same steps I did, you definitely won't get an SSS rank. But getting an S rank is still an easy way to grind experience." Baiji replied, I'm fine with that. When suddenly, something lunged at them in a flash. Lin Ye reacted instantly, shoving Su Mumu aside. "Watch out, it's dangerous." Lin Ye's eyes shot open in shock as he yelled out, "Baizi." A tall bald man had appeared from nowhere. Holding a knife to Baiji's throat, he asked Lin Ye, "So you're the ones who got the stone sword key, huh?" The bald man threatened them, "If you know what's good for you, hand over that stone sword key." His party consisted of a level 15 mage, 2 level 12 martial artists, and a level 11 cleric. Meanwhile, Lin Ye was only a level 8 cleric, Su Mumu a level 6 mage, the bald man was a level 13 assassin, and Baiji was a level 5 great swordsman. The bald man pressed the knife against her throat, and said, "Or else your little teammate here gets it." But Baiji activated her power, exclaiming as she used her sword, to shatter the assassin's dagger and shouted loudly, "Why in the world should we give it to you?" The enemy mage smirked wickedly, having already finished his chant. The mage launched his attack at Baiji. Baiji blocked it with her sword but collapsed on the spot. The bald man stomped on Baiji as his teammate healed him. The mage approached her and said, "You've got some skill, what a shame." Lin Ye growled, "Let her go if you don't want to die." Baiji was being burned by the mage's flames, clutching her body in pain as the mage laughed and said, "Hey, don't be so rough, actually. I really like the strong ones." Lin Ye launched a lightning-fast attack. The mage exclaimed in shock. What? A massive explosion erupted. Thick dust filled the air as the mage's scream echoed. "Holy crap," the bald man yelled. "Hey, what kind of job are you doing? Didn't I tell you guys to stop him?" The mage wiped blood from his face as Lin Ye subdued one of them. The man convulsed in pain, saying, "You, a kid not even level 10, how could you?" Possibly, as Su Mumu used her Tears of Life skill to suppress another one. Lin Ye's voice was grim. "Get lost. Who gave you the guts to try and rob us?" The mage burst out laughing. "Ha ha ha. You can regret your arrogance when you get to hell today." He cast a spell on the bald man. "Second brother, leave no one alive." The man's power was enhanced, unleashing the skill. Death's Dance. The mage commanded, "Kill the kid first. The other two girls are nothing to worry about." Su Mumu was shocked. This guy has no regard for his own teammate's life. Lin Ye frowned and said, "Mumu, Baiji, both of you step back. They have the stench of the demon tied on them." Lin Ye thought to himself, "They're all fallen ones. They willingly made deals with abyssal demons, allowing them to bypass their original talents, while gaining abyssal power far greater than their own. They've abandoned their humanity to become enemies of mankind." Lin Ye brandished his staff and shouted, "Reverse divine therapy, calamity's descent." 3 fireballs hurtled towards Lin Ye. A massive explosion erupted, and the mage laughed. "Ha ha ha. The piece of trash couldn't even cast a single skill." He continued, "Second brother, these kids' equipment looks pretty good. Strip them of everything." The bald man's silhouette appeared through the smoke screen. Lin Ye stood completely unscathed, breaking the man's arm. The mage's jaw dropped. "What?" He yelled at his underling. "You idiot, heal him now." The underling stammered, "Boss, it's not that. He was instantly killed just a moment ago." The mage was stunned. "How is that possible? A cleric, not even level 10. Where did he get that much damage? Unless he also made a deal with an abyssal demon. No, that's not right. A cleric's attack." He looked at Lin Ye and realized, it's that Lin Ye kid. This guy isn't just some ordinary professional. No, he's not even human. The mage scrambled to his feet and ran for it. "Run." Seeing this, Lin Ye simply said, "Trying to run. After messing with my friends, I won't let you get away." Lin Ye used his reverse divine spirit technique. A massive spiritual entity pursued the fleeing group. They all screamed, "No, no," as Lin Ye delivered the final blow. Descent into heaven and hell. The group took the full force of the attack. Lin Ye sent them all to meet their makers. As the dust settled, Lin Ye thought to himself, "All my skills, after the damage increase, can now instantly kill a nightmare-level boss. A complete one-shot. Fighting professionals 5 levels higher than me means their health bars can be zeroed out instantly. They're dead for sure." Su Mumu clutched her weapon tightly and said, "If we didn't act now, we would have been the ones who died." Then Bai asked, "Do we need to dispose of the bodies? What if their guild or organization comes after us?" Lin Ye replied, "Don't worry, these fallen ones won't. have any guild or faction that would be willing to publicly acknowledge them, Lin Ye thought. About the escaped fallen one wanted on the news. He rummaged through the mage's inventory, while saying, and, if they don't go public and form their own faction, they won't care about the equipment. Platinum and gold gear, that's attribute locked, and spirit bound. Lin Ye looked at the symbol on the man's hand, and sighed with regret, saying, only a fallen one can use this. What a shame. A bright light flashed as Lin Ye exclaimed, found something. A key appeared before him. It was the pass for the Forest of the Lost Giant. Disaster class, Lin Ye thought to himself. A pass for a disaster class dungeon. Nice, he remembered. The level 10 dungeon. The Forest of the Lost Giant. Actually, at the nightmare level, it used to be the exam for professional qualification. For many years, no raid team had ever managed to clear that dungeon. Lin Ye recalled. The second boss, the Dark Curse Knight, became the nightmare of all students. A roadblock on their path to becoming professionals, and all the elite professionals would form teams to challenge the disaster class Forest of the Lost Giant. Their goal for clearing it wasn't for equipment, levels or experience. It was for the loot dropped after a flawless first clear, the key to the Apocalypse class dungeon, the Forgotten Lair. Lin Ye clutched the key tightly in his hand and thought, but that's all for later. Su Mumu recognized it as the Forest of the Lost Giant. She asked excitedly, can we go now? Lin Ye replied, let's wait for the cooldown on Bai Ji's talent to finish. Then we'll go straight in. He imagined a scene with thousands of crimson eyes surrounding his team and reminded them, we don't just have to try and reach level 10 in the dungeon. We also have to try and get the pass to the Forgotten Lair. Su Mumu looked at the bodies on the ground and said, so what do we do with these fallen ones? Even if we burn or chop them up, it'll still leave a trace. Or maybe we should bury them. She turned and sighed. If only one of us was a summoner, we could just feed the bodies to their summons. Bai Ji pondered Su Mumu's words. Lin Ye was a little speechless. Hey you two. Lin Ye slung two of the fallen ones over his shoulder and said, how about we just toss them into the dungeon and let them disappear when the dungeon's cooldown timer ends? Su Mumu replied, that's a great idea. I never thought a dungeon could be used like this. As she spoke, she and Bai Zi helped carry the rest of the bodies. They tossed all the fallen ones into the dungeon portal. Lin Ye looked at the system screen showing the koi buff on cooldown and said, alright, let's head back and get ready. Work hard, play hard, let's wait for the cooldown on Bai Ji's koi talent to finish, and then we'll head straight for the Forest of the Lost Giant. Su Mumu and Bai Ji replied in unison. Okay. One day later in Jiang City, SKB, Lin Ye's group was eating and chatting to level up and prepare for the exam. It feels like ever since we awakened our talents, we've never really relaxed or had a big meal like this before. Lin Ye said, don't worry. The alliance coins we earned today are more than enough to cover it. Bai Ji had a happy and satisfied look on her face as she ate her dessert. Lin Ye continued, when we have free time we can come here more often. Su Mumu replied, okay, but then said a little shyly, actually it's better to save the money to buy equipment. I'm not a kid. I don't need to spend a lot of money on food and entertainment like this. Bai Ji interjected, great leader, actually I can split the bill. Oh no, I mean how about I pay for it? Lin Ye smiled and replied, next time. Our team isn't short on funds. Suddenly a male waiter approached them and said, excuse me sir, your table's bill has already been paid by that gentleman over there. Lin Ye, huh? He said, looking at the man at the next table, wondering who he was. The white-haired man was an officer from the Professional Alliance, Shangguan Yan, the guildmaster of the Spirit Fate sect. He introduced himself. Hello everyone, I'm Shangguan Yan, an officer of the Professional Alliance, and the guildmaster of the Spirit Fate sect. Lin Ye shook Shangguan Yan's hand and said, hello, I'm Lin Ye, a student at Jiang City's #1 professional academy, and these are my teammates, Su Mumu and Bai Zi. Shangguan Yan replied, I know. I've come to invite you to join the Spirit Fate sect, to make it easier for you to enter the Professional Alliance early. Bai Ji let out a gasp, as Lin Ye looked surprised. Su Mumu asked, enter the Professional Alliance early, Lin Ye replied. But I haven't even taken the professional exam yet. Besides, if I were to agree with you, I wouldn't be able to showcase my skills publicly, and having already joined the Alliance, it would be hard not to be suspected of using special privileges to get in through the back door, right? Shangguan Yan poured Lin Ye a drink as he continued. So, I won't be accepting your offer. Moreover, I don't have any plans to join any sect. Shangguan Yan and Lin Ye clinked their glasses together. Shangguan Yan looked a little disappointed, saying, I really didn't think you would refuse. Then again, the strong always have their own plans. Shangguan Yan took a sip of his drink and said, "No worries. I hope to see you join the alliance soon." He flashes a professional smile and says, "Feel free to reach out if you need anything, at any time, and this comes from the alliance as well. This offer for talented individuals also comes from me personally. I'm personally waiting for the day you arrive. I want to have a fair and square duel with you." Lin Ye smiles and replies no problem, thinking to himself, Ling Yun sect. This guy's pretty interesting. The scene shifts to Monday in the Academy's garden. Lin Ye's group is all here, and he's the first to speak. The new challenge begins now, Baiji. Baiji responds right here. She summons a koi fish, and the system displays you have been granted an unknown power, obtained special buff, attention of the goddess, of luck, and every time you clear a dungeon, you'll get a treasure chest that's one level higher. It lasts for 24 hours, then Lin Ye shouts. Then use the pass and activate it with the key. The teleportation gate to the Forest of Lost Giants. System displays checking requirements. Dungeon teleportation gate opening confirmed. Please wait, the secret realm dungeon, the Forest of Lost Giants. Disaster level has been activated. The three of them step through the gate, and the system announces, now entering the Forest of Lost Giants. Levels 8 to 15 difficulty. Disaster introduction. Where the world's sorrows dwell. This place is home, and the lonely underworld is the destination. This is the land of the lost giant tribe. It is a land of despair brimming with death. Su Mumu looks around at the scenery and says, the Forest of Lost Giants is said to be a fragment broken off from a much larger secret realm. Even though you can enter at level 8, its difficulty is rated at the disaster level, which other dungeons can't even touch. A massive arm suddenly appears. The monster roars and Su Mumu exclaims, "Here it comes." The system displays the information. Name Undead Soldier of the Lost Kingdom, level 8. Strength 15, Constitution 15, Intelligence 11, Spirit 12, Agility 11, Gold Aptitude. Skills horizontal / charge jump / and straight thrust. Su Mumu shouts, "Lin Ye, we'll take these two mobs. Just leave them to us first." She activates Tears of Proliferation. Mumu and Baiji attack as the system announces. Health value -200. Health value -623. Su Mumu realizes something and says, "My attack." Over here Baiji notices too. It really has doubled the health of the two monsters keeps dropping. Lin Ye snaps his fingers, casting Healing Art and Clarity Art. Lin Ye warns the other two to watch for their horizontal / and charge combo duck and roll. Lin Ye watches the two of them fight, and thinks to himself, looks like the new gear is working wonders. Mumu and Baiji's attack power has already surpassed most students at their level. Baiji does a flip in midair. Su Mumu skillfully dodges the monster's strike. Su Mumu casts her poison bubble skill. At the same time, Baiji unleashes Blazing Slash. The two combine their attacks to finish off the monster. Suddenly, the entire forest begins to shake. An evil aura erupts from deep within the forest. Su Mumu asks, "What is this?" while Baiji warns everyone. "Be careful." Lin Ye stays alert and says, "Watch out, the first boss is here." An armored monster appears. It's level 13. Strength 27. Constitution 22. Intelligence 15. Spirit 18. Agility 20. Platinum Aptitude. Skills Knight's Charge, Spear of Light, Lion's Guard, and Holy Light. Lin Ye casts the reversed spell, Divine Spirit Wine. Descent into Hell. Su Mumu wonders, did we get it? Lin Ye frowns and says, no, not yet. Focus on chipping away at its health. Keep applying bleed damage. The White Knight loses half its health and charges in to attack. Su Mumu unleashes Tears of Proliferation and Poison Bubble. Baiji unleashes Flowing Fire Slash, and the two attack at the same time as the White Knight's health continues to drop. The system announces that the White Knight is poisoned and taking continuous damage over time. It has received a bleed debuff. The White Knight suddenly heals and the system displays the skill Holy Knights. Light adding 2000 health. All of its own attributes are greatly increased. Skill Knight's protection, its physical and magical defenses for itself, are increased by 40%, Su Mumu says in shock. Is this the White Knight's special skill or something? When it's down to a quarter health, it enters an invincible state just like this. Baiji says while catching her breath. The very first boss is already this challenging. Lin Ye uses Purification Art on Su Mumu and says, this is the skill this knight had before turning undead. I'll go, lead it on a chase. You two be careful not to pull its aggro, Lin Ye shouts loudly to draw the monster over here, White Knight. He thinks to himself, this spot is hard to hide in, but it has a clear line of sight. The distance is just perfect. If it were a professional knight, it would definitely use a ranged attack like a spear throw. Just as Lin Ye predicted, the White Knight prepares to throw its spear. The system displays skill Knight's Lion Shield. It adds a protective barrier to itself that blocks 300 physical damage and 300 magical damage. The White Knight uses the skill Knight's Spear of Light Toss. The spear flies straight at Lin Ye. However, he remains completely unharmed. Using Universe Reversal, his health value increases by 1500, and his attack power is buffed. His defense is buffed and his movement speed is buffed. The White Knight is stunned as Lin Ye slashes through its body while at the same time using the reversed healing art called Deprivation Art. He wonders to himself, ranged attacks are useless, what's next? My guess is it'll use some kind of charge skill. It'll retrieve its weapon and switch to close combat. The White Knight condenses its spiritual energy and uses the Knight's charge skill. Lin Ye uses a skill item called Flash as the two face off head-on, and Lin Ye casts the reversed purification art, the Forbidden Curse, as the system announces. After equipping the Toadstone, all attributes increase by 20 points, and you gain the active skill, Flash. Teleport 10 meters in a designated direction. Lin Ye smirks, too bad for you, you've walked right into my trap. The White Knight is frozen in place as Lin Ye unleashes a barrage of attacks. The White Knight's health plummets. Lin Ye thinks to himself this is a great chance after its ranged charge and Holy Light skill it's used up a ton of mana. Now it can only fight empty-handed, which wastes its explosive attack speed. System announces health value has reached its limit. Health value has reached its limit. The White Knight's Holy Light skill ends, its protection skill ends, and its Lion Shield skill ends. The White Knight turns to flee. Su Mumu uses a massive chain to restrain the White Knight and she says, trying to run now it's too late. Lin Ye rushes in saying, perfect timing, the cooldown is over. He uses the reversed divine healing art, Calamity's Descent, one final blow. A powerful strike descends with the reverse spell, Divine Spirit Wine Descent into Hell. The system announces, you have slain the White Knight. Gained 6,800 experience points. Lin Ye levels up to 9, Su Mumu levels up to 7, and Bai Ji levels up to 6. Bai Ji exclaims as expected of a disaster level dungeon. The first boss alone was that difficult. Su Mumu looks at Lin Ye thinking if it wasn't for Lin Ye's skill that could make us immune to damage. With our current skills, even with our diamond grade equipment, it would have been nearly impossible to clear. Lin Ye speaks up, the second boss according to the strategy guide is likely found by following the signs to that mountain over there. He thinks to himself, but it's strange. Why weren't there any signs guiding us when we came in? Suddenly, something wraps tightly around the three of them. Lin Ye realizes, so that's what it is. It must be a special kind of teleportation. This is a disaster-level dungeon after all. They fall into a deep pit. Lin Ye reminds the two girls to remember to roll when you land or the dungeon will register you as injured. Lin Ye uses his power to create a ball of light to cushion the two girls, and looking around he says, are we finally about to meet the legendary Curse Master? Suddenly, someone attacks Lin Ye with Moonlight Pierce. He shouts, watch out, as Su Mumu cries out. Lin Ye and Bai Ji exclaims, boss. The system displays the name Dark Curse Knight. Level 15, Strength 40 Constitution, 50 Intelligence, 50 Spirit, 40 Agility and Diamond Aptitude, Skills Rising Dragon Slash, Moonlight Pierce Triple Slash, Moonlight Sword Aura, and Release Dark Curse. Curse Enchantment Special Intro, an unknown mysterious creature that appeared here for some unknown reason. Lin Ye is pierced by the Dark Curse Knight's spear and he says, Curse Master, I've heard so much about you. Lin Ye starts to sweat. No wonder this boss has such insane combat power. It can attack without even materializing, and just directly attack the players. Just like that. What if I use Universe Reversal but then I fail to dodge its attack? Wouldn't that be a total disaster? The Dark Curse Knight pulls its sword out of Lin Ye. The system announces, Curse Enchantment upon entering a combat state. You will automatically enchant your own weapon. The enchanted weapon will deal magic damage on attack. Release Dark Curse. All of your own attributes are greatly increased. The Dark Curse Knight swings its sword. That's the Moonlight Sword image move. It's an unavoidable directional attack that targets players with high HP and hits the weaker ones in the back. Lin Ye exclaims, that's so fast, then he shouts, Mumu Bai Ji, you don't have to dodge. Just take the hit directly. Bai Ji charges forward. She confronts it head-on, with the Dark Curse Knight causing their sword auras to collide. Bai Ji gets knocked back, coughing up blood and thinking so powerful, it feels like my arm is completely shattered. Su Mumu runs over calling Bai Ji as Su Mumu's health drops by 465, and Bai Ji's health drops by 497. Su Mumu looks at the Dark Curse Knight thinking to herself, that Moonlight Sword aura isn't even the Curse Master's most powerful skill, yet the Dark Curse Knight's spiritual energy automatically condenses. Su Mumu looks at Baiji, looks in her arms, and thinks, this is the damage caused just from our sword auras clashing. It's a good thing I prepared enough potions beforehand. I can't let Lin Ye switch back to his original priest skills, just to heal us. Over here, Lin Ye uses the spell, Divine Spirit Wine, Descent into Hell, to deal with the monster. He unleashes the Divine Healing Art, Calamity's Descent, as immense power crashes down. And not only that, Lin Ye also uses his Healing Art and Deprivation Art. The Dark Curse Knight's health bar drops. Su Mumu's eyes go wide in surprise. Lin Ye's triple ultimate combo is that powerful, and it only chipped away a third of the Curse Master's health. Our gear is all brand new too. Su Mumu immediately unleashes a dual spell combo, the Wood Element skill Poison Cannon, and the Ice Element skill Ice Thorn. The Dark Curse Knight is frozen solid, while taking countless slashes at the same time. However, its health bar doesn't budge, and Lin Ye runs while thinking, here it comes again. He leaps high into the air, then slashes down as the Dark Curse Knight uses Rising Dragon Slash, and Lin Ye's HP drops by 157. It follows up with Triple Slash, restoring its health value, and the Dark Curse Knight looks at Lin Ye. It is locked onto his neck, his critical weak point. The Dark Curse Knight delivers a critical horizontal slash. Su Mumu and Baiji watch in horror. Lin Ye touches his wounded neck and lets out a sigh of relief. Health, plus 888. Lin Ye says as he heals himself. The Curse Master's power really cannot be underestimated. He reflects, I have to focus even more. Lin Ye shouts out. Deprivation Art, and the system announces that the Dark Curse Knight's aggro on Priest Lin Ye is 100%. Lin Ye says to Su Mumu, let's stick to the plan, okay? Su Mumu replies, okay then. Lin Ye shouts Deprivation Art, using it to lure the Dark Curse Knight. He thinks I'll pull all the aggro and kite it over here to stop it from attacking Mumu and Baiju. No matter how tanky it is, we can still whittle down its health bit by bit. The three of them attack in unison. Lin Ye thinks to himself, after all, this is my innate tide-turning skill. This is the ultimate counter to the boss's damage. He smirks to himself. Even though this is a disaster level, its health and defense attributes are greatly improved, but for us, it just means this will just take a little more time. The system announces aggro has shifted. The Dark Curse Knight turns towards Baiji, who's hiding behind a tree. Lin Ye casts the reversed Divine Healing Art, Calamity's Descent, and the Dark Curse Knight's health drops by 977. Its health bar plummets, and Lin Ye calls out, hey Curse Master, remember, your opponent is me. He taunts the Dark Curse Knight, saying, I'll stand in front of my teammates to make your Altivis ranged attacks completely useless. As soon as Lin Ye finishes speaking, he unleashes a critical blow. The reversed Divine Spirit Wine, Descent into Hell. Lin Ye shouts, now die. The Dark Curse Knight collapses and begins to fade away. Lin Ye is surprised. What is this? The system announces. You have defeated the Dark Curse Knight and made the Dark Curse Knight surrender, gaining 9,300 experience points. The Dark Curse Knight has permanently disappeared from the Forest of Lost Giants dungeon. The Forest of Lost Giants disaster level has been reduced to nightmare level. Under your influence, the Forest of Lost Giants nightmare level has been reduced to hard level. The system reports again, final quest completed. Forest of Lost Giants, and defeated the secret boss, the Dark Curse Knight, without taking any damage. Reward received, summon Dark Curse Knight summon. A level 15 gold grade Dark Curse Knight to fight for you. Usable within 20 levels and lasts for 1 hour with a 1-day cooldown. Baiji asks, with an admiring look, boss, you actually defeated the Curse Master, and you can even summon him to fight in dungeons, and lower the dungeon's difficulty too. Lin Ye pats Baiji's head and replies, that's right. This is the reward that we all get to enjoy. He thinks to himself, it's just as I predicted. A boss like the Curse Master, who hasn't been defeated in so long, once a player finally kills it, and they do it without taking any damage, plus the stacked luck buff, the rewards are going to be unimaginable. Su Mumu shouts, look over there quick. The system reminder says it's not over yet, unless there's something even more incredible to come. A golden light appears, and the system announces, you have received the qualification to enter the Cataclysm Grade Dungeon, the Forgotten Lair. Congratulations player for meeting the requirements for the Cataclysm Grade Dungeon Forgotten Lair. The Observer of Original Sin guarding the lair will open the Great Gate for you. Lin Ye takes the key. Su Mumu is completely stunned, and Lin Ye says, have you forgotten I said before that the Curse Master is the key to qualifying for the Forgotten Lair dungeon? He says with a bit of concern, completing the hidden quest, getting the entry qualification, and changing the dungeon's landscape. I wonder how this will affect everyone else. Su Mumu asks, what's the problem? This is helping other people. Now nobody has to worry about getting schooled by the Curse Master anymore. which, on a larger scale, prevents them from giving up on the final exam and setting them on the path to becoming true professionals. Linye replies, yeah, I was just thinking that they might miss out on some necessary training to become professionals, but let's not worry about it. Let's just go find the final boss. Linye's group follows the key's guidance. They've already defeated 2 bosses and are now heading to the final boss. Linye says, only the giant of the graveyard is left, deep in the forest. He thinks to himself, the design of the Forest of Lost Giants is pretty amazing. The second boss, the Dark Curse Knight, is actually the strongest one in the entire dungeon. The final boss may look like Godzilla, with his huge heaven and earth shattering moves, is actually just a big idiot. The system displays its information. Name Giant of the Graveyard level 15, Strength 25, Constitution 30, Intelligence 10, Spirit 15, Speed 10, Gold Aptitude, and the skill, Giant Barrage, and Giant Iron Fist special introduction. An unknown creature as enigmatic as a riddle. It's unknown how it even appeared here. Bai Ji says urgently, boss, the strategy is to attack the armor on its left foot. Right. Linye replies, yeah, no need to panic. This thing is slow and its movements are really obvious. The giant monster appears and Linye says, pressure its left leg, and it can only try to stomp directly on you. After hearing this, Bai Ji replies, okay, I'll go first. Linye stops her. Hey, wait a second, he continues. He never said we'd use the same strategy this time. How about we let the Curse Master do our dirty work for us? Linye uses the skill, Summon Dark Curse Knight. The Dark Curse Knight is level 15, and its power is no less than when it was a boss. Linye gives the order, go Curse Master, and the Dark Curse Knight charges forward, using its Moonlight Pierce skill to attack. Next up, the Dark Curse Knight spins and unleashes Giant Barrage. The health bar of Zhongmuchang's giant starts to plummet. The Dark Curse Knight spots an opening. It immediately executes Rising Dragon Slash and Moonlight Sword Chi triple slash. Linye yells, Mumu, unleash your ultimate. Bai Ji, give us the enhancement skill. That's all we need. Bai Ji replies, got it. She uses Great Sword Master's Rally, boosting the entire team's attack and the entire team's synergy. Bai Ji unleashes her Flame Sword Chi. Su Mumu unleashes Tears of Life Poison Chant. Linye activates his power, he says, finishing this directly with Fall to Hell instant kill. A strike of immense power is unleashed. The system announces, you have slain the Secret Realm boss Zhongmuchang's giant. Received 8,000 experience points. Linye levels up to 10, Su Mumu levels up to 8, and Bai Ji levels up to 7. Everyone leveled up at the same time. Su Mumu exclaims in awe, Linye, you're level 10. The system announces again, judging the challengers, all hidden conditions have been met. The dungeon rating has been raised to SSS. You have received double experience. Linye levels up to 11. Su Mumu levels up to 9, and Bai Ji levels up to 8. Bai Ji exclaims excitedly, leveling up twice in a row. I've never heard of anything like this before. A reward chest appears. Giant's Ruin Forest Dungeon begins calculating rewards, affected by the special ability, Gaze of the Goddess of Luck. The clear reward chest has been upgraded to Diamond tier. Completed all hidden conditions rating increased to SSS affected by the special ability, Gaze of the Goddess of Luck. Received 1, Platinum Treasure Chest, Open Treasure Chest, yes or no? Su Mumu hugs Bai Ji tightly and says, whoa, little Bai, your ability is like the Queen of Luck, personified. A living lucky charm. Linye chimes in, this is exactly why I added her to the team. The rewards from the chest appear. Opening the Diamond Treasure Chest. Received Diamond Tier Skill, Azure Sea Tidal Life. Received Diamond Tier Equipment, Heart of the Giant. Each person receives 15 free attribute points and 1 Lightning Finger. Opening the Platinum Chest, each person receives 15 free attribute points and the White Spirit Knight Platinum Tier Chestplate and the White Spirit Knight Platinum Tier Long Spear. Received the item Grey Demon Marrow Stone. The system introduces Heart of the Giant. Type accessory. All attributes plus 15 with an active skill. Giant's Strength after activation, gain a super armor effect for 5 seconds. Grey Marrow Stone increases a weapon's armor penetration and boosts its physical attack. Lightning Finger adds elemental lightning magic damage to a weapon. White Spirit Knight Set Chestplate. Class restricted armor for knights increases strength and constitution and reduces the wearer's speed. Activating the full set grants a unique special effect. White Spirit Knight Set Long Spear. Class restricted long spear for knights. Increases strength and comes with the Bright Spearhead effect. Using the Bright Spearhead skill raises it by 2 levels. Activating the full set grants a unique special effect. Azure Sea Tidal Life, a priest exclusive skill. restores the entire party's HP within a certain range, and simultaneously dispels 2 random debuffs. Lin Ye notes that this skill isn't bad. He tries out the skill's reverse version. Azure Sea Tidal Life becomes Undead Death Sea Level 1, summons a death tide that sweeps through the entire area, inflicting 500 damage to all enemies within its range, not including attribute and equipment bonuses, and HP, and randomly applies 2 debuff statuses. But Lin Ye thinks to himself, it seems my reverse talent doesn't cause the skill to gain any kind of transformation effect, turning it into a debuff skill similar to a boss's crowd control. For instance, the White Spirit Knight's Source of Assault is a self-slowing stun, crowd control, he recalls. But after reversing it, it becomes a self-cleanse for crowd control, and a speed boost, so for Azure Sea Tidal Life, after it becomes a damage skill. What was originally a cleanse for your own debuffs just turns into applying debuff statuses to the enemy, Lin Ye muses. But if it's random, then you can't really define its properties. It could be an attribute reduction, a healing reduction, or even a stunning crowd control. Lin Ye holds out his hands, learning the Azure Sea Tidal Life skill. He thinks to himself, this is a reminder that I need to focus on learning cleanse-type skills in the future, to build a control-based playstyle. Lin Ye creates a magic orb while thinking. Besides, the description for Reverse Universe made it very clear that if the talent reaches a high enough level, it can even change the fundamental nature of a skill in the end. And the right to interpret it belongs to the talent itself. It reverses however it wants to reverse. Lin Ye says to the 2 girls, we'll sort out and divide the other stuff once we're outside. Teacher Chu disappearing and the dungeon difficulty being lowered, I still have to tell the people at the academy. And Shangguan Yan. Lin Ye's expression turns serious. This is probably going to cause another huge stir. The next day in the headmaster's office, the headmaster exclaims, what, Lin Ye killed the Dark Curse Knight in the Giant's Ruin Forest? He seems unable to believe his ears. I didn't mishear. You're talking about the giant in the disaster level Ruin Forest. After the disaster level dungeon reached an SSS ranking, the system announced the final mission was complete, and the difficulty of the Giant's Ruin Forest will be directly reduced by 1 level. Shangguan Yan replies, that's right. Right after Lin Ye left the dungeon, he contacted me. The Alliance has confirmed that this is indeed the case. The headmaster asks under the Forgotten Lair certification. Shangguan Yan nods and says, he got it. You should know that currently only 73 people have attempted the Forgotten Lair. He lists. Of those, 24 people died. All the rest chose to give up. Not a single one made it through. They didn't even make it halfway. Shangguan Yan frowns and recalls none of them could challenge it a second time. It's not that they didn't want to, but that they couldn't get the qualification certificate a second time, or they had already passed the level cap. Huang Tianqi claps Shangguan Yan on the shoulder and says we'll have to wait until he's stuck at level 15 and can't level up to 16 to enter. For such a talented and skilled professional, the Alliance will do its absolute best to provide maximum support. However, after entering the dungeon, he'll still have to rely on himself. The headmaster sighs in relief. That's great. That's wonderful. Yes, I and all the students of the academy owe him our thanks. He stands up and asserts the commendation ceremony must absolutely be held before. I had mentioned it during a meeting to definitively seal this dungeon for good, but everyone opposed it. Huang Tianqi shakes his head and replies, an elite army is small, not large. Students who don't dare to face challenges should logically be eliminated. The Alliance won't raise useless people who aren't fit to be professionals. The headmaster blames himself. I was just sighing. The Dark Curse Knight drove several students from our academy. Shangguan Yan waves his fan and says, that's not quite how you should put it. Suddenly, there's a loud noise. Su Mumu bursts in holding her phone and says, excuse me, headmaster, sorry to interrupt. Lin Ye's squad and I have run into a bit of trouble. She holds up her phone and angrily recounts. After we left the dungeon and reported the situation to the Alliance less than 24 hours later, this news appeared on the professional forums. The post shows a meticulous analysis of Lin Ye's psyche. Is he ultimately a fallen one, or does he have a demonic talent? Su Mumu angrily continues. Many people are pointing out that Lin Ye's attributes aren't just from adding points. They're also saying his strategy of adding points and selling equipment is corrupt. Some people are even maliciously analyzing every secretly recorded frame of his videos, saying his talent is illogical and unrealistic, thinking his talent is demonic, thinking he made a deal with a demon. Su Mumu seethes with rage and says, if Lin Ye is the best student of the professional academy, a future professional respected by the students, everyone should know his character and his strength. He is the pride of our academy. Su Mumu pleads, please do something for Lin Ye. The headmaster speaks up. Student Su Mumu, We understand how you and feel. Shangguanyan opens the system and says, I'll check immediately. A series of malicious comments appears. One person comments that he's a level 35 high-level alliance member, a graduate from the top professional academy in the capital, and proves it as follows. Please see my analysis below. This Lin Ye is a fallen one. Everyone below chimes in with their comments. What a mysterious talent, a heaven-sent genius emerges. It's all just Jiang Cheng hyping up a priest with a talent that's unheard of. Not to mention that explosive damage, decked out in a full set of diamond-grade equipment, and he still won't admit the video is fake. This is the guy who made a deal with a demon. I have connections, his teacher is my father's friend. The academy. A lot of people there are actually suspicious too. Those videos are all staged, who knows if they're real or fake. I'd rather believe he made a deal with a demon. Yeah, now I'm certain this is all a scam. A scammer is a little better than a fallen one. I just hope the professional alliance can investigate and handle this seriously. He should be punished severely, not covered for. Huang Tianqi and Shangguanyan read a series of comments demanding Lin Ye come out and prove himself. Otherwise we have reason to suspect and revoke his professional examination qualification. But Lin Ye is clearly still just a student. You're guilty until proven innocent. Logic is a bit too much. How can he be a fallen one, you guys? Build up gods, then tear them down? It's truly pathetic. This question is ridiculous. The people who were brainwashed by the hype and the people who have the sense to question it are usually not the same people. Keep the ammo coming and let it fly a while longer. The headmaster says to Su Mumu, Student Su, you and I will go and verify the situation with this teacher. This Huang Tianqi says annoyed, haha. It's hard to say if this teacher even exists. Shangguanyan realizes this is clearly caused by outsiders unaware of the alliance's internal situation being manipulated. I suggest that the alliance and the school as well as the Huang and Qi families make a joint statement, but I'm afraid even that won't be enough. Lin Ye walks in. He suggests everyone I request to undergo a demonic energy test. Shangguanyan exclaims. Lin Ye, scene change. Huang Tianqi and Shangguan Yan appear on a news report explaining the alliance's situation. The three parties' denial of the rumors has a certain impact, and the so-called news from inside the school, in fact, had no such person in the first place. The source of the rumor has also admitted to starting it. And the matter of Lin Ye dealing with demons, on screen it shows the rumor monger has been arrested. Huang Tianqi stamps the confirmation at the alliance base. The reporters are standing outside, swarming like ants. A barrage of questions is fired. Lin Ye, can you tell us why you need to undergo a demonic energy test? Lin Ye, your talent and demons, do they have any connection or not? Excuse me. Can the credibility of the alliance be guaranteed? How do we know the machine hasn't been tampered with? Lin Ye, you're the role model of the academy. We can't let them take you down. Whoa, Lin Ye really came. I heard he voluntarily requested to undergo the demonic energy test, huh? The alliance's internal affairs are very shady. Let's just watch and see. Lin Ye glances down at the crowd of reporters. They fall silent for a moment, too nervous to say a word. Lin Ye sneers. You shouldn't be a reporter if you're this gutless. The students in the school confront the reporters. Speak up, why are you too scared to talk now? Weren't you just questioning the alliance a minute ago? You think the world revolves around you, huh? Geez. The live broadcast has started. Hurry up and watch, don't waste your breath on him. At the demonic energy detection point, a drone flies overhead filming live. The instructor says, please step inside the formation and wait for the test. Lin Ye takes off his shirt and replies, alright. Light envelops Lin Ye. The system displays beginning demonic energy contamination. Level test in progress, 5%. The instructor starts to say something. That is then, he continues, actually, you don't have to do this. Some people just can't stand to see others succeed. The other person affirms most professionals believe in your strength. Lin Ye replies, actually, I just find this very interesting. The test formation reaches 15%, he continues. I honestly don't care what those people say. I just don't want the people who trust me to worry too much, that's all. The other person nods and replies, I understand. Lin Ye's test reaches 50%. The instructor says, we hope you get a good result. Otherwise we'll have no choice but to apprehend you right on the spot. Lin Ye replies, all right. He closes his eyes and focuses. 85%. Everyone is extremely nervous. The system announces 100%. Test complete. Demonic energy contamination value is 0%. No packs detected. With evil demons, the instructor rejoices. Excellent, I'll print the report for you right away outside. The main screen displays the test information. The reporters are dumbfounded. What really? Not a single trace of demonic energy. How is this possible? The comments explode randomly, saying he must be a fallen one. What now? Why aren't you jumping to conclusions anymore? Oh my god, a priest can have such incredible power without making a deal with evil demons. What is his talent? Yeah, I'm starting to get curious too. It's not like a divine star descended from heaven, is it? Everyone present at the scene cheers. God Ye is the best. God Ye is invincible. Lin Ye announces via the drone. I now want to reveal my attribute points and my level. If anyone has any objections, you can come find me for a one-on-one or a group fight, whatever you want. Meanwhile, Huang Xiaofeng has seen the news. He angrily throws his phone and screams, "Damn it, how can this be Lin Ye? This guy is so demonic. He was definitely bewitched by a demon and used some trick to get through." He jumps out the window, full of fighting spirit, and says, "No way. This young master must warn him." Huang Xiaofeng stealthily follows Lin Ye. Lin Ye calmly carries a bag of snacks he bought for Su Mumu and Bai Zhi. Huang Xiaofeng thinks to himself, peasant food, milk tea and snacks. Lin the dog has truly fallen. He can be so self-indulgent. HMF. He suddenly loses track of Lin. Yeah, where'd he go? Lin Ye from behind kicks Huang Xiaofeng right in the butt and asks, "You've escaped from prison." Huang Xiaofeng yells, "Damn it. So sneaky." Lin Ye replies, "The stalker is still more dangerous." Huang Xiaofeng points at Lin Ye and shouts, "Hey, you better not be ungrateful. I came here specifically to warn you." He whispers to Lin Ye, "You've met them too, right? The trashy demons or whatever." Lin Ye replies, "Nope." He recalls the time in the dungeon thinking, "On the contrary, I met a few evil humans." Huang Xiaofeng shouts, "Don't act so tough. This young master just let you get lucky and defeat me. And then that abyss demon came looking for me. Let me give you a piece of advice. Report this quickly to the Alliance and accept their investigation. Cooperate with them to track down the demon's trail." Lin Ye says doubtfully, "Oh, you're saying the abyss demon has its eyes on you, and you not only resisted the temptation but also actively turned yourself in?" Huang Xiaofeng says smugly, "Yeah, a bunch of cowardly rats. They don't even dare to show up in the human world, and they have the audacity to think this young master would submit to them." Huang Xiaofeng laughs arrogantly. "I, Huang Xiaofeng, was born to be the main character. #1 in money, #1 in looks, and #1 in strength too. Do I need this low-class trash to prove myself?" Lin Ye is speechless and thinks, haha, only #1 in needing support, he muses. But then again, although this guy's personality and qualities need a complete overhaul, the fact that he resisted the demon's temptation actually makes you see him in a different light. Lin Ye turns to leave, not forgetting to say, "I don't just hate the abyss demons like you. The talent I have is something they can never hope to reach. You should understand that very well." Huang Xiaofeng angrily points and says, "What do you mean by that?" Lin the dog, "Just you wait, this young master. Anyway, I don't believe you. I'm going to report you." Lin Ye sighs, I should still contact Huang Tianqi and have him locked up again. It would really be for the best. Lin Ye's phone vibrates. He goes, "Huh." Then he takes out his phone. Someone has messaged him. Lin Ye, God Ye, what audacity. "We've caught the liar." Lin Ye reads the message in the God Ye Academy Professional Support Group. #1, in Jiangcheng, the user, God Ye Forever messages. Lin Ye, God Ye, what audacity. "We've caught the liar. This guy is even trying to profit off the strategy you released." Lin Ye texted who? And the other guy replied, "Cao Yuan. He's in our class and he's using the guide you published. He just tweaked it a little and then started selling it for profit. And he's even bad-mouthing you." He then asked if there was proof and the guy said yes. He pulled together a small group just to spread lies about you. He even pulled my big bro into it, who took a screenshot for me. Lin Ye recorded a voice message. "This guy is going on the blacklist from now on. All my guides and any gear will be completely unavailable to him. And as for the rumors, everyone can just screenshot the proof and send it to me, and I'll post it on the official Alliance forums." A player named Long Live Lord Ye asked, "Lord Ye, but the bros are furious and want to go teach him a serious lesson. Can we?" Lin Ye texted back that the professional exams are right around the corner. There's no need to ruin your futures over some worthless loser. For a professional's future, the best punishment is not being able to get any free attribute points. He continued, "If you guys catch Cao Yuan, I can give you all a piece of a guide that isn't for sale to the public." The guy was shocked. "Huh, is it really a guide that's not for sale to the public?" Lin Ye replied, "Of course it is. Whatever guide you want is fine." Another person chimed in, "Huh, for real?" Lin Ye texted, "Not just that. If you guys see anyone else like Cao Yuan, just report them, and I'll have even more exclusive guide benefits for all of you." The other guy texted back with envy, "Man, when can I just pump out guides like you, churning them out so easily?" Lin Ye continued, Oh right, here's a little preview. The cheese strat for the Boneyard Dungeon is dropping right now. Go check out the preview, everyone. People quickly flooded in to see the Boneyard cheese strat preview, and then the comments exploded. Maintaining the Holy Sword's health at 100% for the clear. What the hell? Lord Ye, this is just insane. Bro Lin, you're my eternal big bro. Please don't hold back. Just shower me with those reward guides. Lin Ye messaged the group. But I need you guys to do some promoting to the other students for me. That buying Cao Yuan's cheap pirated versions is an infringement of my rights. So from today on, anyone who buys or distributes a pirated copy will never get access to any of the guides that I publish in the future. In the group, the other three replied. Understood, Lord Ye. Down with piracy, down with the bootleggers. We're on it now. And everyone read the announcement. From this day forward, delete all pirated copies of the guides. From Bro Lin, anyone caught distributing them again will be put on the blacklist, and will never be able to receive any guides in the future. And anyone who covers for someone else will be treated as an accomplice and blocked all the same. Some people who read the announcement immediately had a major backlash. On what grounds? We just want to save a few alliance coins and we're not allowed. Yeah, right. If you ask me, Cao Yuan is the good guy here. The announcement continued. These guides were all painstakingly created by Lin Ye himself. Cao Yuan is just a bootlegger. You guys want the SSS rank clear rewards, but you also want them for the lowest price. Isn't that completely unreasonable? You actually expect Lin Ye to just work for free for you guys. The other group shot back. If we can't use them, then fine. What kind of tyrannical rules are these? How many more guides can he possibly even make? I think this is all just hype. Then someone else posted. The Boneyard Guide maintains the Holy Sword's health at 100%. We've already got the trial version. The forums completely exploded. What? I want it. My life depends on this. I want it too. I've been dying for this one. I don't buy it. Whatever, I don't need to see it. The user has left the group chat, and a member in the group messaged, we're permabanning this ID. Just leak a bit of his personal info, and his other accounts will get banned too. No. No problem. I already blocked him. Please, I'm begging for your guide. Everyone started scrambling to find Lin Ye's group. How do I get into Lord Ye's inner circle group? I want to join too. I'll pay a ton of money for it. I'm deleting those pirated copies right now, supporting the original Lord Ye. Lin Ye's phone was blowing up with non-stop notifications. He just calmly carried his bags upstairs. In the group, people were buzzing with excitement. You can join the group. And besides the Boneyard Guide, there are guides for other major dungeons too. And they're the first to get continuously updated versions. You can even trial them in the group. You can even discuss and improve the guides with the master himself. This is the real deal. No scams here. I'm coming. I'd climb a mountain of swords and dive into a sea of flames for the great master, just for a single one of his guides. I want to join Lin Ye's fan club too. We're the official strategy group. Who cares about the rest? I admire the strong and I'm a die-hard fan of Brother Lin. Lin's group had added over 999 members. He wondered, why are there suddenly so many people? Lin Ye sighed. But when you're dealing with petty people, you really have to use a method that hits them where it hurts. Hitting a nerve is often more effective than throwing a punch. This way I can stabilize my own stream of income, and I won't have to worry about malicious competition affecting my revenue stream. Lin Ye opened his system and said, in that case, let's organize my current data and equipment. The system displayed Lin Ye, Profession Priest, level 11, with points added to Strength, Constitution, Intelligence, Spirit, and Agility. Active equipment, Demon Emperor's Regalia, 4-piece set, Boots of Swiftwind, Falling Flash Stone, Emerald Ring, Awakened Talent, Reversal of Heaven and Earth, level 2, Single Target Skills, Healing Plunder, Support Skills, Nether Art, Forbidden Shadow Art, Group Skills, Divine Instrument Healing, Calamity's Advent, Spirit Pig's Divine Path, Heavenly Hell, Azure Sea Life Tide, Necrotic Sea Forest. Lin Yi noticed a red exclamation point on his screen and went, He then clicked on the exclamation point. The system displayed Reversal of Heaven and Earth level 2. Reverse Enhancement. You and all skills targeting you can be freely toggled on and off at higher levels. It can even change the fundamental nature of skills. Current effect conversion. Healing turns into damage. Damage turns into healing. Buffs become debuffs, and debuffs become buffs. Applies to both allies and enemies. Current enhancement effect. Reduces mana cost by 10%, and reduces cooldown time by 10%. Upgrade conditions. Personal level must reach level 20. Kill 10,000 secret dungeon creatures, using reversal skills, Lin Ye mused. So this is heading towards unlimited firepower, but I can put off leveling it up for now, and wait until after the professional exams. He put his hand on his chin thinking, after breaking through level 10 with the level up bonus and free attribute points, my intelligence has already reached nearly 150. My next goal is to get my base intelligence value to 150 after factoring out the bonuses from equipment. Then I'll boost my agility, spirit, and constitution, and finally, I'll consider strength. Even so, my secondary stats are already top tier among the other students. Lin Ye messaged someone. Zhao Kai Huang. Hey, this is Lin Ye. Zhao Kai Huang replied. Bro Lin, what can I do for you? Lin Ye texted. I want to buy some equipment. Gold grade or higher priest gear including a weapon, boots, necklace, and a jade pendant. I'll message you with the specific requirements. Zhao Kai Huang texted back. Bro Lin, gold grade is easy, but if you want the premium stuff it's a bit tricky. Lin Ye replied, that's fine. Gold tier is fine too. Zhao Qihang messaged alright. Just a moment while I send you the list. 10 minutes later, Zhao Qihang sent over a whole list. Brother Lin, here's what you can choose with the stat charts. I've included all the pros, cons, and prices. Alongside it, Zhao Qihang had listed a series of weapon attribute summaries, summary charts for filtered boots, attribute filtering charts for jade pendants, and summary charts for filtered necklaces. Lin Ye thought. The profit margin on this gold tier weapon is decent. The boots won't work. He messaged back. I want the priest's weapon, the star healing scepter, the bone necklace, and the white crane jade pendant. The boots are a no-go. Zhao Qihang replied, okay, I'll remove them then. That's 350,000 total. Lin Ye replied. No problem, you remembered. By the way, I also need some forging stones to upgrade a few pieces of equipment. 10 million. Zhao Qihang was stunned. Huh, you want them now? The price right now might be a bit. Lin Ye found it hard to explain since he couldn't just tell him that he was planning to raid the land of the dead. Zhao Qihang, seeming to realize he'd overstepped, immediately messaged. My apologies, Brother Lin. I was being nosy. I'll get right on it. The cost of the forging stones, plus the previous gear, came out to a total of nearly 2.4 million alliance coins. Lin Ye immediately paid the 2.4 million alliance coins. Then he received the items: the bone necklace, the white crane jade pendant, and the star healing scepter. Lin Ye gave the command, begin enhancement. The system announced forging successful. The magnificent demon emperor's 4-piece set has been forged to +10, the star healing scepter has been forged to +10, the bone necklace has been forged to +10, and the white crane jade pendant has been forged to +10. The enhanced equipment stats soared. Lin Ye was satisfied for the time being. This should do it. He recalled the scenes inside the dungeon. With this level of gear, an SSS rating for clearing the land of the dead should be more than enough. After all, in a dungeon like the land of the dead, the drops are always good, never bad. Suddenly there was a noise in the house. A wary Lin Ye turned around. Huh. He went out to check. Seeing Su Mumu, he called out Mumu. Su Mumu, who had just finished showering, was wrapped in just a towel. She turned around when she heard Lin Ye's voice, blushing with a start. She fumbled to cover herself, and said bashfully, when did you get home? You didn't make a sound. I used the bathroom in your room. You don't mind, right? It's just that the hot water in my room is having issues. Lin Ye blushed and scratched his head, replying, it's no problem. Do you need me to take a look? Su Mumu immediately replied, no, it's fine. By the way, do you have a moment? I need to talk to you about something. Lin Ye pointed to himself. Me sure. But you should dry your hair and get dressed first. You'll catch a cold. Su Mumu nodded. She quickly darted off. Then just wait for me. A second, it'll only be a few minutes. Lin Ye replied. Sure. 5 minutes later, Su Mumu was fully dressed and sitting on the sofa with Lin Ye, who asked, so what's on your mind? Why so serious? Su Mumu began. Well, I wanted to say that before. Little Bai Ji was complaining to me that she really doesn't like the greatsword class. She's still not used to a lot of things about it, and even though she's upgraded her gear, soloing dungeons is still a little tough. Hearing this, Lin Ye said, oh, is that so? She never mentioned anything to me. Besides, I thought she handled her greatsword with ease. It might be a bit of a hassle, but it's manageable. If we can find proof of heroic deeds, she can change her class. She could pick a class that suits her better someday. I'll ask Huang Tianqi and see if he knows a way, but Bai Ji needs to be the one to decide if she really wants a class change. Su Mumu immediately stood up and said nervously, oh, that's wonderful. I'm so relieved. Well, I'll be heading back now. Lin Ye cut her off, saying stay put. He raised an eyebrow as if he'd figured out Su Mumu's real intention. You must have something else you want to say. And it's not just about Bai Ji. Sumu hesitated. Lin Ye emphasized. I'm asking about you. Having been seen through, Sumu bristled up, saying, yeah, you're right. This arrogant jerk saw right through me. Alright, but after you hear me out you can't laugh at me. Lin Ye chuckled to himself. Oh, I promise, Sumu shouted. You can't laugh at me. Sumu looked a little sad and said, Lin Ye, you're already level 11, right? Have you noticed that ever since we awakened our talents, the distance between us seems to be getting bigger and bigger? Lin Ye was confused. Huh, has it? Sumu thought sadly. I knew it, she recalled. From childhood until now, we've almost always played together. I thought that even after awakening our talents, we would definitely be the best partners, with the best understanding and who could trust each other the most. But you don't seem to need me at all. Relying on your own abilities, you can get the hidden level rewards and become the center of attention, while I just follow your orders and take care of some small nuisances that you could easily solve yourself. Sumu, with tears in her eyes, continued. I'm happy for you too, but the distance between us is growing larger. During dungeon runs I'm gradually feeling like I'm actually just a hindrance and that I have no way of becoming the pillar of a team. Lin Ye patted Sumu's head and comforted her. Mumu, you're overthinking it, Sumu replied. You idiot, it's you. You basically don't know. You don't know the feeling of a chaser trying to keep up with someone else's footsteps, but feeling more and more helpless. I don't want to keep relying on you anymore. Hearing this, Lin Ye said, if that's the case, then from today onwards you have to be even more disciplined. Snacks and late-night meals are cancelled starting today. As long as it's not a dungeon run, you'll join me at 5 in the morning for exercise. The goal is to increase your reaction speed. Sumu's jaw dropped and she replied, but isn't agility something you can just stack points into? Lin Ye teased her. You think you have enough points to spare? Sumu started wailing. Boo-hoo-hoo. Lin Ye took out an item and handed it to Sumu. Alright, take this. Sumu was puzzled. This is the giant's heart. For me, Lin Ye replied. That's right, it's a gift for you. He added. This thing is perfect for you to use during this transitional period. Plus, your copy has the ability to double its effects. Lin Ye encouraged her. Mumu, believe in yourself. Your talent combined with your class has limitless potential. Sumu looked at the item in her hand and said with determination, Alright, I'll do it. Starting today, snacks are out. Lin Ye thought to himself. When this girl grows up, you still have to use real things to encourage her. Is that it? Sumu grabbed Lin Ye's hand and said, if that's the case. She summoned little Mumu and pushed Lin Ye down on the sofa, then said, Teacher Lin, first, let's test out a little of the potential of my tears of vitality. Hearing this, Lin Ye went, huh? Sumu listed. Back massages, full body massages, cooking, cleaning. I'm an expert at everything you know. The two of them pounced on Lin Ye to give him a massage, and said, you have to enjoy it. All Lin Ye could do was let out a strangled cry. Inside the room, Sumu happily walked over to greet. Little Bai Ji, you're here. Lin Ye also spoke gently. Sorry to trouble you, making you come all this way. Bai Ji asked confusedly. You want to go to the land of the dead now? Shouldn't you rest for another day? Just then, the system screen suddenly appeared above his head, announcing you have been affected by an unknown power and received a special buff. The gaze of the goddess of luck, and each dungeon clear, will increase the treasure chest by 1 grade. Lin Ye smiled gently and said, no need. I've already rested. You guys, on the other hand, Bai Ji and Mumu should go see a movie. Combining work and rest will double your efficiency. After that, Lin Ye immediately used the stone sword key to summon the secret realm, the land of the dead. A teleportation gate once opened. A strange portal suddenly appeared in mid-air. A gust of wind blew as the screen displayed a new notification. Entering the secret realm, the land of the dead one time, selecting the hardest difficulty, calamity grade. As soon as he entered, Lin Ye transformed back into his priest form. He gave a quiet command. Let's go. Seeing this, Sumu cried out anxiously. Calamity grade. Oh Lin Ye you. But at this point, Lin Ye had already completely stepped into the dungeon. Secret realm. Land of the dead. Level 15. 2. 25. Difficulty. Calamity grade. Extremely dangerous. The level gap with your profession is too large. Please proceed. With caution. This is a restricted area of life. Shrouded in death. Any living creature that steps into it will become food for the army of the undead. After glancing at the information, he let out a small sigh of relief. Luckily there are no intruders in this dungeon. It's not as terrifying as I thought. After thinking this, Lin Ye immediately used the reversal of heaven and earth skill. The moment the power was used, a series of notifications immediately popped up. The life energy in your body has alarmed the Deathwing Dragon, the immortal withered demon king, the demonic giant corpse keeper, and the mistress of death. They have all been awakened at the same time before his eyes. A horde of the Wraith Legion appeared. Their skills included resentful fire, undead wrath, and nether abyss. The system also drew a conclusion. A massive army of the undead has awakened, and is now charging towards you. They then looked at Lin Ye, with hunger in their eyes, murmuring the living. So delicious. The seal on the zombie riot has been lifted, and the holy sword of blazing red flames that suppresses this place has appeared. You will temporarily gain unparalleled power. Then a sharp sword immediately appeared before his eyes. It was the sword of blazing red flames, divine artifact, and its level is unknown. After equipping it, any attack can deal 500% bonus damage, counters undead creatures with an anti-healing effect, a 50% damage immunity effect, and its attacks are imbued with the Holy Flame attribute, dealing massive Holy Flame area of effect damage. Seeing the chain-bound sword, Lin Ye raised an eyebrow, wondering to himself, isn't this sword just a lazy way to fight? Like that bonehead Tang? Then he came to a conclusion. Of course I can't use it. Just as he thought that, a requirement panel appeared before his eyes with basic and additional requirements. To clear the land of death as follows. 1. Survive the onslaught of the undead army, and stay alive for 2 hours until the Holy Knights arrive to help. Kill any hidden boss to achieve any of the special requirements. Kill all hidden bosses. Continuously eliminate the spawning undead and also purge all undead creatures in the land of death. Do not use the Holy Sword Chained Flame within 2 hours, which is before the Holy Knights arrive. Complete the first 3 tasks, and the 5th task requires the first 4 to be completed before it unlocks. After grasping the information, Lin Ye immediately leaped into the air, shouting loudly, "Reverse the stars!" Then he immediately plunged, the scepter in his hand, straight into the ground. Fallen heavens, hell. The ground suddenly cracked wide open. The soulless legion was engulfed in hellfire, and screamed in agony. You're not human. How can a human unleash the flames of hell? It hurts so much at the same time. All the undead in the legion lost 754 health points as a blood-red aura shot out from Lin Ye's scepter, soaring into the sky, creating a vortex. He furrowed his brow and growled, "Reverse divine artifact. Calamity's arrival." The moment he spoke, a massive bolt of lightning struck the ground. Notifications popped up as all the undead in the legion lost 473 health. Activating bleed for -77 damage for 1 second, for a total of 1,304 damage. The undead legion has been annihilated. Lin Ye raised an eyebrow, smugly, just as I expected. After upgrading my gear and the Demon Emperor's attributes, and gaining an extra 90% healing power, these level 15 gold tier undead minions were actually wiped out in a single second. I didn't even need to use the ultimate skill, Azure Sea Tide. However, he frowned, looking towards the undead, who were charging at him, and thought, but the system issued a warning. A new undead army has appeared. Please quickly break through the army's blockade, and delve deeper to kill the boss and destroy the altar of death. Looking at the glowing blue pill in his hand, Lin Ye grinned triumphantly, recalling how Bai Ji and Su Mumu had stuffed his inventory with 7,749 types of potions. He thought, I really have to thank my 2 amazing teammates. The system then displayed, to synthesize and use all the following items. Use the superior speed potion to increase your movement speed for 5 minutes. Use pills made from standard windrock eggs, and your agility stat will temporarily increase by 50 points for 5 minutes. Use the thunder flute to gain the lightning flash sprint effect, lasting for 5 minutes, continuously boosting your movement speed. Use the smoked chicken dish to temporarily enhance your stamina. After absorbing all the supplemental energy, Lin Ye shot forward like a gust of wind. Wherever he went, he passed. The undead legion was utterly decimated. With absolute power, Lin Ye quickly ran through the undead legion and teleported to the altar of death. A crimson glow suddenly flashed in his eyes. Lin Ye roared in a deep voice, "Reverse Azure Sea Tide." The moment he spoke, Lin Ye immediately used Sea of the Undead, a blood-red sea, quickly engulfed the entire undead legion. This skill increases damage by an additional 10%. Looking at the devastating scene of the Undead Legion, a new notification popped up. Congratulations all. Enemies are in a soul-burning state. All enemy attack forces are weakened. All enemies are afflicted with poison and silence debuffs. Defense and speed are reduced drastically. The enemy is stunned, and development time is reduced by 1080 life points. The undead army has been annihilated. Seeing they had been wiped out, Lin Ye lowered his scepter. The dark water quickly receded, and after the water was gone, it revealed the altar along with a giant corpse butcher standing guard. In front, it didn't take long for all its information to appear before his eyes. The altar of death has 10,000 health points. Its defense and attack power are 0. There are 5 strange buildings in the land of death that continuously summon undead creatures from the netherworld. They are guarded by 5 bosses of the hidden realm once destroyed the undead creatures. In the current area will stop being summoned, and the already summoned undead will not disappear. As for the giant corpse butcher, it's level 15. Its strength, physique, and intelligence, spirit and agility are all unknown. With a platinum aptitude, its skills include Plague Burst, Toxic Regeneration, Physical Split, Iron Hook, and Death Slash. It devours corpses to regain health and create undead. It loves to tear enemies apart, and also devours corpses in its mouth. In its special giant form, the corpse butcher will split and revive upon being killed. At this moment, another system notification appeared. Reverse Purification Technique. Nether Forbidden Art has been imprisoned and controlled. The giant corpse butcher was suddenly bound by countless iron chains. Lin Ye seized the opportunity and charged forward. He silently calculated. Next, I just need 30 seconds then. He summoned a horde of monsters with shimmering red bodies, and commanded, "Go defeat them, don't just stand there." Lin Ye swung his scepter, activating Reverse Healing Art and Plunder Art, Reverse Divine Artifact, Calamity's Arrival, and Reverse the Spirit Wine of the Pig. Fallen Heaven's hell surrounded the altar. In an instant, the altar was melted by his immense power. At the same time, a new notification appeared. Defeating the altar of death, the undead creatures in this area have stopped being summoned. Defeating the giant corpse butcher. 2 giant corpse butchers have appeared. Accordingly, on the other side, the giant corpse butcher had split itself in 2. Lin Ye's brow furrowed as he shouted Plunder Art the moment he spoke. 2 brilliant red beams of light immediately shot forward, causing it to explode quickly. The screen displayed a new notification. Defeat the split giant corpse butcher. The Skeleton King and the Immortal Lich have awakened. And looking at the pile of bones left at his feet, Lin Ye thought, it seems that, even in a genius-level difficulty dungeon, as long as there's a level restriction, it won't be that intimidating, at least with my current abilities and equipment. This is more than enough. Then he suddenly called out, "Come out, come, sorcerer, I need you this time." As soon as he spoke, the Dark Curse Knight and its dragon appeared instantly. A new notification popped up. Summon the Dark Curse Knight, a level 15 gold tier warrior to engage in combat. Duration, 1 continuous hour. Just as Lin Ye jumped onto the dragon's back, the undead also awakened. Below, the 2 of them quickly flew towards the distant mountain. After a while of traveling, Lin Ye arrived, and what greeted him was the sight of the Skeleton King sitting on his golden throne, made entirely of bones. He looked up at the withered skull and its glowing blue eyes, then glanced at the information that had just appeared. Skeleton King, level 15 strength, physique, intelligence, unknown spirit and agility, unknown platinum aptitude. Skills include Legion Command, Death's Banner, Evil Aura, Flesh, Resurrection, and Shield of the Deceased. The Skeleton King uses aura skills and expertise to empower surrounding undead creatures. Prefers using human wave tactics to hunt down enemies. Then he looked at another information panel. Immortal Lich, level 15. All information is unknown. Platinum aptitude skills include Death, Fluctuation, Icebone, Magic Black Hole, and Lunar Eclipse. Frozen Blood is a powerful lich who actively possesses spellcasters, borrowing dark magic and soul magic to transform himself into an immortal being with exquisite magic casting abilities and intelligence, far surpassing other undead creatures. Normally, Lin Ye would coldly order the Dark Curse Knight to kill. While Lin Ye was trying to look cool, the Dark Curse Knight suddenly mumbled a few words or something. Then he gave an awkward smile and said, "My bad." After that, Lin Ye coldly waved his hand and ordered, "Go." The moment he spoke, the scepter in his hand slammed hard onto the ground. The Immortal Lich's eyes widened in shock at that moment. The Dark Curse Knight charged forward, attacking the Immortal Lich. Then it unleashed its Moonlight Raid skill, causing her to scream in agony as her health dropped by 1,441. But the Immortal Lich suddenly crushed something in its mouth, making a Crisp sound in an instant, its entire body was enveloped in a strange blue light, summoning a horde of wraiths. But just as they were about to pounce, the Dark Curse Knight quickly created a spell shield that could reflect all damage from magic for 3 seconds. This sent both the wraiths and the immortal lich flying away. She found herself in a tight spot and trembled. She reached out a shaking hand towards the high platform, begging, "Skeleton King, help me." But as the Skeleton King stood up, he heard footsteps behind him. He turned his head in shock to look back, and saw Lin Ye standing behind him, shrouded in a sea of blood. He declared in a deep voice, "Your opponent is me." With that he unleashed the skill, Reverse Azure Sea, tied the sea of the undead in an instant. The sea of blood engulfed the Skeleton King, causing him to fall into a withered and weakened state as his health dropped by 999. Meanwhile, on the other side, the Dark Curse Knight was furiously unleashing its dragon rising slash and triple slash on the immortal lich, making her cry out in agony. Then it used the Tyrant's Curse skill, causing her to explode, sending smoke and dust everywhere. But the immortal lich's vitality was limitless. She quickly launched a sneak attack, but unfortunately, the Dark Curse Knight perfectly dodged her surprise attack. At that moment it sensed something strange behind it. The Dark Curse Knight turned to see the immortal lich gathering frost. She laughed maniacally, muttering frost. But it wasn't about to let her have her way. In just a few seconds, the Dark Curse Knight used its moonlight raid to slice her in two. The immortal lich, unwilling to accept defeat, screamed, "Pluto at the bottom of the abyss, I will trade my soul to you." With that, she performed the ritual of sacrificing her own body. Before that, the immortal lich resentfully cursed, "May my foolish enemy be damned to hell for all eternity." Seeing this, Lin Ye quickly spoke up, "Hey Curse Knight, she's going to self-destruct and take everyone with her." But it was too late. With a loud boom, the immortal lich's body exploded, creating a mist and countless ice crystals. That was frozen blood. The immortal lich sacrificed its soul to drain its entire remaining health bar and unleash a massive area of effect ice magic attack, causing huge ice magic damage and a freezing effect. But luckily the Dark Curse Knight managed to summon its shield in time. The magic shield caused all of her ice bones to reflect back at her. She roared in terror. What? At that moment, the Dark Curse Knight also turned and charged to ambush the Skeleton King. The target has been cleared. Along with Lin Ye's praise, the immortal lich also vanished into thin air. "Well done, Curse Knight." Lin Ye immediately used his scepter to destroy what little remained as calamity was approaching. Before completely disappearing, the Skeleton King unwillingly said, "Oh, you ignorant humans, true despair still lies ahead." The system also displayed a notification. Defeating the Skeleton King and the immortal lich has met the basic clearance requirement. Killing the hidden boss opens the teleportation gate. You can now leave through the portal. Also based on the requirements, the hidden realm has been completed, and you've earned the corresponding clearance points. At this moment, Lin Ye walked over and used a healing spell on the Dark Curse Knight, then casually cleaned it up. Lin Ye turned and swung his palm, destroying the altar. The altar of death has been destroyed, and the Dark Curse Knight summoned the Dark Flame Dragon, its comrade and brother-in-arms when it was alive. But nowadays the Dark Knight rarely summons it. Lin Ye quickly jumped onto the dragon's back and said, "The altar here is gone too. The undead creatures pose no threat anymore. Finally, time to clean up. Let's head to the next spot first." Then the Dark Flame Dragon spread its wings and flew forward. He frowned, looking at the empty space ahead, and muttered, "The last two bosses." Then he turned back to thank the Dark Curse Knight. "It's all thanks to you, Curse Knight. You saved me a lot of time on my way to fight monsters." Being praised made it extremely shy just then. The Dark Flame Dragon was suddenly attacked by countless ice shards. A monster with its mouth wide open was shooting countless ice bones at them. Lin Ye frowned and shouted, loud and clear, "Curse Knight, we've been spotted by the enemy. Be careful." The monster took the chance to fly in, ready to devour them both, but the Dark Flame Dragon quickly dodged to the side, and at the same time, the ice bones also scattered. Lin Ye and the Dark Curse Knight jumped down to face the monster, and opposite them was the Death Dragon. Level 15. Strength, Physique, Intelligence, Spirit and Agility were all unknown. Diamond Aptitude. Skills, Icebone Breath, Dragon's Might, Freezing Aura, Absolute Zero and Dragon Claw. In life, it was a great and worshipped dragon. After death, it was resurrected by the King of the Undead Kingdom, resurrected by the King of the Immortals. Under the blessing of the Death Aura, the evil dragon can control powerful ice magic, dealing continuous damage and a slowing effect now. Beneath it, a graceful figure suddenly appeared. It was the Maiden of Death. Her strength, physique, intelligence, spirit and agility were all blank. Diamond aptitude skills include Frozen Bone Arrow, Magic Silence, Aura Power Attack, and Sharpshooter's Talent, Dark Arrow Enchantment, and Life Absorption. Ah, she was originally a knight, a righteous hero of the elf tribe. After death, she was resurrected by the king of the immortals, becoming a dark archer spreading death. With her agility and the magic bow in her hands, she can infuse more death power into her arrows, turning slain enemies into her dark slaves. Looking at the two monsters before him, Lin Ye asked with amusement, "Old Master Curse Knight, this one-time only hidden realm, who do you think is a little more frightening?" Not giving anyone a chance to get that SSS rating. Then he soared into the sky and cast his magic. Reverse the light of the stars from heaven to hell. Reverse Azure Sea, the sea of the undead. A blood-colored tsunami immediately rushed forward, causing the health bar of the Maiden of Death to continuously drop. By 1555, she angrily drew her bow and aimed at the despicable cowards who dared to ambush her. As soon as she spoke, the Maiden of Death fired an eternal ice breath arrow towards Lin Ye. He smiled mockingly, trying to turn the tables now. This could actually be considered a real surprise. With that, he tiptoed and jumped to the side. Seeing the arrow hit its target, she burst out laughing. "Is that all you've got?" But right at that moment, Lin Ye blocked the arrow with his bare hand from her and then crushed it, encountering an ice bone attack. Life value plus 845. Encountering a frozen bone arrow attack. Life value plus 748. Movement speed greatly increased, dispelling the freezing effect. Greatly increased area of effect, attack power. Area of effect, movement speed greatly increased. Seeing the magical scene before her, the Maiden of Death was so shocked, her eyes widened, and she screamed, "Impossible. My arrow clearly hit his heart. Is that skill disabling immunity that overpowered?" Right at that moment, the Death Dragon appeared, ready to strike. She panicked and stopped it. "Wait a second. Something's weird you first," but it was too late. It immediately spewed frost towards Lin Ye, but his health value increased by 512 instead. With each attack, Lin Ye's health just kept increasing by $539. You have dispelled the freezing effect. Life value plus 699. You have dispelled the freezing effect. While the Maiden of Death was stunned in the hazy mist, the dark cursed knight was slowly stepping out just as she drew her bow. It also shot towards her. Seeing this, the Maiden of Death immediately changed her target. He turned around, gritted his teeth, and fired straight at it. But unfortunately for her, the dark cursed knight could easily dodge every arrow she fired. The Death Maiden stepped back and exclaimed, "His speed is incredible." Even so, she wasn't willing to admit defeat. I can't let this guy get any closer." Then, the Death Maiden unleashed the King of the Dead and roared loudly, "All spirits hear my command, stop the enemy." As soon as she finished speaking, countless spirits immediately leapt out and rushed towards the dark cursed knight, who didn't say a word. He unleashed Moonlight Pierce, knocking away the horde of monsters, and charged towards the Death Maiden with a critical strike. Her health bar instantly dropped by more than half. The Death Maiden immediately cast a silence spell, forbidding speech. She arrogantly used the life absorption skill. The Death Maiden's life steal activated. Health plus 347, plus 256, plus 277, but she barely had a few seconds to celebrate before the dark cursed knight charged in and slashed her as she roared in terror. "Damn you! This foolish, traitorous human only knows close combat." The Death Maiden suddenly rushed forward and grabbed the dark cursed knight, yelling, "Commit suicide." In her hand, she was already holding a talisman. Information appeared about the talisman's use. Use the talisman's power to control a creature. The weaker the creature, the longer the control duration. The maximum control time is 60 seconds. The minimum is 1 second. And after the Death Maiden dies, this effect can be broken and cannot be dispelled. So she began to activate it. The control command forced him to commit suicide as his health bar dropped by 300. That skill could command the creature controlled by the talisman to attack itself, dealing 300 damage with each hit, until the suicide talisman's effect disappears. But the dark curse knight quickly shattered that control. The Death Maiden didn't stop there and continued by using Frozen Bone Arrow as she clicked her tongue and muttered, even though it was only for a second, that was more than enough. And as she spoke, the dark cursed knight was instantly pierced by countless ice arrows. His health dropped by 792. His legs also froze, causing his movement speed to decrease sharply. By now his health bar was less than half full, and his entire body was gradually being encased in ice. Seeing this, Lin Ye frowned and shouted. Curse Master switched to a defensive stance. Immediately after the dark curse, knight summoned a large black shield, and due to its weight, his speed was greatly reduced. Damage taken was reduced by 70%, and the Death Maiden seeing he could still fight, roared frantically. You've taken so many of my skills. So as long as I can get past that shield of yours, I'll take your head. With that, she launched a barrage of attacks, relentlessly causing the Dark Curse Knight's health bar to gradually deplete. Seeing his weakened state, she burst out laughing. Are you out of health? The Death Maiden said arrogantly. This time you will definitely die, and after I'm done with you I'll go take care of your little friend. But just then, the Death Maiden was suddenly trapped by a reversal spell and a confinement spell. Lin Ye stepped out with a dark expression on his face and growled, "What was that you were just saying?" as he used Azure Sea Tide to capture the evil Death Dragon. His health value increased by 1,233, along with a buff that removes negative effects. Lin Ye asked softly who's taking care of whom. The Death Maiden was now bound by his reversal of heaven and earth. She screamed in fear. "What is this thing?" she asked in a panic. "How are you not dead yet?" And the evil Death Dragon behind her suddenly opened its mouth, preparing to attack. But as soon as it moved, it was noticed by the Dark Curse Knight. Then he jumped up and cleanly took the evil Death Dragon's head with his shield. Its charge was interrupted, and it was sent flying by a rising dragon slash. Below, Lin Ye also coldly uttered Star God's Requiem. He was seen instantly tearing apart its massive body with just a single skill. A system notification appeared. You have killed the evil Death Dragon, and the Death Maiden, seeing her creation get utterly annihilated, went berserk, screaming, "Evil Death Dragon, you people!" She roared madly, unleashing her power to bully the weak. As Lin Ye frowned and muttered, "Reverse Divine Artifact Therapy, Disaster Descends." As soon as he finished speaking, a pillar of red light, like blood, slammed down on her small figure. You have killed the Death Maiden after taking care of the two bosses. Lin Ye turned his head to divide the labor. Curse Master, you take the northwest side. I'll take the southeast. Let's clear this out quickly. Watching the Dark Curse Knight quickly dispatch all the remaining monsters, Lin Ye nodded in satisfaction, thinking, once we clear the altar it will be over. Although this dungeon is special, it's not as difficult as I initially expected. I used Reverse Azure Sea Tide and the Sea of Dead Souls to sweep the entire dungeon, so it took less than 10 minutes to clear the stage, compared to the quest requirement to clear it within 2 hours for Mission 4. This was more than enough. After a while, the two of them had completely wiped out the dungeon with corpses piled up at their feet. Then a prompt. You have eliminated all remaining undead creatures in the Land of Death. You have completed the requirements for the first 4 missions. And Lin Ye heard this reminder, and suddenly realized he had forgotten one mission. No, wait, a new prompt. The clone of the two-winged angel Kuro is about to descend, activating the 5th special mission, the Choice of Fate. Immediately after, a pair of pure white wings appeared. The choice is to accept the god's gift. 1. Accept the reward from the two-winged angel Kuro and, at the same time, hand over the holy sword, Crimson Flame, that has absorbed the souls of the undead. Then leave the Hall of the Dead. Or choose to slay the god. 2. Kill the phantom clone of Kuro. Looking at the pure white sanctuary, he frowned in confusion. What does this mean? Is there another hidden boss in this dungeon? The result of choosing to accept the god's gift is an immediate SSS rank. The result of choosing to slay the god is after defeating the angel's clone, Kuro, you will receive a rank 2 levels higher. If you fail, the rank will be reduced to C. After reading this, Lin Ye frowned and wondered, a higher rank. So it turns out that, in your view, SSS is not the highest rank. But do other professional players know this information, or not? Is it that the high-level professionals of the Alliance are hiding it and blocking it, or do they not know this truth at all? Thinking of this, he immediately shook his head and dismissed it. No way. The first reason is, they have no need to block this information since the number of people who can unlock this condition is very small. And second, dungeons originally rely on the system to create secret realms. If they invisibly undergo changes that humans are unaware of, it's not impossible. And third, this higher rank and the angel itself both exist. It's just that humanity's strength is still not enough to reach it, just like how ancient people could not explore the universe at that moment. Lin Ye looked up at the angel's wings, which were covered with countless eyes. One of them suddenly stared right at him. Then there was a deafening explosion. The Dark Curse Knight vanished and a prompt appeared. The Dark Curse Knight has withdrawn from the battlefield. The summon is now on cooldown. Lin Ye frowned, assessing the terrifying, oppressive feeling. This is an ancient covenant, the highest leader of the angels, but, according to the prompt, I shouldn't have to face this thing directly. Where is Kuro's clone? Just then, a pair of pure white wings appeared. Then from beneath a closed eye, a figure emerged. Its title, Two-Winged Angel Kuro Phantom Clone. Level unknown. Engaging is not recommended. Strength, physique, intelligence, spirit, agility, and aptitude are all blank. Skills cannot be displayed. He is an angel, a creature of great power born in the holy nation to oppose the undead creatures, possessing divine abilities that suppress the breath of death. The two-winged angel Kuro suddenly spoke in praise. Human, you have done well. I represent the holy nation, and thank you. These evil undead creatures should rest for eternity deep beneath the earth. Hand over the crimson flame sword now, and then you may leave. Lin Ye didn't follow the script and refused. Leave. Wait a minute, you don't have any reward for me after all. I'm the one who cleaned up all the undead creatures here. He snapped back angrily. Are you questioning an angel and then the two-winged angel? Kuro summoned a flaming sword and threatened in a low voice. Human, you should be grateful now. Hurry up and leave this place. Don't interfere with the remaining work of the angels. But Lin Ye just laughed mockingly. I never expected an angel from this place to be such an upright and noble creature. You don't stand on the side of humanity at all. And you even treat humans as cannon fodder. Then he pressed the system screen, wondering to himself. Remaining work. Lin Ye frowned, then laughed, and asked, is there still something that needs to be handled here? Your Excellency the angel. He immediately used his reversal of heaven and earth, and said the credit is mine, so why should it belong to you? The two-winged angel. Kuro was provoked by him and shouted insults. You lowly brat, allowing you to contribute to the great holy nation is already a generous reward for humanity. Yet you still harbor such greedy thoughts, and defy the command of a god. As he finished speaking, Lin Ye used the plunder spell and struck at him. He frowned and scolded, shut up, you don't need to speak anymore. The two-winged angel Kuro roared in fury. The power of the divine descends immediately after. Lightning-like powers rained straight down. Lin Ye said nothing, just frowning as he dodged all of his attacks. The two-winged angel Kuro frantically attacked Lin Ye with bolts of lightning that were blindingly bright. But he was no slouch either, dashing through the rain of lightning. The angel arrogantly exclaimed an opening, and then, the two-winged angel Kuro flew in quickly to attack from behind Lin Ye using the crimson flame, the sword, to pierce through Lin Ye's chest. But at that moment, he managed to activate reversal of heaven and earth. Instantly, his health value increased by 1,678. The two-winged angel Kuro saw this and was extremely confused. He roared, don't you dare use evil tricks to escape divine punishment. The two-winged angel Kuro yelled, Thunder's call now. After that 7,749 lightning bolts descended, forming a dense net, but Lin Ye's health was again increased by 2,647, and he raised an eyebrow saying, reverse. Star God's Requiem as the skill crashed down directly on the two-winged angel Kuro's head, along with fallen heaven and hell, causing his health to drop by 1,531. He roared, you ant. You're asking for death, but Lin Ye received a damage buff. The two-winged angel, Kuro, became even more frantic. Witness the consequence of opposing a holy angel. Judgment, judgment, he said, and then unleashed countless fireballs. But Lin Ye quickly raised a shield to block his attack. He smiled mockingly. At first, you were really intimidating, but now it feels like this angel isn't too bright. Is it because you're a phantom and not the real thing? The two-winged angel, Kuro, was terrified to see that he was unharmed. How is this possible, whether it's a physical or magical attack, a long-range skill or close combat? You wretched human, why haven't you taken even a single scratch of damage? Instead, you're constantly healing your body. Lin Ye laughed smugly. Anyone who has seen how I kill bosses wouldn't ask such a question. At this moment, the two-winged angel, Kuro, suddenly yelled in disbelief. Invincibility. Don't tell me you have an invincibility skill. No, that's absolutely impossible. And at this moment, Lin Ye finally spoke. That's right. So you can only cut a single strand of my hair, or a piece of my coat, that's all. He raised an eyebrow and whispered, reverse azure sea tide. Immediately, the sea of dead souls swallowed the two-winged angel Kuro, and his health value was immediately reduced by 2,352. The angel's phantom was affected by a ×3 slow debuff. The angel's phantom entered a stunned state. Its attack significantly decreased, and Lin Ye lowered his hand as he said, reverse divine artifact therapy. Catastrophe descends on the angel's phantom. As he spoke, it took a critical hit, and the phantom of the two-winged angel was affected by a ×3 debuff, a slowing debuff, and its health dropped by 2,077. Looking at the two-winged angel, Kuro lying flattened in the crater, he growled, you, and immediately after Lin Ye used a healing spell and the reverse plunder spell, causing the value of his health to be reduced by 2,505. At this point, the two-winged angel Kuro had vanished, leaving only a single feather, and the system screen appeared. Defeated the phantom of the two-winged angel Kuro. Completed the secret realm dungeon Land of Death once. Beginning reward settlement. Rewards obtained clearance treasure chest. Diamond grade 11. Completed all hidden conditions evaluation reached rank SSS. Affected by the special ability Goddess of Luck. Received an additional diamond grade 12 treasure chest. The secret realm was cleared once, and a clearance score of Omega was achieved. The secret realm dungeon is about to disappear. The converging power will now manifest as a unique reward exclusively for you and Lin. Yi looked at the floating chest with doubt. A unique exclusive reward at this moment. A sword appeared with a congratulatory message. Congratulations, you have obtained a growth weapon. Unique quality unknown. Named Toad Spirit Moon's Shadow. And as soon as Lin Ye touched it, it resonated with him, and began to flash. Information also appeared with the equipment name. The Toad Spirit Moon's Shadow. Type Unique Weapon Growth Weapon. Current Forge Level 1. Current Quality Unknown Equipment Requirements. Profession Priest. Profession Lin Ye. Equipment effects. After equipping +1 to all attributes. Possesses energy forms, liberation form, destruction form, moon shadow form and devour form. Evolution Sea Moon Body, Moment of Annihilation. Moon Shadow Gap Evolution devours the inherent ability of priest-type weapons to improve its quality, enhancing the weapon's attributes, and unlocking new abilities. Liberation Form. Transforms into liberation blades. Each blade provides healing energy to the target it hits. Excluding yourself, it heals the opponent, and unlocks the ability to use the Sea Moon's Oath authority. Destruction Form transforms into destruction blades. Each blade will inflict a certain amount of physical damage and a large amount of magic damage to the target it hits, excluding yourself, and unlocks the right to use Moment of Annihilation. Moon Shadow Form. The initial state creates a certain amount of physical damage, and also restores a proportional amount of your own health. It unlocks the authority to use Moon Shadow Gap. Sea Moon's Oath. Active skill condenses the power of moonlight to summon a phantom moon, and while it exists, it continuously restores nearby allies, including yourself, and removes negative statuses from all nearby allies including yourself. Moment of Annihilation. Active skill condenses the power of moonlight to launch an extremely powerful new destruction blade, dealing a large amount of damage to all enemies within range, and increases all subsequent damage. Moon Shadow Gap. Active skill quickly enters a shadow state, becoming untargetable and immune to all damage and moves quickly to a designated location. This blade can either save you or kill you. Looking at the sword before him, Lin Ye frowned in deep thought. Then he considered its Toad Spirit Moon's shadow form and its 3 forms, and 3 ultimate skills. It's a nearly perfect match for my innate talent. What I'm most interested in is its quality. As a growth weapon, just like this dungeon, does that mean it can reach a rank higher than Diamond? He then opened the diamond chests, and obtained 20 free attribute points and a diamond grade equipment. Icebone Citizen, a diamond necklace, the Ancient Dragon Necklace. Obtained a diamond skill, attack speed grand medal and a platinum grade equipment. Magic Core obtained the item Star Butterfly, custom dance sword and 12 rare special medicines. Looking at the pile of sparkling loot before him, Lin Ye raised an eyebrow in amazement. The Ancient Dragon Necklace and the attack speed medal, one is perfect for defense, and the other is a miraculous strategic scroll for becoming invincible on the battlefield. He scrolled through the system screen while muttering, "Let's add it all to intelligence. My current attributes are almost at the level of a level 20 professional." At this point, his stats appeared. Lin Ye Profession Priest, level 11. Strength 15 plus 20 plus 50. Constitution 15 plus 20 plus 30 plus 30 plus 50. Intelligence 95 plus 20 plus 30 plus 30 plus 50. Spirit 15 plus 20 plus 30 plus 50. Agility 15 plus 20 plus 20 plus 50. Equipment activated. Glorious Demon Emperor's 4-piece set. Gale Boots, Sparkling Stone, Emerald Stone Ring, Hidden Moon, Ancient Dragon Necklace, White Jade Pendant, Awakened Talent, Universe Reversal, Level 2. Single Target Skills, Heal and Plunder. Support skills include Netherworld Art, Nether Forbidden Art. AoE skills include Divine Instrument Therapy, Calamity's Descent, All Stars Fall to Hell, Azure Sea Tidal, Birth, Sea of Undead. Then Lin Ye teleported away, frowning as he thought, "But that's just my first objective." A moment later, he teleported back to his original spot. As he walked, Lin Ye calculated, "While the Goddess of Luck's buff is still active, maybe I should go plunder a level 10 dungeon." Just then, Cao Yuan, hiding in the bushes nearby, let out a growl. "Lin Ye, I've finally been waiting for you." He scowled and snapped. Who is it? With that, he charged out for a sneak attack. Die. Lin Ye. Today is definitely the day you die. Cao Yuan roared as he frantically stabbed at him. You're the one who ruined me. Everyone wants me dead. Because I took your skill points. My family, my friends, they all abandoned me. They're making me drop out of the exam. Give up my degree. It's all thanks to you. After he finished speaking, Lin Ye coldly asked. Are you done? He grabbed the weapon in his hands tightly, and thought. I already told those students not to waste time over a petty grudge. They also promised to stay out of it. I originally just wanted to teach him a lesson, to stop him from getting any attribute points, but now he's making a huge scene about dropping out. Even though the Alliance and the school are watching, the most they'll do is hand out some punishment and detention. The more he thought, the more pissed he got. Lin Ye forcefully sent Cao Yuan flying. Was it speculating for profit, slandering, and fabricating lies? Taking my skill points. Is that what you said? Cao Yuan was sent flying. He furiously gritted his teeth. Then, he suddenly charged at him like a madman. Lin Ye was shocked at the sight. That's demonic energy. Lin Ye leaped aside, dodging the demonic claw. Attack from Cao Yuan. He stared intently at the wisps of red demonic energy radiating from the man. I suspect. This Cao Yuan, could it be? Cao Yuan's face twisted with ferocity. His bloodshot eyes looked as if he had lost his mind. A demonic aura coiled around him, whispering manipulative words into his ear. I told you long ago. You're not even worthy of being his rival. You're just a clown, an insignificant side character despised by everyone. Cao Yuan was beaten down, bullied, a victim of school violence. No one likes you at all. The girl he was chasing didn't care about him. She tossed the bouquet of roses he gave her and coldly walked away without a second glance. No one cares about you. The demon recounted every single thing that Cao Yuan had been through in the past, ostracized and pointed at by everyone. You're just a pile of dog crap, a stepping stone for a genius. But if you refuse to accept your place as dog crap, then even more people will hate you. Cao Yuan was entranced. Jiang Yan. His fists clenched so tight they creaked as he screamed. I have to kill him. The abyss demon beside him chimed in sympathetically. Very good. You want to obtain heaven-defying power, to change everything, don't you? If you want to become the strong one who controls the fate of others, then step into our embrace. In the abyss, Cao Yuan fell to his knees, the demon's power swelling, radiating from his body as it spoke. Now, you can only rely on me, the great Lord Umei. Cao Yuan slammed his head against the ground, as if begging for a favor. Great Lord Umei, please grant me the power of the abyss. Then he shot to his feet, his power erupting, his muscles bulging and rippling as he growled out each word. I am no longer human. Lin Ye's face grew stern. He brought two fingers together, pointing at him and shouting, Fallen One. Cao Yuan, you've been bewitched by an abyss demon. Cao Yuan was officially corrupted. A blazing demonic aura surged through his body. He laughed like a madman and said, So this is the power of the abyss. It's so strong. My body is so powerful. Lin Ye stood opposite him and issued a warning. Cao Yuan, if you give up now, it's not too late. If you continue down this path, I'll have no choice but to kill you. According to Article 11 of the Alliance's rules, when a professional encounters a fallen one corrupted by an evil abyss demon, every professional has the right to use justifiable self-defense and any means of attack to eliminate the opponent on the spot, to prevent harm to any more innocent lives. Lin Ye stretched his right hand to the side. A blazing red vortex gathered into a sphere in his hand. Cao Yuan raised both hands to the sky, condensing a weapon. He looked at him arrogantly and said, Kill me. You think you can, Lin Ye. This is your karma. The weapon he condensed was the magnificent abyss chi blade. He swung the blade, slashing across Lin Ye, forcing him to leap backwards. However, he was still wounded from the slash along his left ribs. A warning immediately flashed. Health points decreased by 312. You are being affected by the encroaching power of the abyss. All attributes have been drastically reduced. Damage taken is increased. You are now temporarily suffering from continuous blood loss. Unfazed, he stood up as if nothing happened. His expression was impossible to read. Lin Ye just coldly spread his arms, summoning a weapon, and saying, If that's how it is. He gripped the weapon in his hand tightly and declared, Then don't blame me. The hidden moon blade set was summoned. Lin Ye gripped it tightly and charged towards Cao Yuan. His face was cold as ice, but his mind was racing with thoughts. Too bad. Even if you choose the power of the abyss, you're still no match for me. He swung his blade in a single slash. Cao Yuan raised his own blade to block the attack. Lin Ye thought with confidence, he's just a level 10 boss at best. Cao Yuan blocked the blow and declared boldly, a correct analysis. You really are a priest, who only put points into strength, which means you're already dead. Lin Ye paid no mind to his foolish words. His eyes filled with arrogance as he stared at him, thinking if that's the case, then I don't need to immediately use universe reversal. There must be an abyss demon watching nearby. If the enemy finds out I have a nearly invincible skill, they'll just retreat and report it to the other demons, creating a disadvantageous situation for me. A second slash flew out. This time, it was different from the first one. Cao Yuan couldn't block it and was struck. He stared in shock at the gash running from his shoulder down to his stomach as demonic energy swirled. Nonsense. How is this possible? I'm supposed to be weaker. How can a single slash from this priest make me lose this much health? Lin Ye playfully scratched his cheek. Well, it still cut a little. He smirked slightly, looking at the wound he'd just inflicted, thinking, my friend, this clone, your theoretical knowledge and observation skills are both lacking. You can't even sense the physical damage component of my sub-level 2 magic. I'd better use him to lure out that abyss demon quickly. Instantly, without giving Cao Yuan a chance to react, Lin Ye unleashed a critical blow that sliced right through him. His eyes flashed with a red light, but he held back. Sparing Cao Yuan's life, Lin Ye turned slightly, his left hand holding the hidden moon blade, his right hand gathering the red orb. He looked coldly at Cao Yuan and said, please, step into my trap, demon. From high above, the demon had seen everything, just as it thought, so choosing a pathetic weakling wasn't enough. His combat power after transforming is still this pathetic. A swordsman, with boosted stats, can't even beat a priest. Well then, he's just a worthless pawn after all. Then it entered Cao Yuan's body. The wounds completely vanished. It thought smugly, Lin Ye, you're as good as mine. Now Cao Yuan and the demon were one. It had a wicked thought. If Lin Ye dies, then Huang Xiaofeng's spirit will surely break. Wouldn't that make it easier for me to corrupt him? And if Lin Ye lets me possess him, wouldn't that brat, Huang Xiaofeng, directly join my grand demon army? The fully demonized Cao Yuan said, although, I still prefer the second option. As if reborn, he instantly attacked Lin Ye. The blow landed, causing his health points to drop by 534. Cao Yuan launched a relentless barrage of attacks, saying, surprised, the main course is coming up next. Lin Ye didn't flinch. He blocked every single attack, even using a full heal to restore his health, increasing his health points by 634. Cao Yuan was absolutely furious. When he saw him recovering at lightning speed, the two sides clashed fiercely. Lin Ye asked, you're not Cao Yuan, are you? The abyss demon of the abyss. The demon inside Cao Yuan erupted with power, shouting, too bad, the Alliance's professionals are already on their way. I don't have time to waste on you, so you'd better hurry up and die, Lin Ye. He sheathed his sword, slung it over his shoulder, and just grinned at him, leaving his opponent unsure of what to do next. The demon, still in Cao Yuan's body, pointed to itself, and tried to tempt him. Or you could choose to join us. Just waiting for those words, Lin Ye thought gleefully. He took the bait. Lin Ye relaxed his hands, appearing harmless and intrigued by his offer, asking again, oh, join you guys. So what benefits can the demons of the abyss offer me? Tell me. Demonic energy billowed out as he said, isn't this enough for you? As he spoke, the demon's power expanded over a wide area. A fierce wind whipped up. Cao Yuan flaunted his power, saying, see this? This is the power of the abyss. Lin Ye feigned interest. So strong, huh? Interesting. He created an orb, retracting his power as he asked, abyss demon, you know Huang Xiaofeng, don't you? He refused an offer from your kind before, and even gave you all a sound beating, didn't he? Hearing Huang Xiaofeng's name, the demon recounted resentfully, I was the one who invited him. But as a result, that brat didn't know what was good for him. He even dared to look down on the power of the abyss. If he didn't have such an astonishingly high compatibility with abyss power, I would have long ago. Lin Ye said, oh, so that means you gave that fool a chance he didn't know how to take. The abyss demon recalled the past with Huang Xiaofeng, as a child throwing a pillow at it and pointing in its face, declaring I am the genius Huang Xiaofeng. The demon clutched its head, scratching its hair and ears, screaming, monster. Doesn't he know what a monster he is? Ah, Lin Ye watched the demon seething with rage, and getting angrier by the second, thinking, looks like Huang Xiaofeng wasn't lying, or hiding anything. This demon's intelligence seems to be about on his level. He crossed his arms and grandly nominated himself, siding with the demon. Even if he obtained the power of the abyss, he would just expose himself anyway, and get hunted by the Alliance. It's better to give it to me than him. The possessed Cao Yuan looked at him warily. Oh. And why is that? Lin Ye began his manipulative speech. I have already gained the trust of the Alliance of Professionals. Based on my strength, I can quickly become a core member of the Alliance and then secretly wreak havoc on human society and destroy this damn world. The demon asked suspiciously, You want to destroy the world? Why? Aren't you the most beloved professional? Lin Ye clenched his fists and said with agitation, Ha, humanity is nothing but a bunch of hypocrites. He acted his part perfectly, delivering a powerful condemnation. Do professionals really protect their weaker counterparts? No. If that were true, then why did my parents die? Back then, those so-called capable people just ignored us. In the end, it was my own parents who lured the monster away, so that I could live, but they died a horrible death under its claws. Lin Ye's eyes welled up with tears. He recalled the fake faces with their mysterious smiles. The professionals exploit the weak, and the weak prey on those even weaker than them. There's no justice or fairness here. Only greed and selfishness. There is no light of humanity, only darkness ruled by the strong. No one is innocent, they all deserve to die. Hearing his heartfelt confession, the demon's eyes also welled up with tears. Excellent, truly excellent. Its body began to transform, muscles bulging as if to rip his clothes apart. I have felt your pain. The true form of the demon manifested. It held out an orb of dark power and approached Lin Ye, saying, Come, join our family in the abyss. I will grant you the supreme power of the abyss. The demon beckoned. Let's destroy this garbage world together. Lin Ye spread his arms wide as if to receive the gift. Just as it seemed, the power of the abyss was about to enter him. He summoned the renowned hidden moon blade, his expression unreadable. He whispered softly, Activate, destruction form. The sword materialized in Lin Ye's hand. Only then did the abyss demon realize it had been tricked. Were you toying with me? In a flash, Lin Ye swung the hidden moon, slicing the demon in two from the bottom up. When executing annihilation, you receive power from the moonlight. Your damage for the next 10 seconds will be increased by 50%. The demon was hurled into the sky. Lin Ye, radiating killing intent, charged forward. Reverse, all stars fall to hell. Thousands of hands appeared. The demon, hit by the previous move, that slashed it in half, causing its health to drop by half, granting Lin Ye a damage increase effect. Increasing the benefits, his eyes blazed red as he unleashed his second skill. Reverse Azure Sea Tidal Birth, Sea of Undead. The wind howled, swirling like a tempest, attacking the demon so fast, it couldn't even protest. Its health points dropped by 4,000. The Abyss Demon was burned. The Abyss Demon's attack power was sharply reduced. The Abyss Demon swam in the torrent of power Lin Ye had created. Its body looked like it was being eaten away. It screamed, What the hell? What in the hell? What in the world is this human? How can he deal this much damage? From high in the sky, lightning bolts shot down, striking the Abyss Demon directly. Reverse Divine Instrument Therapy, Calamity's Descent. Lin Ye stood at a distance, coldly, watching the Abyss Demon being destroyed. It was trapped within the waves of his power, trying to swim out and escape but to no avail. It thought in a panic, no wonder that useless bum Cao Yuan couldn't beat him even after getting the Abyss's power. It wouldn't be easy for anyone else either. I need to find a new host. I need a new host. Lin Ye watched it, desperately trying to swim away, and asked, Running, you've already revealed your true form, and you're in a combat state, so you can no longer rely on phantom images to move around. Can you? The Abyss Demon shot him a surprised glance. You knew my abilities from the very beginning, didn't you? Just to capture my true form, you willingly sacrificed yourself and set a trap. Power surged from Lin Ye's body. He replied coldly, That's right. The enraged Abyss Demon turned and used the Abyss Evil Hand. Its claw shot towards Lin Ye. You cunning human. I'll settle this with you. In an instant, the claw sliced through the air, but Lin Ye was already gone. A notification popped up. Dodge. Skill missed. Damage has been evaded. Lin Ye had leaped behind the Abyss Demon. It glared at him angrily. Very well. You've used your dash skill. The demon swung its arm, using the Abyss Claw, to attack Lin Ye. This attack caused Lin Ye's health to drop by 580. The furious demon snarled, Let's see where you can run now. Seeing Lin Ye wounded, it laughed triumphantly. Gotcha. In a flash, Lin Ye's health was restored. The exact amount he had just lost. He stood high above, looking down coldly. It's over, Abyss Demon. His eyes were sharp as he stared it down, uttering each word. Reverse healing art. Lin Ye swung his sword up and brought it down with immense power. From the plunder art skill, slicing straight into the Abyss Demon. Notification. Abyss Demon has been eliminated. Lin Ye was surprised to see his hidden moon blade shimmering with light. Absorbing something, a notification appeared. The moon shadow blade has begun to absorb the remnant soul of the Abyss Demon. Absorption successful. Moon shadow has been upgraded from all attributes. +1 to all attributes. +5. Lin Ye held it happily, thinking, apparently in the real world, combat doesn't grant any experience points, but a weapon with growth potential can rely on destroying Abyss Demons. To increase its quality, can it only be upgraded by using the remnant souls of Abyss Demons, or would the remnant soul of any creature work? Cut back to reality. The locals were freaking out over the recent events that had just unfolded. The blonde-haired youth asked what just happened here. The pink-haired girl answered while on her phone. I don't know. I couldn't see anything clearly. Have the professionals arrived yet? Hey, why is someone down on the ground? It's so noisy outside. Don't worry, the professionals have already been alerted. The city patrol said they're on their way. On the ground lay the corpse of the Abyss Demon's true form, and an unconscious Cao Yuan. There were countless cracks in the pavement from powerful sword strikes. Lin Ye gazed at the shallow spirit moon shadow in his hand, ignoring what was happening outside as he focused on his growth weapon, absorbing the remnant soul of the Abyss Demon to level up. I should still report this to the Alliance. And as for this Cao Yuan guy, from a distance the professional city patrol team rushed in, led by a red-haired man who shouted, "You over there. Immediately drop your gear and throw your weapon on the ground." Lin Ye looked at the approaching group and thought, I was just about to head over and they found me first. The red-haired man aimed his gun at him and commanded, "Put your hands on your head and stay put, or else I have the right to attack you on the spot." Lin Ye cooperated, completely dropping his sword, though. Shallow Spirit Moon Shadow was tossed right at the red-haired man's feet. Instantly the man fired a skill, a paralysis poison dart at Lin Ye, saying, "Sorry. It's standard procedure, you won't feel a thing." Lin Ye's hands were paralyzed and bound behind his head. He calmly watched everything unfold around him. As the scene was being secured, these are the professionals who maintain the city's security to prevent suspects from suddenly attacking others. They use paralysis skills to restrain them, but, luckily, it's all quite humane. There's no need to start a conflict with them. Lin Ye watched as the professionals questioned the citizens one by one to find out what had happened, while others inspected the scene for signs of a fight and provided medical aid, comforting the residents and inquiring about the situation. The medical team was taking Cao Yuan away, Lin Ye observed. Everyone performed their duties flawlessly. A professional came running over to the red-haired man and said, reporting the heavily injured and unconscious victim is a student, but he's radiating the power of the abyss. He's suspected of being lured by an abyss demon into becoming a fallen one. He added, there are also the skeletal remains of an abyss demon. The true form of the abyss demon, sprawled on the ground, covered in slash wounds. The red-haired man played back the recording to investigate. A level 20 abyss demon, its entire body covered in blade wounds. It looks like it was killed by the longsword professional we just took into custody. But why? Is it only a pile of dried bones? Could it be? The screen showed the exact moment Lin Ye slashed right through the abyss demon. The two professionals were stunned by this scene. How is this possible? This can't be real. The system displayed Lin Ye's information to them. Name Lin Ye, level 2 information. Identity top professional of Jiangcheng City. A third-year academy student. Lin Ye stood there confidently, overhearing everything. The shocked whispers about him that abyss demon was killed by this student. I know he's a genius, but this is just way too much. A student killing an abyss demon. From behind, the group of professionals appeared. A man with red hair and a high bun, who said, Lin Ye, hello, I'm the captain of Team 1 of the Abyss Demon Capture Action Force, under the Jiangcheng Professional Alliance, Wang Machao. He released Lin Ye from the paralysis and asked, excuse me, was this abyss demon eliminated by you? And about that dying student over there, was he lured by the abyss demon and turned into a fallen one before being subdued by you? Lin Ye rubbed his previously paralyzed and bound wrist, standing opposite Wang Machao, and replied, it was me. This student is Cao Yuan from my school. He had transformed into a fallen one before my eyes and tried to assassinate me, so I took action. Wang Machao crossed his arms and asked, but how did you manage to capture the abyss demon? Normally they don't appear in their true form. Lin Ye's expression was filled with confidence, and he said arrogantly, I guessed it was always observing potential fallen ones from afar. So I provoked Cao Yuan, making him pretend to be super interested in becoming a fallen one, so it revealed its true form to bestow its power upon me. The professionals were shocked to hear this. That actually worked. Wang Machao's expression darkened as he listened to Lin Ye's explanation. That's right. To use such a method to trick a cunning and vicious abyss demon, even high-level professionals with extensive combat experience couldn't be certain of success. Yet, this student, who's about to take his professional exam did. His face was grim as he said he single-handedly fought a fallen one and a true form abyss demon. And yet he's completely unharmed, and most importantly, the fallen one's health was stopped at exactly 18%, in a near-death critical state, unable to flee or fight back. And also, won't bleed out and die. Forget a student even. Official professionals, who aren't high-level, couldn't pull this off. Lin Ye's hands were once again paralyzed and bound in front. Wang Machao said so. I'll have to ask you to cooperate with us and come down to the branch office. The red-haired man from the Alliance disagreed with this approach. But he's no ordinary student. Captain, haven't you heard the rumors? About Lin Ye, he's extremely famous. Wang Machao crossed his arms with a stern look, and said, it's not like I don't go online, but considering the severity of this incident, and the safety of all of Jiangcheng's residents, standard procedure is absolutely necessary. Lin Ye, I hope you understand that even though this might interfere with your plans for the upcoming professional exam, I cannot make an exception for you. Lin Ye thought to himself in silence. Looks like the buff from the goddess of luck is about to go to waste, but based on the actual damage test on the Abyss Demon earlier, I still have a huge advantage in the professional exam. My stats haven't even hit their target yet, but my damage output has already broken the limit. He shrugged, sighed, and said, understood, I'll unconditionally support your work in the fight against the Abyss Demons. Wang Machao's pocket began to vibrate. He pulled out his phone. It was a call from the Professional Alliance's commander. He said, Wang Machao, there's no need to bring Lin Ye back. The investigation department doesn't need to monitor him either. Hearing this, he called back boss, and the man continued. This Abyss Demon case is temporarily postponed. Wait until after he completes the professional exam to deal with it. Wang Machao disagreed with this. This is standard procedure. How can we just violate it? He frowned, and continued. If I let him go directly, I'll be punished by headquarters. Right. The Alliance commander spoke with certainty. No one will give you any trouble. This isn't just my opinion, but also the opinion of the headquarters president, and all the other ministers. You know that famous curse master, right? It was he who killed him without a scratch, and even got certified to join the forgotten hidden organization. The group of professionals was shocked. Upon hearing the news from their commander, Wang Machao scowled at the seemingly harmless Lin Ye, who was scratching his head. I thought all those previous online rumors were just half-true, exaggerated claims. Could it be that he truly possesses a talent of an unprecedented god tier, or perhaps it's a talent specifically designed to counter the Dark Knight? Lin Ye turned to the commander and asked, excuse me, so now I don't have to go in for questioning anymore? He replied, of course not. You just need to prepare for your exam. That's all. The commander added that if he needs help, he can call on these professionals without hesitation. Wang Machao offered up the shallow spirit Moon Shadow to Lin Ye. I'm very sorry, Lin Ye, but I still have one question for you. Lin Ye took back his blade and said, go ahead. Wang Machao asked, is this matter related to the incident that Huang Xiaofeng reported earlier? Lin Ye replied, that's right, this Abyss Demon is the same one that tried to lure Huang Xiaofeng but failed before. Because his plan failed, he chose Tao Yuan as his second target. Lin Ye thought to himself, as expected from a professional. He quickly connected these two incidents together. Then I don't need to hide it anymore. The commander also added more information. That's right, Huang Xiaofeng's constitution, after being examined, is indeed that of a rare 1 in 10,000 genius for becoming a fallen one. Lin Ye continued his thought, and I easily tricked the Abyss Demon, while Huang Xiaofeng couldn't see through its deception at all. He always mentioned me in front of it. He hugged the blade to his chest and smiled, saying the Abyss Demon thought Huang Xiaofeng had feelings for me, so he rejected the temptation. Therefore, it probably, initially, wanted to replace me to guide Huang Xiaofeng. The commander put his hands in his pockets and laughed heartily. Excellent, a hero emerges from the youth. Not only did you eliminate an Abyss Demon and capture a fallen one alive, but you also extracted useful information. You're even better than those freeloaders in the ranks of high-level professionals. In that case, we won't interfere with your progress any further. Lin Ye called out. Wait, I have one more thing to say, but I'm not sure if it can be disclosed publicly. Could you please handle this and have All uninvolved personnel withdraw. The Alliance commander agreed to Lin Ye's request. All right. Then let's disperse. Wang Machao, you lead your team away. Temporarily hand your equipment to Lin Ye. Wang Machao received his order. Yes, sir. The entire action squad lined up and withdrew from the perimeter. Dismissed. The professionals heard. At Wang Machao's command, they dispersed in unison. Understood. He handed him the communication device. Lin Ye, please forgive me for my earlier insolence. Take it, Lin Ye replied. Yeah, it's fine. Secure mode engaged, Commander, he asked. All right. This area has been secured. Lin Ye, the floor is yours. Lin Ye then drew his blade. And this is the Shallow Spirit Hidden Moon. It's a growth weapon I obtained after clearing the Land of Death dungeon and after I used it to slay an abyss demon. The weapon absorbed the abyss demon's power. He frowned. You mean to say? Lin Ye continued to explain. There's too little information available on growth weapons. Even the best libraries don't have any detailed information. So I wanted to ask, can all growth weapons level up by killing abyss demons in the real world? The commander recalled a top-secret file and said, growth weapons are so incredibly rare they're practically a myth. Since the founding of the Alliance, only 3 such weapons have ever been recorded. But this involves some highly classified information, so I'm not clear on the specific details of those weapons myself. A single sword, a dark blue blade covered in intricate patterns appears. The commander added, but I can tell you the growth weapons I know of all gained experience by defeating monsters in regular dungeons to upgrade. None of them killed otherworldly creatures like demons to gain power in the real world. Lin Ye looked at his weapon and spoke up. So it seems my weapon is the very first of its kind. The commander smiled warmly and replied, yes, Lin Ye, thank you for your trust in telling me something of such critical importance to the Alliance. Streams of blue light erupted around the Shallow Spirit Hidden Moon in Lin Ye's hand, and he said, if that's the case, then I want to share my own theory. I believe that, even though the Shallow Spirit Hidden Moon uses abyss demons for experience points as of now, where there's one there will eventually be 2. Lin Ye theorized this isn't a one-of-a-kind weapon. In the future, more weapons like it will probably appear, or even items that will become the bane of the abyss demons. I think this is something that will be a huge advantage for humanity. The commander said grimly, this is indeed a good thing, but it's best we keep this secret under wraps for now. Countless eyes will be on you. An innocent man becomes guilty by carrying a priceless jade. That treasure is so rare it will first stir up jealousy and envy. In others, the commander confided, if only all the young people of this generation had the same vision as you, the Alliance would be far stronger and more united now. He then coughed a few times and said, all right, I'll report this. The Alliance will certainly treat this with the utmost seriousness. He then instructed you what you need to do now is focus on preparing for the professional exam. Once the most important exam for you is over, the Alliance will contact you, Lin Ye replied. Understood. As the screen went dark, Lin Ye took the device and walked back to Wang Machao. Here you go. He took the device and raised his hand in a military salute. Roger that, my friend. Lin Ye, I truly hope you'll consider joining the Alliance in the future and become one of us. And if you don't mind, just call me Old Wang. Lin Ye replied politely. Thank you. If there's nothing else, then I'll be taking my leave now. Inside the professional alliance, the commander asked, Tianqi, what are your thoughts? Huang Tianqi took off his glasses and said excitedly, this kid not only has superior strength and a calm demeanor, but also incredible foresight. In this generation, I've only ever seen that in Shangguan Yan, he continued. To be honest, I've always thought that the kid Shangguan Yan was the true leader of this generation. The commander took a sip from his cup to wet his throat. That's a difficult thing to say. The younger generation has its own way of doing things. But the fact that Lin Ye was able to obtain a growth weapon that can face down demons in a dungeon makes him a child of destiny with a brilliant future. A dark mist from beneath the table, where the 2 men sat silently, began to creep out. The dark mist tore through space and time to deliver a secret message. Mei Cao is dead. Mei Cao is dead. An anomaly has appeared among the humans. In a land of darkness, countless crimson eyes stirred in the gloom, and shadowy figures listened to the dark mist's report. Meanwhile, back at Lin Ye's house at that moment, Lin Ye, carrying a bag, opened the front door. The house was empty and he called out, I'm home. Su Mumu was hiding stealthily behind the sofa. Lin Ye, pretending not to notice anything, scratched his hair. Su Mumu got ready to scream. Lin Ye glanced over at her and said, Su Mumu, I can see you behind the sofa. Lin Ye walked closer and smiled at her. You said you were going to work hard, but here you are at home slacking off and eating snacks. Su Mumu pouted angrily. Couldn't you have just played along and acted scared? And who said I was slacking off? She held up her stats, which now showed level 10. Look at this. I've already hit level 10. Lin Ye was stunned that fast. Su Mumu perched on the sofa's arm, smugly. What do you think? Pretty amazing, right? So can we do a dungeon run together tomorrow? Lin Ye pinched both of her cheeks. We'll have to see about that after I check your stats. You've been working really hard lately, haven't you? Did you pull an all-nighter? Su Mumu huffed no way. She explained that it was little Mumu. She helped me grind all night long. Lin Ye was taken aback and asked again, little Mumu. Su Mumu swatted his hand away while eating a snack and added, you seriously haven't figured it out yet. My bionic tears. She sat back comfortably on the sofa, sipping her bubble tea as she explained. My bionic tear leveled up and got a new skill. As long as she clears a dungeon on her own, I can directly receive the clearance rewards. For the hidden dungeon, so I did some more testing. Lin Ye scratched his head and asked, so you mean the bionic tear has no distance or time limit, and you can just let her run dungeons by herself without you even needing to control little Mumu, is fighting a dragon that's low on health. Su Mumu explained, that's right, she is in the Loch Ness Nightmare dungeon right now. She opened her info panel and said, look at the system notification. The final boss of the hidden realm has entered a critically wounded state. It must be almost over. Lin Ye was overjoyed and high-fived her. So that means your talent can help you run dungeons and level up anytime, and you can even track her progress in real time. Su Mumu was flustered by him, leaning in so close, her face turned red, and she stammered, yes, that's right. Little Mumu can help me do basically anything. Are you jealous yet? Lin Ye casually sat down right next to her, looking at the screen display. Yeah, I want an all-powerful assistant like that too, but I have one more question. Do the Bionic Tears dungeons not have a fatigue value limit? Can you just run dungeons infinitely? Su Mumu said, smugly of course. Otherwise how could I possibly have hit level 10 overnight? She cleared her throat. Master Lin, how come you're being so dense today? Lin Ye didn't look at her, instead turning his phone on to check the stats. I was just surprised that your talent actually works this well. It looks like I need to completely rework your point allocation strategy, from level 10 to level 20. Su Mumu thought to herself. So it's just useful, that's all. Suddenly her eyes lit up, and she looked at him asking, wait, what did you say? A point strategy for me. Lin Ye, still looking at his phone, answered, that's right. I need to combine your innate talent with your current skills and equipment effectiveness to adjust your attributes and create the most suitable point allocation method for you. Su Mumu gave him an okay sign. All right, I will send it to you right now. Lin Ye casually added something that made her blush. Huh, he said. I also need your height, weight, and measurements. And your waist. Su Mumu backed away and kicked his shin lightly. Flustered, she stammered, What? What do you want to do? As Lin Ye held up both his hands innocently asking, what are you thinking? This is related to the ratio of attribute modification at higher levels, he added. Besides, your attribute points will directly affect the attributes of your tier of reproduction, so we can maximize its advantages. Little Mumu held a hammer, using a fatal blow to slaughter monsters in the dungeon, Lin Ye said while scrolling on his phone. In low-level battles, killing one small monster is no big deal. But the higher the level, the more you need to pay attention to details and microcontrols. Even if your attributes are just a little higher, it can change the outcome of the battle. And in the late game, making up for that tiny difference will cost a fortune. Su Mumu stood up with her arms crossed and said angrily, Ugh, I know that. But who knew it was related to my 3 sizes? Forget it. Just wait for me a sec, and no peeking. Lin Ye looked at her. Oh right. What about Bai Zi? Doesn't she want to change her class? Ask her if she is willing to share her data. It wouldn't be appropriate for me to ask. Of course this is her private information, so if she doesn't want to then forget it. Su Mumu scowled and grumbled. Now he wants to know someone else's data too. She slammed the door shut, leaving Lin Ye holding his head in frustration. Wasn't I just trying to give our teammate an advantage? In her room, Su Mumu sat on her bed holding a measuring tape. She said to herself, Su Mumu, oh Su Mumu, it is just a few numbers, right? Her eyes grew thoughtful. What is more important than getting stronger? She thought back to her childhood with him, the times they slept in the same bed and even bathed together. After all, they grew up together. What hasn't he seen before? Su Mumu blushed slightly, looking down at her chest, thinking, but this is still a little awkward. Do I really have to give him my actual measurements? She tossed aside 2 padding inserts with a huff. Su Mumu measured her bust, thinking glumly, still just an 80B. I drank all that milk. And for what? Not even a little bit of growth, she fumed, silently, speculating on Lin Ye's reaction. Wait a minute. Lin Ye, This guy is not going to use this to make fun of me, is he? Her spirits sank as she covered her face and groaned. At my last health check, I was padded up to an 80C. What if he finds out? How will I ever maintain my perfect image? Suddenly, an idea sparked in her mind. Wait, there is still little Mumu. Her mood brightened considerably as she said cheerfully, I just have to use her data. Isn't that perfect? Her measurements are basically my measurements. Who would know the difference? Immediately, Su Mumu used her talent, Tear of Reproduction, to summon little Mumu. Perfect. She should be done with her dungeon run by now. Little Mumu looked completely bewildered when she was summoned. She was met with a mysterious smiling face from Su Mumu and an approaching measuring tape. In a flash, the tape was wrapped around her bust. Su Mumu yelled, Stand still, let me measure you for a sec. Lin Ye looked at the closed door from which a lot of noise was coming. He rested his chin on his hand and thought, what is she doing? 10 minutes later, Su Mumu held out a note that read, 80C, to Lin Ye. She cleared her throat and said, I finished measuring. Here, you can look at it yourself. Just do not share it with anyone. He took the paper and immediately noticed something was off. He asked, Is there a problem with your data? Lin Ye scratched his head asking, 80C, are you sure? This does not seem quite right. Su Mumu blushed, crossing her arms defensively. What are you talking about? I got this result on my last health checkup too. Lin Ye reminded her. If the data is not accurate, then the strategy I come up with will be useless. Su Mumu snatched the paper from his hand, furiously scribbling out 80C and writing 80B, she said loudly. All right. This time, it is for real. Lin Ye flicked her forehead hard. Now that is more like it. He looked at her and asked, Also, have you asked Bai Zi yet? What did she say? Su Mumu replied while rubbing her forehead. Oh, she refused. Su Mumu started imitating Bai Ji's mannerisms as she explained. Little Bai said she could not possibly trouble a great master with such a difficult and time-consuming task. She clasped her hands with sparkling eyes, continuing the act. The master has already given me so much great equipment, and so many resources. I have earned a little money and some free attribute points. How could I possibly ask for anything more? Then she playfully winked and held up her phone, saying this silly girl even explained clearly that she was not afraid of leaking secrets or making excuses, and she does not think that attribute point allocation is useless. Because of this, she even sent over her health checkup report to me to show her trust in you. Lin Ye held his forehead helplessly and said, If it were anyone else, I would suspect this is a ploy to butter me up. But he recalled the simple and naive look of Bai Ji. But from what I know about this kid, she really does not want to bother anyone, and is afraid of being misunderstood as not trusting us. He picked up the phone from Su Mumu and started transferring the data to his device, saying, But since we are teammates, what reason is there not to help her out? Besides, she also has such an outstanding talent. Su Mumu chimed in. Oh, speaking of talents, Lin Ye asked, What is it? Su Mumu summoned Little Mumu, and the system reported, Little Mumu has learned a skill called Summon Soul Spirit. She can summon a soul spirit to fight for her, but there is no information on what kind of spirit will be summoned. Lin Ye was surprised and pointed right at Little Mumu. She can summon things too. Are you guys playing some kind of infinite nesting doll game? Su Mumu shook her head. No way. It is not like that at all. She held up a wand as if teaching a class and explained, the Summon Soul Spirit skill can only be used inside Secret Realm dungeons. Unlike Little Mumu, this skill cannot be brought into the real world. And furthermore, when the soul spirit dies, it is dead for good. But Little Mumu can be revived. She shrugged and said, As for the rest, since I have not tested it, I do not know either. Lin Ye nodded. I see. He snapped his fingers with a click. Then let's test it inside a dungeon to see exactly what it can do. The two of them entered the Secret Realm dungeon. Lizard Man Tribe. Dungeon content. Level 8 to 10, difficulty hard. Introduction. The lizard men are a large race, with an extremely powerful reproductive ability. The warriors among them are brave and skilled in combat, fearless of sacrifice, and with considerable intelligence, knowing how to use various tactics to eliminate their enemies. Fortunately, their individual strength is not too great, only the strongest. Warriors can be recognized by the system, becoming class holders with great power. The two of them changed their outfits. Su Mumu held a scepter and asked Lin Ye, Has your priest's weapon changed already? It even has a different shape now. He drew out the hidden moon blade and said, Yeah, I can let you test it out a bit. Immediately he slashed towards her, catching Little Mumu by surprise. But there was no wound, only the value of Sumumu's life continuously increasing, he asked. See? She said dismissively. Humph. What is so great about that? Little Mumu, let your big brother show you a real performance. Waves of green energy swirled around Sumumu's fingers. Tear of reproduction. Use the special skill, summon soul spirit. Little Mumu immediately followed her order and held out a bell that jingled softly. The green energy around her grew even more dense. Notification. Tear of reproduction is using summon soul spirit. A mysterious soul spirit has heard the call and is establishing a link with your world. It is about to descend into the dungeon to fight for you. Lin Ye watched from beginning to end. From above, a large figure appeared and landed on the ground, creating an enormous sound. Soul Spirit Giant Tree Guardian has descended. The Giant Tree Guardian is a soul spirit summoned by Little Mumu, a knight. At level 10, its other attributes range from 20 to 35. It has skills like Heaven's Lance, One Strike, Triple Death Slash, and Desperate Protection Heavy Strike. It is a soul spirit from another world. Lin Ye watched it stand majestically before him, with a plan forming in his mind. Although it is a gold level, it has clearly surpassed the gold level, becoming a boss with superior maxed-out stats. He remembered the soul spirit in white armor. If Mumu levels up in the future, she will be able to summon bosses that correspond to even stronger levels. It seems that the summon soul spirit skill is like a summoner's item, but the difference is that the summoner will not die, and the difficulty of obtaining it is very high along with the cooldown time when summoning. The giant green tree had an enormous stature, but this little girl's talent can summon a big brother as soon as she enters a dungeon, and there is no cooldown limit. He looked at Sumumu patting the leg of the giant tree, and thought, this can also be considered a demigod level talent, right? He saw her having fun and shouted, Mumu, hurry up and test it out now. She turned around and replied, oh, okay. Sumumu gave the order. Go, Giant Tree Guardian, destroy these lizard men. The Giant Tree Guardian charged forward. Facing it were the lizard men letting out strange squawking noises. It said in a deep voice, just a bunch of insects. With a massive boom, Heaven's Lance was used. It tore through the lizard man's body. A huge explosion rang out. Heaven's Lance is a special skill of the Giant Tree Guardian, using the power of its war lance to strike the enemy, causing a massive amount of physical damage, while also creating a shockwave that causes a small amount of splash damage. The enemy who is hit first will be forced into a knocked-down state. Its green eyes glowed brightly as it said coldly, rest in peace. Lin Ye's eyes were sharp as he watched the Giant Tree Guardian standing proudly in front, thinking Heaven's Lance is a bit similar to the skill of the previous Goblin King, but its attack range and damage must be much stronger than the Goblin King's. He turned to ask Sumumu, can I try fighting against it? Sumumu scolded him when she heard that. No way. It is your teammate now. You should watch them kill monsters and complete the mission. Is not that good enough? There is still one boss left to fight, which is perfect. To test the solo strength of the Giant Tree Guardian, Lin Ye replied, no, I am talking about the tier of reproduction. Little Mumu jumped in fright. Mumu spread her arms to block her, disagreeing. I refuse. Lin Ye asked her, can't she be revived? But he did not press the issue too hard. The hidden moon blade in his hand changed its shape to the Ring of Destruction. A thick red aura enveloped the blade as he said, forget it. Let the Giant Tree Guardian handle it. In the next area there is still Captain Lizard ahead, which can help me directly test the ability of my big brother. This place is for me. Lin Ye jumped up. He jumped over the head of the Giant Tree Guardian, his eyes sharp as he slashed at the lizard man with his sword. A basic attack caused its health to drop sharply, but it did not die. He was surprised by this. No critical hit or weak point strike, and yet a normal attack could not kill it in one shot. Lin Ye slashed one more time. A notification rang out. You have eliminated the lizard guard. Sumumu stood on the side, complimenting him. Now your basic attack damage is already so high. Lin Ye continued to weave through the crowd of lizardmen, leaving behind deep gashes. He thought, if so, then this hidden moon blade weapon really has brought me a lot of benefits. He stroked the blade. Before, it was completely ranged. I only relied on the reverse healing art to attack. The hidden moon blade glowed a deeper red as Lin Ye commented. But the advantage of the hidden moon blade is its attack speed. The faster it is, the more benefits it yields. Of course this is only for normal holy relics. If it were something like the Angel's Illusion that can Ignore physical damage, then it would be different. I would still need to rely on invisible defenses like the reverse healing skill that directly causes health loss. Lin Ye slashed through the lizard man to be able to quickly attack strong enemies. Lin Ye's eyes had turned purple. The hidden moon blade in his hand turned from green to red. Hour of annihilation. This move had a wide area of effect. Notifications about the dropping health points of the lizardmen rang out continuously. In a flash he had wiped out all the monsters. Mumu saw this and thought with determination. Lin Ye got stronger. Again, I cannot lose. Little Mumu jumped onto the arm of the giant tree guardian and ordered it. Giant tree guardian, continue to forge a path with me. Destroy all enemies. It replied. Understood. The hidden moon blade in Lin Ye's hand reverted to the shape of the ring of redemption. A green light healed his health as he said, Next, it is time for your performance. It is your turn. I will be responsible for healing you. Lin Ye had his own calculations. It is time to witness the effectiveness of the piercing moon shadow and the sea moon body. The three of them had arrived in the lizard man territory. Notification. You have reached the lizard man tribe. 300 lizard man warriors will fight to the end with you to protect their fortress and leader, Mumu exclaimed. 300 level 10 lizardmen protecting it. That is also a significant amount of damage. Lin Ye held his sword firmly and said, Just leave the healing to me. I will make sure the giant tree guardian survives. Little Mumu waved her hand, directing the giant tree guardian. Giant tree guardian, destroy the city wall. The giant tree guardian charged forward fiercely. Notification. The giant tree guardian has entered a charging state. Giant tree guardian begins to charge. Movement speed increased. Charging force increased. Lin Ye followed closely beside it using the moon shadow form. Mumu and her soul spirit also attacked at the same time. Streams of white killing intent attacked the lizardmen. The hidden moon blade changed its shape again. Crescent moon shards followed him closely. Piercing moon shadow. Lin Ye calculated in his mind. Immune to all damage for 3 seconds while also increasing my own movement speed. After casting, I can instantly teleport a distance, up to 100 meters. This is completely a divine skill with 2 effects, life-saving and pursuit. System notification. Summoning the illusory moon jellyfish. Note, all negative effects on your body and the target you have designated are removed. Each blue octopus illusion is swirling towards them. System notification. The illusory moon jellyfish is gathering moonlight power. You and your designated target will recover 521 health points every half second, lasting for 15 seconds. The giant tree guardian was continuously healed. It was surprised. This is. A roar rang out. Leader Lizardman has appeared. Little Mumu seized this opportunity and immediately ordered. Guardian, giant tree, please go all out to show them your strength. The giant tree guardian obeyed and brought down a palm strike on the head of the Lizardman leader. Understood. Lin Ye stood on the side observing Little Mumu and the giant tree guardian cooperating to fight. The tier of reproduction has its own consciousness and extremely strong power. There is no need for, her to give additional instructions. Moreover, only she can completely command the giant tree guardian. The attack power of the guardian giant tree is very strong, but its weaknesses are also very clear. It has many close combat skills. In the future, it will be countered by ranged classes with fast reaction speeds. Lin Ye continued to transform his sword to the form of the Ring of Destruction. His eyes glowed red. So I have figured out enough. All the functions of the hidden moon blade have been tested enough. Immediately, a wave of destructive power crashed down on the Lizardman leader. Reverse. Divine Star Illumination. Fallen Heaven's Hell. Lin Ye floated in midair, hearing the system's voice. Defeated the secret realm boss. Leader Lizardman. The giant tree guardian sensed something. I can confirm it now. On this esteemed sir's body. Why is there a power that feels so familiar to me? Could it be? Lin Ye looked up at the giant tree guardian before him. Its knee knelt down before him. Closing the distance between the two, it said, Sir, before I return to the soul world, I want to ask you for a favor. Lin Ye nodded and asked, What is it? He realized something. Wait, so that means it really has consciousness, and was summoned from another world, and is a real living being. He stared at it intently. No wonder it said that. If the giant tree guardian dies, it cannot be revived. This is a one-time use summon. Lin Ye thought of the old spellmaster. Finding the difference between the two is like the old spellmaster, although has a certain amount of intelligence and memory, but he is just a phantom within a summoning tool. Even if killed, he can be resurrected countless times, he asked. What do you want me to do? Lin Ye kept one hand behind his back defensively, against a surprise attack from the spirit in front of him. These otherworldly creatures with such intelligence are like the abyss demons or the angel that we encountered before. He watched it warily. Will it really not pose any threat to humans? The Treant Guardian uttered the Forgotten Lair. I hope you can take my master to the lair of the Forgotten. It looked at him and continued. I know. You have a special mark on you that grants you the authority to enter that place. My master also has this authority. You could take her with you. Lin Ye stared at it coldly, spitting out each word. Who is your master, and who are you? The Treant Guardian looked over at little Mumu. It's her. Its eyes flickered with green light. As for me, I am just an ordinary guard without a name. The three of them stood before it, and Lin Ye said, Get up first. A system notification appeared. Completed the Lizardman Tribe dungeon. Calculating rewards, received 1 silver chest. Completed as a party of multiple people. Cannot receive additional hidden reward chests. Do you wish to open? The Treant's figure gradually faded away in a green mist. Lin Ye spoke to it before it disappeared completely. This matter, I still need to confirm some things before I can answer you. His expression darkened as he said, Mumu. Let's go outside first. Su Mumu quietly replied. Okay. She thought worriedly, what's wrong with Lin Ye? The three of them exited the dungeon. Lin Ye left that place with many worries on his mind. Normally, a profession's awakened talent, no matter what it is absolutely effective for the awakened person who has the profession, which generates the talent, and only with an awakened talent can a profession become powerful. For example, the relationship between a person and a wolf is symbolic. It is a symbiotic relationship. Once a professional dies, in battle, no matter how powerful their awakened talent is, it will be wiped from this world. Even if they are summoned creatures with biological traits and intelligence, they will still protect their masters. But Lin Ye remembered what had just happened. Thinking of little Mumu, but the fake tears of life could summon an otherworldly creature, making it call her master. Her big round eyes, with irises of gold dotted with intricate patterns, appeared. She even possessed a pass to enter the lair of the Forgotten. Lin Ye stroked his chin, speculating. What kind of existence is she really? Just thinking about the projection of the angel Kuro, I find it hard to understand. It's hard for me not to suspect that Su Mumu and all of humanity could be in danger. Su Mumu was trapped among the spirits. I can't ignore any being who intends to harm the human world. Not even a single one that slips through the net. This must be dealt with immediately. The three of them gradually faded away, leaving the dungeon. Before disappearing, Lin Ye said, I have something to do. You can go back first or do other dungeons. Su Mumu replied okay, as Lin Ye stared intently at little Mumu. Seeing this, Su Mumu asked curiously, what's wrong? Lin Ye held up his phone and said, It's nothing. I might need a little more time, so I'm just telling you beforehand. Returning to his room, Lin Ye made a phone call. Hello. Are you free now on the 20th floor of the Tiandu building? In downtown Jiangcheng, Lin Ye was there. Huang Tianqi asked him what's so urgent that you had to come find me to talk in person. He picked up the hot teacup and took a sip. Uncle Huang, you and the alliance leaders must have known that I can access the Forgotten Lair, right? Huang Tianqi poured tea and said, Yes, you want to ask why. None of us informed you about this dungeon, right? Lin Ye looked at him in silence. Why wouldn't Huang Tianqi proactively offer this information? It would be a shame not to ask. The teacup was steaming in front of him, and he asked, Yes, this can be considered one of the issues. You were worried my mentality would be affected, wanting me to finish the profession test first. Huang Tianqi sighed, and began to explain. There is that reason, but I think if you want to know, I can tell you. You probably still don't know how difficult this dungeon really is. Bones are piled up like mountains. It's harder than all the other secret realm dungeons you've ever encountered by several dozen times. Even the small monsters start at the diamond rank. Many challengers didn't even have time to escape and died tragically inside. Huang Tianqi asked him, but those geniuses who could get the pass and would still risk their lives and enter without fear of death. Do you know why? Lin Ye guessed. It's equipment and skills higher than diamond rank. Huang Tianqi agreed. Yes, defeating bosses can drop legendary grade equipment the higher you go. If you can solo the entire map, it will even drop mythic grade equipment and skills. Lin Ye bowed his head in thought. So that's how it is. They were afraid I would become too arrogant, imagining facing monsters. If I were someone like Huang Xiaofeng, who feels his talent and strength are invincible, and rushes in recklessly without thinking, I'm afraid I would be crushed instantly. He clasped his hands together, resting his chin on them, and asked, So what level do I need to be to enter? Huang Tianqi answered, Level 15, that's the minimum requirement. But I advise you to wait until level 20 and be fully prepared with equipment and skills. Then consider giving it a try. Lin Ye said casually. Don't worry, uncle, I'm not an impatient person. Like that, since this dungeon is so important, I will definitely prepare thoroughly, just like I did for the profession test. Huang Tianqi looked out the glass window of the building and said yes. Actually, there's another important reason I wanted to tell you about recently. Most of the Alliance's forces are focused on the task of hunting down the abyss, demons and the fallen. Those rats in these sewers have become increasingly aggressive lately. You were almost dragged into it as well. But below the building, there were tents set up, with flags fluttering. Huang Tianqi's voice continued to resonate, describing the current situation. It's not just the mutant, called Bai Xiaoxi, who appeared recently. We also received intelligence that the demons from the abyss have planted quite a few spies within the Alliance. In Jiangcheng, they will definitely make a big move. A face wearing a large mask appeared. The professionals will absolutely not let the past tragedy repeat itself. Huang Tianqi pushed up his glasses and said so. The next plan might have some changes, so be sure to pay attention. 2. My messages. Lin Ye asked, what do you mean? He poured another cup of tea for Lin Ye and continued. Yes, to prevent any accidents, the Alliance has locked down the entire city and is conducting an internal purge, searching for professionals who show signs of breaking down to temporarily isolate them. He seriously recounted that the upcoming profession test cannot let these rats affect the candidates, so we also haven't announced the information to avoid causing panic. The two sat in the room chatting. Huang Tianqi reminded Lin Ye, so you don't need to worry about the abyss demons. Just focus on studying for the exam. We have a clear grasp of their situation. Even if they plant people, we have ways to deal with them. Lin Ye didn't pay much attention either. He took a sip of tea and said, okay, but I have a question. I want to ask. He thought of Baizha with a mind full of calculations. If a professional's awakened talent is a summoning type, and the summoned creature is an otherworldly being with its own consciousness, and still retains its original memories, is it possible for it to betray them? Huang Tianqi answered coldly. No. Lin Ye was stunned as Huang Tianqi asked him, you must know that an awakened talent and a professional are a single, symbiotic entity, right? Little Mumu and Bai Ji were used as examples, as he continued. It is a power conceived from the body of each of us, equivalent to our most important organ. It lives with us, dies with us, and is our most steadfast ally. The angel and the treant guardian appeared. Huang Tianqi continued to explain for Lin Ye's understanding. Therefore, no matter what creature it summons from any other world, it will not endanger the life of the professional, even if they seem to have their own consciousness and good or bad personality. Their nature is still unconditional obedience. He recounted a past mission where his team fought an otherworldly creature. In a previous battle we tested a high-level control ability that can influence the thoughts of others, but even that couldn't make an otherworldly creature summoned by an awakened talent attack its summoner. Lin Ye raised his chin and asked, so, what if it summons an abyss demon? Huang Tianqi answered firmly, it won't happen. An abyss demon appeared. He explained to him, there are talents like that in the Alliance. The abyss demon he summoned not only didn't lure humans into the abyss, but on the contrary, they actively infiltrated the abyss forces, becoming informants on the abyss forces' movements. He pushed up his glasses, looked at Lin Ye, and asked, so, did you awaken a talent like that, or was it someone else? Lin Ye replied, not me, but my friend and teammate. Lin Ye thought, since he clearly said that summoned otherworldly creatures will not betray. Moreover, if they really want to bring the fake tears of life into the forgotten lair, it would be hard to avoid being discovered by the Round Alliance. He spoke up, her awakened talent summons an otherworldly creature, and that otherworldly creature realized I was carrying a pass to the forgotten lair, so it asked to go there with me. Hearing this, Huang Tianqi shot up from his seat. Oh, it has a pass too, Lin Ye said. Seriously? Yes, but I don't know if it's true. Huang Tianqi stood up, walked towards the glass door. He put his hands in his pockets, looked outside and said, it won't deceive your friend, so it won't deceive you either. You can take it in, but remember to inform the Alliance beforehand, okay? Imagining a scene of little Mumu being locked in a cage for research, Huang Tianqi glanced at Lin Ye and said, it seems your friend is also a character with limitless potential. You can rest assured, as long as the Alliance confirms it is an otherworldly creature summoned from an awakened talent and not from an illegal summoning ritual or dark powers, they won't restrict its actions within a human city. You can relax. The Alliance won't investigate your friend. On the contrary, someone with such abilities will be highly valued and trained, with resources, training equipment, and all future benefits. You don't need to worry. Lin Ye's face was grim as he clenched his fists and said through gritted teeth, if that's the case then I'm relieved, but inside he was extremely angry. I really don't like this tense feeling of not being in control of the situation. Huang Tianqi touched the arm of his chair and asked him, it seems you've asked everything you wanted to ask. Lin Ye hummed, then he asked further, do you mind if I ask you something? Lin Ye spoke up. Go ahead, he said, as a rectangular box with the name number 31 My Gao. Huang Tianqi held a document and said, I have the examination report for the Abyss Demon My Gao right here. According to the results from the high-level prosecutor, the real cause of its death was a special type of magic attack. My Gao was the demon who possessed Cao Yuan before, Huang Tianqi explained. My Gao's appearance looked like he was burned, but, in reality his cells and organs had suddenly weakened and atrophied. His bodily functions disappeared in an instant. The specific manifestation was somewhat similar to the ancient herbicide paraquat. He handed the document to Lin Yi and asked him, could it be that your awakened talent is poison milk? Lin Yi took and read the document while inwardly he thought a brilliant forensic expert has exposed the effectiveness of my reverse treatment method. However, outwardly, he replied to him, you guessed correctly. Poison milk is indeed my awakened talent. Huang Tianqi smiled warmly and said, that's good then. We were just debating this matter before. The professionals at the headquarters were in a heated debate about whether my Gao's wound was ultimately caused by you. Some experts believed it was a serious injury that another professional had inflicted earlier for you to panic and reap the benefits. We were always arguing whether this honor belonged to you and whether it should be counted as your merit. Lin Ye looked confused and scratched his head. Huang Tianqi clasped his hands together and said, seriously, wait a minute. I thought you were an expert on everything. You don't know about the bounty for abyss demons, do you? A silver-haired old man raised a crown and approached, preparing to place it on Lin Ye. The professional alliance will record the merit for every professional who eliminates an abyss demon. Huang Tianqi approached and patted his shoulder, saying, look forward to the award ceremony. And the reward you like. Okay. A platinum-grade equipment of your choice, a platinum-grade skill book, along with some rare materials or items. You can even specify the field you want. Lin Ye replied excitedly. Okay then. I've thought it over, I'll send the list to you. Okay. Huang Tianqi replied, of course. Lin Ye slowly stood up and said, then I'll head back first. I still have to take my teammates to do a dungeon. Huang Tianqi saw him off, saying, go on. The two stood straight and looked at each other seriously. He touched his shoulder and said, wishing you good luck with the profession test. He made a fist and gave him an encouraging pose with a radiant smile. Bring back the title of valedictorian and make all of Jiangcheng proud. Okay. Lin Ye bowed his head and replied, okay, I will definitely try. He put his hands in his pockets and asked him, did you make a bet with someone? Didn't you? Huang Tianqi cleared his throat well. Then he didn't answer, just left with a loud laugh. That afternoon, inside the city, Lin Ye slowly walked to the appointed place. Baiji was already waiting, there constantly looking left and right. As soon as he arrived, he asked in a low voice, Xiaobai, what did you need me for hearing? The voice Baiji immediately turned her head and seeing him, she ran up to Lin Ye and handed him a folder of documents. She said, hesitantly, I've decided. This is all the data and numbers I have. Lin Ye smiled with satisfaction. I never expected Xiaobai to trust him so much, and since that's the case, he couldn't betray her sincerity and had to calculate everything very carefully for her, he thought. And then, Lin Ye immediately spoke up. Don't worry. Just leave it to me. Oh right. Wait until your talent reaches level 2. Then next time I'll take you to a 2-person dungeon. Combined with the data he had calculated, he would consider whether Xiaobai should change her profession or not. Hearing this, Baiji's eyes lit up. Really? Then I'll prepare well, then I'll continue. My fatigue points haven't peaked yet, so I'll be going now with that. The little girl turned and ran off. Seeing this, Lin Ye shouted loudly to stop her, but Baizhi had already run off quickly. He sighed helplessly. Oh well, for now it's better not to extinguish the flame of her willpower. Lin Ye then returned home. He first based it on the previous 3-person dungeon and added her body's data to calculate the data. Her skill and equipment data were complete, but the range of muscle movement, reaction time and habitual actions were also very important data, because the last dungeon had 3 people entering it. Baiji's data was still not very accurate after some calculations. Lin Ye couldn't help but sigh. Besides the luck buff, Baiji's performance was indeed still not enough. As a precaution first, I need to create a plan to ensure she doesn't reveal her talent, and can pass the final test. After all, the personal dungeons of the profession change test don't just rely on luck. Elsewhere in the underground city, in a dark cellar, a dim light flickered inside. A few people were sitting. At a round table a man stubbed out a cigarette on the table. This man was Yugui, a fallen one. He said coldly, Lord Mai Gao has been taken down. The person next to him, He Quan, nodded slightly and replied, I know. Let's go kill the one who killed Lord Mai Gao. As soon as these words were spoken, a guy holding some cards in a dark corner snorted coldly, kill him. He Quan immediately looked over at him. This person was Labai, also a fallen one. He smirked and said, right now the eyes and ears of the alliance of professionals are everywhere. As long as you reveal your abyss power, it would take less than a few minutes before the suppression and containment squad would surround us. There'd be nowhere for you to hide. Speaking of which, Card walked over and touched the chin of a woman sitting in the corner, jokingly saying, especially for those big, clumsy oafs. They couldn't escape even if they grew wings right. This woman was Fox. She gently pushed Card's hand away. Pouting with a smile, she said, Lord Mai Gao is dead now. What I care about more is who the master will send to be our next commander. And that previous assassination plan, do we still need to carry it out? Of course we have to. Yen Gui affirmed without the slightest hesitation. Black Fist agreed, he said, in a deep voice. Anyway, we need to do it ourselves. We just need to make a small move. There's no need to stop just because of Lord Mai Gao's death. Hearing this, Yen Gui chimed in. We just need to add a little extra something to the final exam. Regardless of whether the original target is Shang Guanyan or that new student who showed up, that thing will take care of them for us. Black Fist looked at the thing Yen Gui had just taken out. Clicking his tongue, he remarked, I don't get why the master uses such a precious item. If he could just use it to provide us with diamond-grade equipment or skill books. But before he could finish his sentence, something whizzed past his face, startling him greatly. Yen Gui next to him was just as bewildered. The one who threw it was Card. He glared at Black Fist and said coldly, You idiot, you think the Alliance members are all fools? That you can just assassinate their protected targets at will? Are you trying to get yourself killed, seeing him like this? Fox couldn't help but pout and coax him. Oh come on little Card. Don't be so angry. Have some sympathy for the big oaf. Then she looked over at Black Fist and teased. His IQ has never been that high, so he just prefers to be straightforward. Why do you always have to make fun of him like that? Hearing these insulting words, Black Fist's face turned as dark as a skillet, but he said nothing. Card was still furious. He said coldly. I hate idiots. Especially the ones I have to work with. Mai Gao bringing this bumbling oaf onto the team. Sooner or later, something bad was bound to happen. With that he was about to leave. Just then, Black Fist suddenly shot to his feet. Then he bowed his head and said in a low voice, I'm truly sorry. Seeing this, Yen Gui immediately comforted him. You don't need to apologize, Black Fist. Remember that you're stronger than him. You can do so much more as long as you don't give up. At that moment, a cloud of black smoke suddenly appeared in the basement. Then it quickly began to spread. Card saw it and immediately froze in his tracks. Yen Gui and Black Fist also stiffened. In the blink of an eye, the smoke took a solid form. The four of them saw it and immediately bowed. Greetings, Your Highness. We welcome Your Highness. His Highness slowly spoke. Mai Gao is dead. I will send a new abyss demon to take his place, to command you, and another fallen one to assist you. They had heard the name of this fallen one before. It was Bai Xiaoxi. Upon hearing this name, Yen Gui immediately nodded and spoke up. Of course we've heard of him. That guy not only killed dozens of high-level professionals, but he also slaughtered a whole club full of civilians. He's massacred at least 1,000 people. His evil deeds run deep. After hearing this, His Highness asked doubtfully, What's wrong? Are you not pleased with him? Yen Gui hesitated for a moment before speaking. But Your Highness, Bai Xiaoxi's strength, I acknowledge. But if he is coming to Jiangcheng, I will refuse to carry out the mission. Either Bai Xiaoxi leaves or he gets killed. Because of these words, the air grew tense. No one said another word. Yen Gui felt a wave of unease, but not long after, His Highness suddenly threw his head back and laughed loudly. Ha ha, excellent. You have a very good way of thinking. Rest assured, my dear little brats, you have every privilege to refuse my orders. He said Bai Xiaoxi has no authority over them, and won't be operating with them either. He is coming to Jiangcheng to take over the original mission of you four demons, which is to assassinate Shangguan Yan. In addition, the Abyss Lord also said that Xiao Shi will provide cover for them to complete their new mission, bringing Xiao Feng into the Abyss. He is a 1 in a million fallen genius, who will become a powerful ally for them. After completing these 2 tasks, they can finally deal with Lin Ye, the one who killed my Gao. His Highness warned them, remember not to reveal their identities, and their own existence. Then use the same method to bring the corrupted adventurer into the final trial's secret realm, causing the boss to be enhanced and go on a rampage. Eliminate Lin Yi without a single soul knowing, and make the professional alliance regret it for the rest of their lives. After hearing this, Yengui frowned and asked, Your Highness, I know this Lin Ye killed Lord Mai Gao, but is he really worth using up, an item that can permanently create diamond-grade equipment? But Black Fist laughed excitedly and said, that means once we all get our hands on diamond-grade equipment, then Your Highness can kill anyone you want. But Yengui slowly opened his mouth. Lord Mai Gao was only level 20. His threat level is nothing compared to Shangguanyan's. If we're going to use the corrupted adventurer, wouldn't it be better to use it on Shangguanyan? His Highness in an instant appeared beside the 2 demons, and said coldly, this Lin Ye has likely obtained the qualification certificate. For the Forgotten Lair, his life is far more important than Shangguanyan's right now. The people secretly protecting Shangguanyan have already moved towards Lin Ye. Even if all of you, plus Xiaoxi attacked together, it's not certain you could even harm him. Having said that, His Highness asked again in a cold voice, do you understand? And Yengui immediately bowed his head and replied, yes. Your subordinate understands, His Highness continued. When you complete your missions, I will bring you back to the Abyss and grant you the baptismal ritual. You will become true Abyss warriors. Hearing this, the 4 of them immediately knelt and shouted, we swear not to disgrace our mission. We will definitely fulfill your command. The next day, at Jiangcheng, Number 1 Academy, Lin Ye's commendation ceremony was underway. Everyone in the academy was buzzing with talk about Lin Ye's incredible accomplishments, making Su Mu feel happy for him just by listening. But when she heard about the dangers Lin Ye had faced, her expression immediately darkened, eventually turning into annoyance. He faced danger and didn't tell her a single thing. That idiot. Just then, the principal called Lin Ye to the stage to receive his certificate. The principal said kindly, Lin Ye, you are an outstanding student of our school, and you are the hope for the future of the Alliance. Lin Ye reached out to accept it, and said politely, thank you, Principal. But I can't take all the credit because every single professional is the Alliance's hope for wiping out the power of the Abyss. Hearing these words, the principal couldn't help but let out a laugh. Then he took out a bunch of things for him. These are all gold-grade equipment and skill books. You can choose a few things to take with you. I don't need to take anything. There are many things here I can't use. Lin Ye glanced over them and shook his head, declining the offer. To break up this 4-piece set, I'd need to find 4 identical replacement items, and get my hands on another item, with a different ridiculously powerful special effect, before I could even think about replacing it. The platinum ring given by the Alliance, although it has good stats and abilities, it's missing the core attribute of cooldown reduction, and the equipment lacks a flash ability. Thinking this, Lin Yi sighed helplessly. It's not that I'm being picky or anything, but really, they don't provide any upgrade at all. It's just a shame that these platinum items have such alluring value. Just then, Lin Ye suddenly noticed something. Instantly, he spoke up. I've made my choice. It's these 3 items. He chose the level 1 Belt of Vigor, the level 1 Platinum quality, Swift Boots, and Holy Light, which also had a platinum quality. Lin Ye was very satisfied with them. Isn't this the skill of a White Spirit Knight? Once the skill is reversed, it can cause all of an enemy's attributes to drop sharply, or even send them into a rage. Thinking of this, Lin Ye immediately activated the skill book. As for the Swift Boots, when used in combination with the Ancient Dragon Necklace, it will slow and weaken the effect by 50%, perfectly targeting agile bosses, and compensating for his own attribute shortcomings. After Lin Ye made his choice, the principal quickly announced, the award ceremony is now over. Everyone is dismissed. You should all go study and do your homework to prepare for the reply assessment. Then he patted Lin Ye's shoulder and advised, the Alliance has secretly sent people to protect you. Today's move was intended to make you the center of attention. Doing this will make it harder for the Abyss forces to act. Lin Ye understood and nodded. I get it. The principal continued to ask, the final professional exam is in 3 days. Do you have any plans yet? Lin Ye hesitated for a moment. Before he could even say anything, the principal's bracelet suddenly lit up. His expression instantly turned grim. The principal turned his head to look at Lin Ye and said, can you tell me who your teammates are? Come with me for a moment. I have something to tell you. A short while later, in the principal's office, Lin Ye had given the information about his teammates to the principal to look over. After reading it, the principal frowned and asked, Sumu and Bai Ji, these two girls are your teammates? Lin Ye nodded calmly and replied, yes, I'm not worried about Sumu. I'm just a little worried about Bai Ji. He said the girl's talent isn't being used to its full potential, and she also wants to change her profession. The principal thought for a moment, then smiled and said, if you chose her as a teammate, then this girl must have some advantage when it comes to ability. As long as she can pass the exam, the road ahead will be fine, he said. You also don't have to overthink it. Just focus on leading your team to prepare for the exam. With that, he handed him a letter. Lin Ye took it, opened it, and looked, his eyes wide with astonishment. The principal slowly explained, this is your true reward, but this is also part of our professional alliance's plan. A few days later at the Lizard Man dungeon, Bai Ji was grinding the dungeon day and night. Lin Ye just stood to the side, calmly giving instructions. Your attack range is fine, just be confident in your judgment. Your reaction time could be a little faster, just like that. Bai Ji followed his instructions and battled the lizard monsters. The young girl nimbly dodged the fluid spit out by the lizards, but just then, a lizard monster charged aggressively, wanting to attack Bai Ji head-on. Lin Ye saw this and reminded her, don't hesitate or dodge. The angle you're aiming for must be precise. Bai Ji nodded slightly, then swung her sword down, slicing the lizard monster in two. Her gaze was incredibly sharp. Very soon after, she had cleared the dungeon and obtained a new ability. Bai Ji's eyes instantly lit up with excitement. Lin Ye Bai. Her side was also satisfied, and a smile spread across his face. This is Bai Ji's new ability. After upgrading her talent to level 2, it's very practical. This is equivalent to reducing the number of rolls needed for a grand prize, improving her money-making ability. Moreover, it directly avoids the possibility of getting the wrong profession. Furthermore, this lucky hand is a personal passive skill. No one else can use it except for her. But in a certain sense, it's also a wash, since Lin Ye didn't get anything at all, while Bai Ji kept getting one good item drop after another. Bai Ji happily ran over to Lin Ye's side, her eyes filled with anticipation as she asked, coordinating, these items, and the new stat allocation were all done, according to your suggestions. What do you think? Lin Ye nodded slightly and praised. This is truly a huge improvement, as long as you don't hesitate, and just follow the instructions. You won't have to worry about the final exam anymore. Hearing this, Bai Ji couldn't help but giggle, but she secretly rubbed her slightly sore hand. Although she was very careful with the movement, Lin Ye still saw it. He sighed helplessly. As I thought, she's still forcing herself a bit. At first I thought it was because she was born with monstrous strength that she was chosen by the Greatsword class. After thinking, he suddenly said in a low voice, Bai Ji, are you determined to change your profession? Hearing this, Bai Ji hastily tried to explain. Oh no, I actually don't need to. Really. I really like the Greatsword. Did I do something wrong? Lin Ye saw her anxiety, and quickly waved his hand. No, that's not it. Then, he pointed to Bai Ji's wrist and explained, I know you've put a lot of points into strength, but to become an outstanding Greatsword wielder, you don't just need practice. You also have to put in a lot of effort and hard work. It's just that a profession is tied to the future of Bai Ji. Lin Ye didn't hesitate to speak bluntly. Bai Ji's constitution isn't suitable for being a Greatsword wielder. If you keep forcing yourself, it's very likely it will cause irreversible damage to your body. I can go with Bai Ji for a while, but in the end, she will only be able to leave the professional career path. Hearing this, Bai Ji immediately froze. Lin Ye sighed and continued. Changing professions isn't that easy either. The difficulty of the solo dungeon is extremely high, and only you alone can enter it. You might get seriously injured or even be unable to recover. But once you overcome it, you'll have a completely different experience. In future battles, of course. He was just giving Bai Ji a suggestion. Regardless of what she chooses, she's still a member of the team. Bai Ji fell silent, frowning. Although she was clumsy and often alone, she knew that Lin Ye and Su Mu were genuinely worried about her. Lin Ye saw her still silent and sighed, and suggested, all right, after we beat this boss, let's take another break. But just then, Bai Ji suddenly shouted, I've decided, I'm going to change my profession. Hearing this, Lin Ye was overjoyed. A moment later, the two of them finally came out. Bai Ji's head was pounding, her body felt heavy, and she wanted to vomit. Su Mu was waiting outside. Seeing the two come out, she walked over. She pouted and said, I've been waiting for you two for half a day. Tomorrow is the final exam, and as a member of the team, I couldn't even find my own teammates. Lin Ye chuckled softly and said, "Don't be in such a rush. I have some good news for you. Look. See if you recognize this." Then he handed Sumu a piece of paper. After looking at it, she froze. A few days later, at the professional examination hall, a large crowd had gathered. The place was filled with noisy chatter. The three of them, Lin Ye, Baiji, and Sumu, were also there. Sumu patted Baiji's head and said with a smile, "Little Bai, are you all ready?" Baiji nodded slightly, and replied, "Yes." Just then, a shout suddenly came from behind them, someone shouting loudly, "Mumu, Little Ye." Startling both of them, they turned their heads to look, and saw Sumu's parents, carrying a banner to cheer for all three of them. Lin Ye couldn't help but ask in surprise, "Uncle and Auntie still don't know?" Sumu nodded slightly, and replied, "I definitely couldn't tell them." Lin Ye frowned slightly, and muttered in a low voice, "I thought they would find out through other channels, it seems. The security level of this news is extremely high." At this moment, someone walked out onto the city wall, and everyone immediately shouted, "It's the City Lord. The City Lord is here." The person who came out was the City Lord of Jiangcheng. He scanned the crowd and spoke in a deep voice. "Good morning, dear students. Today I have an announcement to make. Due to some unavoidable circumstances, this year's professional examination will be postponed." For 3 days, the crowd below fell silent. The City Lord paid them no mind and continued, "I've brought everyone here today for another important matter." These words left everyone confused, unsure of what was happening. While Lin Ye silently observed the crowd, people started whispering among themselves. Everyone's face looked grim. The City Lord seemed to ignore the noisy crowd. He continued, "Today is the first day that the specially recruited students have appeared in our Jiangcheng, according to the latest regulations issued by the Professional Alliance. From now on, every special recruit, before the final test of their profession begins, that person, and their chosen teammates, will challenge an independent secret dungeon. Additionally, this secret dungeon challenge will be conducted as a professional qualification test. During the event it will be broadcasted live and recorded on screen for all students to watch and learn from." At this point, the City Lord pointed down below and dramatically announced, "And the first special rookie in Jiangcheng is the student ranked number 1 at the Jiangcheng Professional Academy." Lin Ye, hearing these words, hundreds of eyes immediately turned to focus on Lin Ye. In a corner of the city, Card leaned against a wall and spoke slowly. Lin Ye was suddenly announced as Jiangcheng's special rookie. The dungeon he's about to challenge is the final test dungeon. Yan Gui frowned and asked, "Did you put the enchanting descender in?" Card nodded slightly and replied, "Yes, but it's too much of a coincidence that they didn't switch to a new dungeon. I keep feeling like something isn't right here." Yan Gui aggressively retorted, "It doesn't matter. The mission that the master gave us is all we need to do. Everything else isn't our problem to manage, if nothing else unexpected happens, then head to the base and assemble immediately. Absolutely no wasting time on other things." Card still looked worried, but he quickly chuckled and said, "You can rest assured about that. The mechanism I tampered with was done so discreetly that no one could possibly know. That useless City Lord didn't notice a single thing." However, they had no idea that the city was surrounded by surveillance cameras, with someone watching 24/7. In addition, the professional army was constantly patrolling everywhere. Over here, after speaking, Card used the card in his hand to slowly blend into the wall. He gave a faint smile and said, "My first move is to retreat, but I'll still keep an eye on things over there. The target is about to enter the dungeon. Has that idiot Black Fist dealt with Huang Xiaofeng yet?" Yan Gui nodded slightly and replied, "It's done. He's in our hands now. As for that other guy, we still haven't been able to contact him." Black Fist was currently sitting far away, with an unconscious Xiaofeng right under him. Meanwhile, on the other side, that historian was trying to evade pursuers to assassinate Guanyan. Over at the examination hall, everyone was buzzing with noise about the City Lord's announcement, but he ignored them and walked up to Lin Ye to speak. "Just stand right here, that's all. The principal already informed you guys beforehand, right?" Lin Ye nodded slightly and replied, "Yes." Hearing this, the City Lord was relieved. The ring on his hand suddenly flashed, and right after, a portal appeared in front of everyone. The three of them, Lin Ye's group, quickly reached out and touched it, and in the blink of an eye, all three were sucked into the dungeon. But it wasn't long before the dungeon suddenly issued a warning that startled Lin Ye. Due to the influence of the enchanting descender, the difficulty of the secret dungeon has been increased to disaster level. The feeling was so intense that Bai Zhi felt a burning sensation Sumu on the side quickly released her energy, causing the heat to subside as she spoke in a panic. Lin Ye, could this mean? Before she could finish, Lin Ye nodded and said, "Yep, the dungeon has mutated, the secret realm has escalated to disaster-level difficulty, and its structure has also specially mutated." Lin Ye glanced at everyone, reminding them just like in the simulation exercise, "Let's group up and form a defensive formation. The biggest challenge is dealing with the focused firepower and encirclement of 3 bosses. At the same time, the test also focuses on the time it takes to clear the stage, and the first specific details of the blood-draining process. If any mistakes are made, it could waste skills and result in unnecessary health loss." Hearing this, Baiji frowned and muttered, "To be honest, if those fallen ones hadn't meddled with it, I feel like this dungeon wouldn't be this hard to beat." "That's right." Lin Ye nodded in agreement, and the people outside, who heard this immediately, burst into a clamorous uproar. Everyone couldn't stop marveling at Lin Ye's arrogance. At the same time, a certain guy hiding not far away couldn't help but sneer in contempt. An arrogant and ignorant genius, and a disgusting rabble of a crowd. Your good days are over. Inside the dungeon, Lin Ye spoke up again, but nobody knows how the enchanting descender will change the terrain and bosses of the world's secret realms. Just then, monsters appeared up ahead. Sumu immediately gasped in horror. "It's the Half-Serpent clan. It's like they've been waiting for us for a while." While they were in a panic, one of the monsters shot a poison arrow towards them, and in an instant the poison arrow exploded, covering the 3 of them in poison. Lin Ye frowned slightly, his eyes turning sharp. Right after he used the Dispel Poison skill, and in just a moment, it completely vanished. Seeing this, the serpent monster's eyes widened in shock. Lin Ye then spoke up, "Mumu, first gather the 5 scattered half-serpent men over there, then Baiji use your strongest skill to kill those 5 half-serpent men instantly." The 2 quickly nodded, and then Sumu swiftly made her move, with Lin Ye guiding from the side. Mumu to the left. At 9 o'clock, there's a total of 3 half-serpent men. Use Firestorm to add more fire, then use Ice Freeze technique. Following his words, flames erupted continuously. The serpent men couldn't dodge in time, and were burned step by step. Seizing this opportunity, Baiji used her ice technique to freeze them, and then insta-killed the serpent men in a flash. Just like that, Sumu and Baiji coordinated with each other, with Baiji providing support for Sumu from below. The little girl summoned a flame, and then attacked the serpent man. Boom! The flame exploded in an instant. Lin Ye just stood by the entire time, on the sidelines, without participating. But at the same moment, a monster had quietly crept up behind him. Lin Ye, of course, had already noticed. His eyes quickly turned red. Instantly, the blade in his hand swung out. A blood-red slash of blade energy shot forward, sending that monster straight to heaven. After finishing off the monster, Lin Ye looked back at the 2 girls and said, "Mumu Baiji, keep advancing. There's an elite monster wave coming up. Watch your mana, okay?" The 2 of them immediately nodded, indicating they understood. Outside, everyone was still watching the match, constantly whispering and discussing. Sumu's parents couldn't help but sigh with emotion. That kid little Ye has really grown up and become someone to rely on. At the same time, while no one was aware, Card had quietly blended into the crowd. Seeing everyone's constant chatter, he gritted his teeth in anger. He grumbled in dissatisfaction, "A bunch of useless idiots. If you want to get stronger, you should find a way to join the forces of the Abyss. But all you know how to do is flatter others. What a bunch of weaklings." With that, he quickly left. Seemingly at the same moment, someone quietly appeared from thin air and reported in a low voice, "Target number 3 has completely left the location. Confirm immediately if target number 1 has opened the gate to the Abyss, or not. If so, we can cast the net." At the same time, on the outskirts of the city, a team of professionals was quietly lying in ambush here, led by a young woman. She spoke in a low voice, "Cast the net, and surround the Abyss Demon's second squad. Begin coordinated action." The man on the other side immediately grasped the information. He narrowed his eyes and spoke seriously. "Hunt and kill. Target number 3, the Fallen 1 card." Right after that, both sides quickly rushed towards the target. Meanwhile, outside the examination hall, Card, thinking no one had noticed his presence, arrogantly used his card skills. His body instantly transformed into cards. He sneered inwardly. "You foolish professionals, don't even think about stopping my grand plan." Today he would officially become a warrior of the Abyss. The more Card thought about it, the more pleased he became, and he threw his head back to laugh loudly. "I'm not the same person I was before. I am Card, the Avenger who fell into the Abyss and was reborn. I will crush this entire world under my feet. That fall in one card, but just then, a voice suddenly rang out from behind, startling Card and making him panic. The person who arrived was the female leader of the professional team. She warned coldly, I'm giving you 10 seconds to immediately dispel all the mist on your body, dissipate your abyss energy and surrender with your hands up, or else you'll die. The girl's eyes were extremely fierce. Card was subdued by a group of people before he could even resist. He struggled to break free, while cursing non-stop. Damn it, how could you guys know that's not right? There's a mole, I've been betrayed. Who was it? While Card was struggling, the girl was quietly counting down the seconds. Card stubbornly shouted, don't even think about it. Go to hell. Right after, he swung his hand to attack. The girl sneered coldly, and said contemptuously, still unrepentant, take him down. The moment she finished speaking, the professionals quickly rushed forward, surrounding Card without any hesitation. Card took out one of his all-purpose cards, but before he could do anything, someone else rushed in from behind. Boom, an arrow pierced straight through him. Seizing this opportunity, the others attacked with flames. In an instant, Card was engulfed in flames, but he didn't give up, his eyes turning vicious. He screamed wildly, Professional Alliance, I'll make you all die with me. The moment he spoke, Card summoned the power of the Abyss, beginning to devour and cleanse all the debuffs on him and activating his berserk mode. Seeing this, the girl reminded them, everyone be careful, he's about to unleash the full power of the Abyss. In an instant, Card's health bar was full again. He taunted smugly, come on, you bunch of trash. If you can't kill me, then I'll take you all and everyone inside the hall and kill every single one of you. The moment he finished speaking, he charged forward manically, but at this moment, someone quietly appeared behind Card. Without any warning, a blade plunged into his back, causing Card to roar in fury. This damn assassin, the one who arrived, was the man from before. He snorted coldly and said, I'm right here, you know. Then he continued to unleash his skills. A combo attack began to hit Card. On another side, in the examination square, everyone was constantly chattering about the dungeon battle of Lin Ye the monster they were currently facing was the poisonous frog, but Lin Ye wasn't fazed in the slightest. He calmly used the reverse healing art skill immediately. A stream of blood-red energy appeared and countered the poison of the poisonous frog. The frog, still unafraid, stuck out its tongue ready to fight. Outside, everyone was still cheering and shouting, but at this moment the poisonous frog's tongue suddenly pierced straight through Lin Ye, leaving them frozen in shock, not understanding what was happening. The poisonous frog thought it had won, and immediately retracted its tongue. But Lin Ye raised his blade high and shouted, reverse healing god art frog's descent. He was still standing there completely safe, leaving the outsiders extremely confused. He had clearly been hit, but he wasn't injured at all. Right after that, Lin Ye dashed off. He distanced himself from the poisonous frog, maintaining a safe distance, to avoid being pulled in and poisoned. But at this opportunity, Baiji and Sumu, from behind, were preparing to activate their skills, waiting for the right moment. The two of them rushed out together, and simultaneously attacked the poisonous frog. Their flames furiously attacked it, but it only reduced its health by 2,544 points. That's it. Seeing this, Baiji couldn't help but sigh helplessly. No wonder it's a buffed, disaster-level dungeon. Even the small bosses are so hard to deal with. Sumu also shook her head, and said, that's normal, even though they were combo skills. They were all small skills, that don't cost much mana, and have short cooldowns now. How many seconds has it been since we disengaged from that monster? Baiji quickly replied, it's been 30 seconds. While they were talking, Lin Ye had used Breath Snatch to attack the poisonous frog. When the countdown reached exactly 40 seconds, all of its health was completely drained. Sumu saw this and cheered happily. Not a second, more, not a second. Less, exactly 40 seconds. Baiji also said excitedly, the benefits are ours. At the same time, on the outskirts of the city, Card was also eliminated. The female professional immediately reported, he's dead. Target number 3 has been eliminated. Then she looked towards the male assassin and instructed, Wu Liu, immediately lead the army to the Abyss Gate, join forces with the other armies, and enter the Abyss. This is a rare opportunity, so we must seize it. Hearing this, Wu Liu nodded slightly, indicating that he understood. He glanced at his comrades, and spoke seriously. Brothers, every one of you has seen it, right? The battle ahead will be far more brutal than any enemy we've ever faced. The professionals fell silent upon hearing these words. Wu Liu ignored them and continued, this is no different than facing the great demon tide head-on. It's highly likely that none of us will make it back. He said, if anyone wants to retreat now, then stand up, I won't stop you or blame you. Wu Liu only hoped that they could continue to protect the city's people. after their comrades had fallen in battle. These words were too righteous, too moving, causing everyone to fall silent. Wu Liu scanned them for a moment, before speaking after a long pause. So has everyone made their decision? Everyone answered without hesitation. We've all decided. Wu Liu asked again. You won't regret it. No regrets, everyone replied in unison. This made Wu Liu very satisfied. He raised his hand high, and shouted defiantly then, charge into the abyss with me, and take the head of the Abyss King. In this battle, humanity will prevail. While a battle raged outside, a similar one was happening inside the dungeon. Lin Ye's team continuously eliminated a huge number of monsters. In the dungeon, Su Mu went on a killing spree, becoming the MVP. She exclaimed happily, have I finally gotten stronger, or is this dungeon just too weak? I feel like I can take on 10 more right now. Lin Ye glanced at the two of them and said it's still early. We haven't even seen the main boss of the first stage yet. Little Mumu summoned the Great Guardian Tree for protection. Hearing this, Sumu immediately took out the bell. Then, the Tear Queen began to ring the bell, summoning, and in an instant, the Great Guardian Tree appeared. Surprisingly, under the influence of the enchanting Descender, the Great Guardian Tree's talent was permanently upgraded to the Platinum level. This left Sumu and the Tear Queen stunned. Lin Ye also couldn't help but sigh. What kind of joke is this? You can actually use a buff to break the upper limit. The City Lords group outside was just as shocked. They exclaimed in disbelief, isn't that a secret dungeon boss? This kid's future is truly limitless. But this is just a summoned clone of that little girl inside the dungeon. A warning sound echoed. The Ashen Shadow has discovered your whereabouts. Hearing this, Lin Ye frowned and muttered, it's here as expected. In an instant, a horde of monsters appeared before them. 3 level 20 Ashen Shadow monsters. They will attack and kill any creature that appears before them. Lin Ye remained unfazed and spoke calmly. Great Guardian Tree set up a defensive formation using Charging Knight. Unleash Heaven Strike, and predict the landing point. Hearing the command, the Great Tree Guardian switched its form, becoming a Charging Knight. Then it charged forward to attack. And before long, under the relentless assault of the Great Tree Guardian, a monster had already fallen, and Lin Ye wasn't sitting idle. He continued commanding Mumu. Baiji, no need to conserve mana use. Every single skill to quickly drain every last bit of their health. Little Mumu, stay here and await orders. Su Mu heard this and just grinned, saying, witness the fruits of my training. Freezing art. Instantly, a series of ice blocks appeared encasing the bodies of the monsters over there, which caused their life points to drop continuously, and then at the perfect moment, Su Mu swiftly shattered the ice, and then it was Baiji's turn to strike, the great sword in her hands, blazing with brilliant flames, as she slashed down, causing the monster's health points to steadily drop. Just then, Su Mu struck again, and Baiji joined forces with her, their wind shadows and sword glints dancing through the air. Baiji glanced over at Su Mu and called out, I have used up all my ranged skills, so how about I charge in for some close combat? Meanwhile, the Guardian Great Tree had already defeated the shadow of Anam number 1. Seeing this, the remaining shadow of Anam activated its rage ability and furiously charged towards Lin Ye's group. Lin Ye wasn't just standing around though. He had already joined the battle raging outside. Back at the Class Holders Alliance meeting room, everyone was gathered around the table discussing important matters. Guanyan glanced around at everyone and began to speak. According to our intel, the Abyss forces planned to assassinate me on the road to make me drop the item. They wanted to kill 2 birds with 1 stone. Hearing this, Tianqi nodded in agreement. That's right. And with Lin Ye's appearance, for some reason, they completely changed their strategy and made eliminating him their top priority. Targeting him was actually a pretty smart move. Unconsciously, Guanyan smiled casually and said, I thought the Abyss Lord was some kind of visionary, but it turns out this Bai Xiaoqiu guy is just a mindless brute. He even dared to charge ahead despite being ambushed. I don't know if he's brainless or just overconfident. The good news that those fallen ones received was all fake. It will make them let their guard down. After a moment of thought, Tianqi suggested, then let's just tell Lin Ye the truth, so he'll willingly go to the secret realm, letting the fallen ones continue to lower their guard until they can't resist opening the gate to the abyss. His words made another person hesitate nervously. But what about your son? Tianqi let out a small chuckle and replied, oh, I've already told him about the plan. Besides, this is also a test for him. He believes the Abyss Lord wants to recruit Xiao Feng, so his goal isn't to kill him. As long as he stands firm and doesn't cross the line, the Abyss Lord's people won't be able to harm Xiao Feng. Just then, another person ran in from outside. She walked over to Guanyan and reported, Master, our main forces have entered the abyss. and have gained a huge advantage. But it is expected that in 5 minutes, a demon tide will pour into Jiang City. Guanyan nodded slightly, then scanned the room with a smile and said, "Then we'll proceed according to the original plan. Everyone will temporarily evacuate to the central downtown area and wait for the main forces to return. I'm confident that this time we will achieve a decisive victory, completely unscathed. Besides, we have a wildcard like Lin Ye, who appeared out of nowhere." Meanwhile, back inside the dungeon, the guardian Great Tree was still relentlessly fighting monsters. It glanced at Lin Ye and proposed, "My lord, please allow me to handle these insects." Lin Ye nodded slightly. Instantly, the guardian Great Tree used a leaping slash to attack. Its momentum was incredibly fierce. With just a few blows, the guardian Great Tree had already defeated 2 bosses. Seeing this, the City Lords group, watching from outside, couldn't help but be amazed, and began whispering amongst themselves. An observer from the major universities frowned, and muttered, "To be honest, I have some thoughts. I'm not very optimistic about pre-students who pursue this kind of damage dealer path," he said. "Although it seems like he has high damage and can heal health and mana, he's not as tough as a tanker, and he doesn't have the parrying ability of a swordsman or the lifesteal of a warrior. He also lacks the mobility and agility of an assassin. He is just too fragile. It is like putting yourself in an extremely dangerous position. The price to pay is just too high." The City Lord was speechless after hearing this, but the bald professor just kept on rambling. "Everyone just think, on a real battlefield, if he runs into an enemy with strong crowd control skills, will he even have a chance to escape?" Seeing him endlessly criticizing Lin Ye, the City Lord couldn't help but say with a chuckle, "Perhaps this kid is intentionally holding back. After all, he's the special recruit, recommended by the Jiang City Class Holders Alliance." The student next to the bald professor quickly explained, "Sir, you misunderstand. What my professor means is that this kid's skill level is extraordinary. From his timing on attacks, his timing on dodges, to his reactions to enemy attacks. It is all top tier, but his limitations in actual combat are just too great. If his awakened talent doesn't give Lin Ye enough survivability, once he's thrown into a chaotic battlefield, it is practically a death sentence." He said the professor is just lamenting the wasted talent. The bald professor sneered with contempt. "Regardless, he's just some guild member who just happened upon a high-level battle. There's nothing special about him at all." Hearing this, the City Lords group really wanted to punch him right in the mouth, but they held back to save face. But this tactless professor didn't know when to quit, and started commenting on Sumu. Except this time he praised Sumu quite a bit. Unfortunately, it was all just hollow praise that no one cared to hear. Just then, someone ran in from outside with a grave expression on their face. They leaned in close to the City Lord's ear to report. After listening, the City Lord nodded. "All right, I understand." Seeing his reaction, everyone present grew worried and began to mutter, "What's going on?" The City Lord scanned the crowd and announced, "Ladies and gentlemen, we've just received word from the front lines that a demon tide will invade in 5 minutes. Everyone, please stop watching and proceed to the shelters in an orderly fashion." The crowd below panicked upon hearing the news, but the City Lord spoke to reassure them. "Please remain calm. The defensive fortifications around us are secure and are staffed with numerous high-level class holders." Hearing this, Sumu's parents also became very anxious. Sumu's mother muttered worriedly, "So there really is a demon tide." But Sumu's father shook his head reassuringly. "It's all right. According to the news, the Class Holders Alliance is very confident this time. Let's go now. We can't hold the children back." While chaos erupted outside, back inside the dungeon, Lin Ye's group had defeated the boss of the Anam realm. Just then, Lin Ye pulled out a map. Everyone looked a bit confused when they saw it. Lin Ye slowly began to explain, "This is something the Alliance gave exclusively to us. When the new map opened, he felt the atmosphere here was even more dangerous. So he told everyone to take one first, as a precaution. As if we don't end up using it this time, just hold on to it for when we need it later." Sumu nodded slightly and replied, "I understand. Then next, we'll continue." But before she could finish, Lin Ye cut her off. "No. You guys stay here. Little Mumu will stay with you, and I and the Guardian Great Tree will scout ahead. Because the area ahead is too dangerous." He couldn't let them take the risk. Thinking this, Lin Ye glanced at the two of them and reminded them, "The dangers up ahead are still unknown, and it's not part of the exam. Your performances just now were already outstanding. Besides, I even used the giant tree guardian." Hearing his words, Sumu and Baiji exchanged a glance. Before long they both spoke in unison. "Then take these with you." After saying that, They took out a bunch of items, and even the tier queen. Lin Ye was speechless when he saw this, but having no other choice, he took the pile of items, and sighed. Alright, I really don't know what to do with you guys. He then tossed the pile of items into the Guardian Great Tree's mouth, and then used its speed boost to leave. And just like that, they plunged deeper inside. Immediately encountering many puppet monsters, Lin Ye didn't hesitate to command the Guardian Great Tree to charge in and start the slaughter. After clearing the mobs, the main boss finally appeared. The Guardian Great Tree glanced at Lin Ye and asked, Sir Lin Ye, should I go and kill it? I'm confident. This battle can be over within a minute. Lin Ye frowned slightly and muttered, Wait, something's not right up ahead. There are unseen enemies, hiding in the shadows. I have to force them out first. As soon as he spoke, he used his reverse skill. With a deafening boom, a barrage of lightning bolts rained down from the sky, striking down the enemies hiding in the shadows. And when the lightning dissipated, a ninja puppet appeared. Lin Ye narrowed his eyes at the monster for a moment. So it's a male and female duo. Then, he quickly ordered, Little Moo fall back for now. Tree bro, stick to the swordsman. I will target the ninja. After we wipe out the first wave of minions, find a way to pull it closer to the ninja group. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Ye and the Guardian Great Tree charged forward together. The Guardian Great Tree snorted coldly. You annoying flies. How dare you stand in my way? At that moment, the puppet swordsman quickly activated its summoning skill, and a ball of lightning rapidly shot down. Lin Ye didn't dare to be careless, and quickly activated his Hour of Annihilation skill, boosting his damage by 50%. Instantly, he unleashed a slash, and a mob of monsters in front of him was cut down. This made the ninja puppet grind its teeth in anger. It charged forward in a rage, throwing out a smoke bomb to obscure Lin Ye's vision. But Lin Ye didn't attack, calmly ordering the Tier Queen, Little Moo, it's your turn now. The Tier Queen instantly received the order and cast Butterfly Hurricane. A swarm of wind blades began to swarm the ninja puppet. In the blink of an eye, it was torn to shreds. Meanwhile, the Guardian Great Tree was still fighting the puppet swordsman. The monster's health was almost completely gone. Trapped in a desperate situation, it entered a life-or-death battle state. Lin Ye noticed this, and quickly activated his reverse skill. With a massive boom, the Secret Realm boss, the puppet swordsman, was blown to bits by him. At the same time, in the temporary underground shelter, everyone was still watching Lin Ye's battle. Seeing the one move he used to annihilate the boss, everyone immediately erupted in amazed discussion. And that bald professor, who had just claimed there was nothing special about Lin Ye, now his face turned pale. He secretly wiped the sweat from his forehead, not daring to say another word. But just then, a hand landed on his shoulder. The city lord walked over, raising an eyebrow, and asked, Are you not feeling well? Do you need to rest? The old professor hurriedly shook his head. Oh, it's nothing, my apologies. I was out of line earlier. Everyone now was still reeling in amazement at Lin Ye's talent, praising him to the high heavens. Meanwhile, inside the dungeon, Sumu and Bai Ji saw smoke and flames rising in the distance. Sumu quickly suggested, That's Lin Ye's direction, let's hurry over there. Back with Lin Ye, his expression was grim. The Guardian Great Tree also sensed something, saying in a low voice, Sir Lin Ye, this newcomer is very strong. And sure enough, a figure silently stepped out. From within the smoke, the Annihilation Queen had appeared, and due to the effect of the rising temperature from the enchanting descender, her strength had also been boosted. Seeing her, the Guardian Great Tree couldn't help but exclaim, The Annihilation Demoness. Lin Ye was stunned. It recognizes this boss. This is a clone, another boss. With no data at all, it seems to have been summoned by something. Not to mention the information shows that the Annihilation Queen is a clone. Enemies like this, he had fought against before. Thinking of this, Lin Ye couldn't help but click his tongue. This is going to be a tough fight. Just then, the Annihilation Queen let out a sneer, then smirked and said, Ha ha, how interesting. The pass to the Forgotten Lair, the summoned soul spirit, the Guardian Great Tree, the tear of reproduction. No wonder I received that notification. Hearing this, the Guardian Great Tree was instantly on alert. Even the Tear Queen began to summon her wind butterflies. Seeing this, Lin Ye quickly warned them, Tree bro, Little Moo, don't let your guard down. Have you guys met her before? The Tear Queen shook her head slightly, indicating she didn't know her. The Guardian Great Tree replied flatly, I don't know, but I have a very familiar feeling. Sir Lin Ye. She has a mark on her just like yours. Lin Ye was stunned. A mark. It must be the pass to the Forgotten Lair. Just then, the Annihilation Queen laughed again, and said, Little brother, don't look at me with such hostility. Seeing as we were fated to meet, I'll let you pass this stage for free. I hope you'll also be able to make it through the Forgotten Lair. As soon as she finished speaking, she disappeared, and the puppets beside her also bowed to Lin Ye before they left. This whole situation left Lin Ye stunned and speechless. She just left. What does that mean? Is it because I have the pass to the Forgotten Lair? Could she also be a creature from that lair? The guardian great tree thought for a moment before speaking up. Although I don't remember who she is, besides the mark of the Forgotten Lair, she also has some other similar marks from the same origin, it suspects. The Annihilation Queen isn't a creature from this secret realm. Perhaps when the Tear Queen summoned it, she let it absorb some of the enchanting Descender's power, which led her to this secret realm. Hearing this, Lin Ye frowned in silence. Although he wanted to get to the bottom of it, the guardian great tree, summoned by the soul spirit, probably doesn't have any important memories. So there's no need to dwell on it. Thinking this, he slowly opened his mouth. Tree bro, for now, let's not worry about the Annihilation Queen. The problem now is that the puppet general, summoned by the demoness, has also left. So who is the final enemy going to be? And the dungeon hasn't given any important notifications. Just then, a woman's voice suddenly rang out from behind. Lin Ye was startled, and turned to see Su Mu and Bai Zi running towards them. Su Mu quickly called out, "We sensed a change in the dungeon and were afraid that something big was happening, so we wanted to group up with you as soon as possible." Bai Zi let out a sigh of relief. "It's good that you're okay." But just then, the Annihilation Queen's subordinates suddenly stopped in their tracks. They looked back behind them, and found a new target, so they immediately turned around and ran back the way they came. Su Mu saw this and panicked. "Oh my gosh, did I make the wrong call again?" Lin Ye quickly reassured her. "Don't worry about it. If you hadn't come, we wouldn't have gotten the stage clear notification, so I think they are the final bosses that we have to defeat." Before long, the black puppets had returned, and a ball of energy appeared in their hands. Lin Ye's group was momentarily stunned, but Lin Ye quickly blocked the energy ball from the black puppet. Everyone else wasn't idle either, and began to counterattack the black puppets. Lin Ye created a shield to protect everyone, then shouted, "Freeze the rest of their energy orbs to avoid a secondary explosion." Su Mu nodded and acknowledged the order. Then, she used her ice seal technique to attack. Instantly frost appeared, and began to freeze the energy orbs fired by the black puppets. Seeing this, the black puppets were a bit flustered, but they quickly regained their composure, and began muttering an incantation. The guardian tree recognized it, and exclaimed in panic, "It's a summoning circle." In just a moment, the sky was filled with black puppets. They began to frantically attack the shield, protecting Lin Ye's group. Bai Ji couldn't help but exclaim in alarm, "This is insane. I can't believe there are so many of them." The guardian great tree looked worriedly at Lin Ye, and asked, "My lord, how are we going to fight this?" Lin Ye wasn't worried, and just smirked. "No rush. If we're facing numbers this big, then I'll just have to call in some powerful backup of my own." As soon as he finished speaking, he used a summoning spell. In just an instant, streaks of lightning suddenly appeared in the sky, striking down. And when the light faded, the dark cursed night had appeared behind Lin Ye. The dark night appeared and immediately struck. A single sweeping slash wiped out more than half of the black puppets. Seeing this unfold, Su Mu couldn't help but exclaim in shock, "Lin Ye, isn't that a level 15 gold boss? How did you manage to level it up?" Lin Ye just shook his head slightly and replied, "Not at all. I basically have no control over it out here." When everyone saw the dark night appear, they all started to get loud and rowdy. Each and every one of them was amazed by this special ability of Lin Ye's. The crowd cheered wildly with excitement, but no one had any idea that behind them, a group was up to something shady. As one of them whispered, "Have all your superiors lost contact too?" Another guy immediately nodded his head. "Yeah, so what's our next move? We're all trapped in here now, so screw it. Let's just make our move." After hesitating for a long moment, the first guy finally spoke up. "In that case, they won't be able to control us anymore, so we don't have to be their cannon fodder. Let's just summon the demon tide portal right here." Inside the dungeon, Lin Ye looked at the dark night and suggested, "Master Zhou, don't use moonlight assault. The enemy is trying to use a human wave tactic. You just need to pull the mobs and drag them away from their current positions, that's all." The Dark Knight immediately nodded. Then he unleashed his dark curse and all. His stats shot up dramatically. Then he charged forward without stopping. His powerful aura terrified the dark puppets. They frantically attacked the Dark Knight, but he just kept charging straight through them, dancing among the swarm of dark puppets as Lin Ye watched from below and nodded in satisfaction. Excellent, the formation they set up has been completely drawn out by Master Joe, and until every last one of them is destroyed, those 4 bosses won't make a move. Their logic seems to be purely based on relying on the smaller mobs to wear down the strength of Lin Ye's party, so that's why they are still supplying magic to the formation without attacking at the same time. The Dark Knight was now surrounded by a swarm of dark puppets, but he didn't hesitate for a second. In his hand an energy ball appeared, ready to be thrown, and Lin Ye saw his opportunity and immediately shouted, "Then now is the time!" With a loud bang. That energy ball shot towards the dark puppets and exploded as fallen heaven and hell enveloped them. The great Treant Guardian on this side also used his Heaven's Strike skill to destroy the swarm of dark puppets. Lin Ye wasn't idle either. He used the Sea of Death to sweep the dark puppets into a sea of blood, while Bai Ji, Mumu and the Tear Queen were also frantically attacking the monsters. Under the force of their fierce assault, wave after wave of dark puppets was taken down as the Dark Knight landed a final critical hit. Black smoke instantly filled the sky, and the puppet mage had been completely destroyed. The formation was broken, and seeing this, Lin Ye immediately gave the order, "Split up and take them down, don't let them recover," and summon more minions. As soon as he spoke, he used the Shadow Seal technique, using chains to bind the dark puppet. Lin Ye coldly stated, "It's over," and immediately, he extended his hand and a white light struck the body of the puppet mage, killing it on the spot. With that taken care of, he glanced over at the rest of his team. Sumu was holding her own, having just finished off a puppet. The great Treant Guardian over here also took one down. Over here, one puppet was still standing as it staggered to its feet, but the Dark Knight gave it no chance to recover, slashing down with a single sword strike, killing it instantly. The final boss was finally defeated. The dungeon was now complete. Lin Ye's party quickly received their rewards. Under the influence of Baiji's ability, all the open treasure chests were upgraded to diamond grade. Lin Ye quickly opened his treasure chest. Inside was a diamond grade priest skill, the Blessing of the Stars, a diamond grade mage weapon, and a rare grade item. The Blessing of the Stars is an exclusive priest skill that can restore health points to all designated targets. Lin Ye looked it over and couldn't help but exclaim, "What a truly diamond grade skill. This is truly a weapon of mass destruction." And outside, everyone was also buzzing, wanting to see what Lin Ye got, while at the same time, in the room, the sound of hurried footsteps suddenly echoed. Ma Chao walked up beside the city lord and whispered something in his ear. After listening, the city lord's face suddenly turned serious. He frowned and asked, "So what's the situation with the war in the Abyss Demon Realm now?" Ma Chao hurriedly replied, "We're about to win. We've fought our way to the Abyss Palace. Today is the perfect opportunity to finally destroy the Abyss Master. Today, they will all definitely die." Hearing these words, the city lord's brow relaxed, and he said with satisfaction, "That's good then. But I can't help feeling this is a little too easy. It's best to be careful. These Abyss demons will stop at nothing to commit their evil deeds." While the two were talking, Lin Ye's party of 3 emerged from the dungeon, and everyone immediately started cheering Lin Ye's name. Lin Ye glanced around, and then his brow furrowed deeply. "So we're already in the shelter, huh? It seems. It's just as the Professional Alliance planned. I wonder what stage they've reached," he thought. And then, Lin Ye glanced over and saw the city lord in the distance. He squinted at him, and then they both nodded to each other. But Lin Ye couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong. It felt like he had missed something important. Sumu over here saw her parents as soon as she came out, and she hurriedly waved to greet them. The two of them smiled back at her as Lin Ye was still lost deep in his own thoughts. "If we can wipe out the Abyss forces in one fell swoop, and uproot them completely, that would be perfect." Just then, the ground suddenly began to shake violently. A strange event occurred, causing everyone to panic. Demonic beasts appeared out of nowhere and started attacking everyone, as Lin Ye's expression immediately darkened. "It's a demon-tide creature." The city lord was also clearly panicked, muttering in disbelief. How could they get in just the blink of an eye? Piercing screams echoed endlessly through the shelter as the city lord hurriedly ordered everyone to fall back, while Ma Chao took the initiative and rushed forward, requesting through his communication device, "Reinforcements. A demon tide has appeared inside the shelter. We suspect it was teleported in by an insider, requesting immediate reinforcements." But there was no answer from the other side, making him yell in frustration, "Immediate reinforcements." Seeing this, Lin Ye quickly flew out, his eyes turning sharp. He activated his plunder technique instantly. A bolt of lightning struck the monster's body, causing the person in its grasp to fall. Only then did Lin Ye pull back his hand, but he felt something wasn't right. The strength of the city guard team stationed outside is not weak at all, and Ma Chao easily returned to report to the city lord, not to mention the arrangements made by the high-ranking alliance members. These demon-tide creatures could only have been summoned temporarily by an insider. More and more demonic beasts appeared in every corner of the shelter. They frantically attacked everyone. The city lord saw the dire situation and quickly ordered, "Hurry all professionals present. Draw your weapons and protect the students immediately." All the professionals began to take action as they coordinated with each other to destroy the demonic beasts. But there were too many of them, and some still slipped through the cracks aiming to attack a spot where no professionals were guarding. Ma Chao saw this and immediately shouted, "City Lord behind you." The city lord quickly appeared, blocking the way in front of the crowd, and he spoke to reassure everyone, "Don't be afraid, the flames of the winged dragon will only deal damage to the abyss creatures." As soon as he finished speaking, the city lord summoned a flame carrying a deathly aura that completely enveloped the group of beasts, but it was like a drop in the ocean. As soon as one was destroyed, another group appeared. Ma Chao frowned fiercely. "Is it a summoning item? Where on earth is the insider hiding over on this side?" Su Mu was also helping protect everyone. She summoned the Tear Queen, and then suggested, "Leave this area to me, and Bai Zhe little Mumu pay attention to where the demon tide might appear." Lin Ye, with his strategic mind, was of course not idle either. He continuously took down the beasts that appeared. He was thinking about what to do now. Organize everyone to leave the shelter first, or prioritize catching the insider. The insider must still be here and hasn't left yet. The shelter is in the inner city, unlike the main hall. The outside is heavily guarded. It's basically impossible to escape, but if we don't catch the insider, the demon tide won't stop just then. Someone pushed open the door from outside and shouted in panic, "It's bad. The inner city and the surface above the shelter have also been hit by a demon tide, and squads are being mobilized to surround and eliminate all emergency combat professionals." The city lord heard this and immediately frowned. He asked aggressively, "Wang Ma Chao, why are the guards in the inner city so slow?" He also asked the professionals around, "Where are the refugee area guards?" Before Ma Chao could answer, another professional spoke up around the refugee area. "In the inner city, many demon tide portals have appeared. And not only that, the number of demon creatures on the streets far exceeds our estimates. The monsters from these portals are not low level. The guard teams are short on manpower and can't provide support." Lin Ye in the distance also heard these words and felt more and more uneasy. If this continues, the demon tide outside and inside the city will converge and trap them, surrounding this entire group until they are completely wiped out over on this side. Su Mu just discovered a new development and quickly spoke up, "I found that my attacks are effective against these bugs." Bai Ji nodded slightly in response. "So they must all have low magic resistance." Immediately after, Su Mu ran to Lin Ye's side and asked, "Do you still have enough mana?" Lin Ye replied calmly, "I'm fine for now. Watch your mana consumption. Let little Mumu do more of the work." Although he said that if the demon creatures keep pouring in endlessly like this, all of them here will need a large number of recovery items. Luckily for now, besides him, Su Mu and Bai Ji, there was also the city lord, observers from prestigious academies, and several professionals among the audience. With that thought, Lin Ye ran to the city lord's side and said, "City Lord, the demon creatures here are about level 10 to 20, I guess the higher level portals must have appeared somewhere else." He said they have low magic resistance but their physical defense is high, with a difference of at least double. "Can you let all the mage profession students assist from a safe distance?" Hearing this, the city lord looked towards everyone and commanded, "All students of the mage profession, did you hear that? Be brave and contribute your strength." As soon as he spoke, the mages immediately began to assist, and Lin Ye, over here, was not idle at all. He used the blessing of the stars. Then he swept his blade across, with massive damage, causing a group of demonic beasts to be buried in a magical explosion. Seeing this scene, the others immediately exclaimed, "Boss Lin Ye is so awesome. This is the diamond grade skill that just dropped from the dungeon. I can't believe it turned into an effect that reduces the monster's power and deals damage." Over on this side, a female student suddenly raised her hand and shouted, "We can also learn from Big Brother Lin Ye and contribute our strength after that." She led everyone to help the professionals restore their health and mana. Lin Ye thought that if this skill isn't enough to hold out until reinforcements arrive, and we reach our limit without finding the source that can stop the demon tide, everyone here will die. So he turned to the city lord again and asked, "City Lord, how many days of supplies does the refugee camp have?" The city lord quickly replied, "The refugee camp was only activated temporarily. The supplies have to be transported by the guard team." After hearing this, Lin Ye's brow furrowed even tighter. Then the situation is a bit dire. Most of the elite forces have already joined the campaign to encircle the Abyss forces. This has led to a severe shortage in both the inner and outer cities. But thinking of this, he suddenly realized something, and exclaimed in alarm, "Wait a minute, something is wrong. We've been flanked, this is a diversion tactic." As soon as Lin Ye's words fell, a calm voice suddenly sounded from behind him, "Calm down." The person even reached out to touch him. Lin Ye was very annoyed at being disturbed by others, and angrily scolded, "Get out of the way, don't bother me right now." But the person who came was Guan Yan. He smiled and said, "Lin Ye, it's me, I know what you're thinking." When Lin Ye saw Guan Yan, he exclaimed in surprise, "Why are you here?" Guan Yan took off his cloak, and calmly explained, "Didn't I say the plan wasn't fully explained to you yet? I've been secretly observing your performance. You're really strong, so I'm very sure we need to cooperate." He believed that they could definitely break the siege, kill all these demon-tide monsters, and find their source. After hearing this, Lin Ye hesitated and asked, "Are you sure? How long will it take if we drag this out for too long? There might be casualties here." With a soft laugh, Guan Yan said confidently, "Then let me show you my talent." As soon as he finished speaking, he activated his skill, and Lin Ye was immediately granted a type of power from him. Guan Yan chuckled and explained, "This is my awakened talent Soul Link. It can transfer my soul to your body for 1 hour. Of course, that's not its only function." Lin Ye frowned slightly, and asked suspiciously, "What's the price? What are the side effects? Will it affect me in any way? An awakened talent like this must at least be of legendary grade, so he thought there must be a side effect." Guan Yan waved his hand and said with a laugh, "Don't worry. The side effects of this talent only affect me, and after using it I'll be unconscious for a week, so you'll have to protect this fragile and delicate me, okay?" But before he could finish speaking, his hand was pulled by Lin Ye. He said hurriedly, "Then let's go quickly. You lead the way." The two of them ran off and not long after they saw a monster. Guan Yan exclaimed in shock, "It's a naga, don't let it spit its venom." Lin Ye charged forward with his blade without hesitation. In just one move he destroyed that naga monster, and his blade also began to absorb the remaining soul. Its quality instantly increased, and all its attributes rose sharply. Immediately after, Lin Ye and Guan Yan continued to run. As Lin Ye ran, he asked, "You already know who it is." As soon as he spoke, he swung his blade again, and a group of demonic beasts were defeated. Guan Yan nodded slightly and replied, "Of course there's always hidden surveillance here, and they dared to perform the summoning in the surveillance room. I don't know if they're smart or just stupid. After all, the surveillance room has security cameras." At the same time, outside Jiangcheng, the demonic beasts were also frantically attacking the city, but two figures were trying to destroy them. One of them was Xiao Feng. He cursed fiercely, "This trash from the abyss, and these trash fallen ones, this useless scum, I'll kill you all." As soon as he spoke, he swung his sword down, tearing apart the demonic beast's body. Xiao Feng remembered his previous situation as he fought and killed. He cursed furiously, "How dare you come and catch me? What? A waste of this young master's time, and you dare make this young master look so pathetic. Don't follow me anymore." The last sentence was directed at the person behind him. It was He Quan. Hearing Xiao Feng's words, he immediately spoke up, "Huang Xiao Feng, I really can't follow you anymore the rest of the way. You'll have to go on your own. I still have other missions to complete." With that, He Quan pointed at Xiao Feng's hand and instructed, "Remember now, you won't be attacked by demon-tide creatures, but you will be seen as a fallen one by the other professionals." Hearing this, Xiao Feng immediately recoiled in fear. He Quan continued to instruct, "If you encounter them, it's best to immediately lower your weapon and surrender, or find a place to hide first. Wait until the demon-tide invasion is over, then come out. Hand over the abyss, mark and explain everything clearly to them." After hearing this, Xiao Feng snorted coldly in dissatisfaction. "Stupid. Isn't there a cooler plan?" He Quan shook his head and replied, "No, I have other missions to complete. I'm leaving first." But before he could even leave, Hu Li's seductive voice rang out, "Oh, so you're really here." Yu Gui also followed from behind, and asked in a cold voice, "He Quan, what do you mean by this? Are you betraying us?" He Quan didn't back down and replied coldly, "I've always been an undercover agent, you drug addict. Actually, it's not too late to turn back now." Hearing these words, Yu Gui immediately flew into a rage and shouted, "Go to hell, I will end your life, you traitor to the abyss." With that, he rushed forward to attack. He Quan casually dodged, and continued to try to persuade him, "Have you never thought about it? You were originally a human too," with a soft snort. Yu Gui said coldly, "A human, huh? So what do they see me as, that bastard? Wasn't it just by chance? So why couldn't I have a talent too?" Like that Black Fist spoke blandly, "Your original desire wasn't wrong, but no matter what, you can't rely on the abyss to climb higher." But the moment he finished speaking, he was struck by Yan Gui, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Meanwhile, Fox approached Xiao Feng. "Oh, smirking," she said, "little brother, we meet again." Hearing this, Xiaofeng angrily yelled, "Get lost, you look just like a rat." His words infuriated Fox. She gritted her teeth and asked, "What did you say?" Immediately after, Fox rushed over, grabbing Xiaofeng's hand, and then twisted it back, forcing him against the wall. She snorted coldly, "Still trying to run, huh? Based on the real difference in our combat strength, you think you can escape?" Xiaofeng swung his arm, trying to fight back, but he was still blocked by Fox. She laughed mockingly out loud. "Looks like little brother is all talk, huh?" Xiaofeng was once again pinned against the wall by Fox, but he still stubbornly cursed at her. "You fallen trash, dare call me all talk with that garbage power you use." Then he told Fox to take off her makeup. "That ugly mess doesn't even meet the standard." He had really hit a sore spot. And just like that, a rope appeared on Xiaofeng's body. It tightened around his neck, making him choke while cursing inwardly. "This beast is playing for real. Aren't you not supposed to kill me?" Fox was furious, but she suddenly paused, as Yengui's voice echoed in her mind, "Don't forget the mission that the master gave us. This brat is deliberately provoking you." Xiaofeng has a talent for corruption even higher than Mai Gao's previous assessment. He could even become the 1 in a million king of the fallen. We must bring him back intact, and then brainwash him into the abyss's trump card. Hearing this, Fox's eyes widened, then she let go. Pouting, she replied, "As if you weren't getting your defense broken by Black Fist." Yengui immediately shot back, "Stop talking nonsense and come help me already." This ungrateful traitor was hiding his true strength. Fox pouted slightly and replied, all right, I'm coming." But just then, a cloud of smoke suddenly rushed in, catching Fox completely off guard, and Black Fist appeared right with it. A fist of salvation slammed into Fox's body. Black Fist didn't stop and continued to attack. A combo of salvation fists rained down on Fox's body. She quickly was left critically wounded, and all her attributes dropped. Yengui, seeing this, his eyes widened in shock. How is this possible? They were clearly all level 30 fallen ones. Right after that, he immediately shouted in frustration, "Don't even think you can escape. Just die." As soon as he finished speaking, both of them charged forward together. Black Fist sighed helplessly. "It's useless. Even if you two transform, you're still no match for me at all. Besides, Fox, you're even boosting my strength right now." As soon as these words were spoken, Fox's eyes widened in utter shock. She only saw Black Fist's entire body was suddenly enveloped by a powerful surge of energy, startling both Yengui and Fox. Boom! Something suddenly exploded in front of them, forcing Fox and Yengui to reveal their true forms. Fox couldn't stop groaning. "It hurts so much, my skin, my face," Black Fist said indifferently. "For old time's sake, I was going to give you a chance. But even now, you're still deluded and unrepentant, so I have no choice." As he finished speaking, he dashed forward, like the wind, and punched Fox's body. He snorted coldly and said, "I hope, in your next life, you'll choose to be human. See you later." Right after that, Black Fist landed another punch, making Fox spit out a mouthful of fresh blood. But Black Fist didn't stop there. A powerful palm print appeared behind him. With a bang, it struck Fox's body. Just like that, she lost all signs of life. After finishing one, Black Fist looked for the other, but there was no one left in front of him. Yengui had already tucked tail and run. He could only apologize to Fox and live to fight another day. But how could Black Fist give him that chance? He quickly blocked Yengui's path. He snorted coldly and said, "You're not getting away. You smoke fiend." Seeing that he could no longer run, Yengui quickly transformed. He gritted his teeth and said, "Don't you push me too far." Right after that, Yengui transformed into a beast and charged, swinging his sharp claws right at Black Fist's face. But Black Fist just stood there calmly, not showing any sign of action, but in a flash, he vanished. When he reappeared again, he was behind Yengui, and then Black Fist slammed a punch into his stomach. And not only that, he even packed a critical hit into his punch. Instantly, Yengui's body exploded. In the end, only Black Fist and Xiaofeng were left here, who had fallen unconscious. Black Fist glanced at Xiaofeng and sighed helplessly. This kid's brain really has a problem. There's no way he can be this childish. But there was no other choice. Black Fist had to sling Xiaofeng over his shoulder and get him to safety first. Just then, the sky suddenly split open, and a voice echoed out, "Black Fist, where are you now?" Black Fist's movements immediately halted. He replied in a low voice, "Outside the north gate of Jiangcheng. I'm escorting Huang Xiaofeng back to the city. He was knocked out by a pursuing fallen one, and is temporarily incapacitated." He also reported that the pursuing fallen ones were Fox and Yengui from my old team. They have been eliminated. The other person sounded pleased and replied, "Good, but the plan has changed. You don't need to bring him back to Jiangcheng. Bring him directly to me." Black Fist exclaimed in shock. "You mean for him to join us? But this guy is just a student who's never had any formal training. Making him an inside agent is no different from sending him to his death," his superior said indifferently. "I just received news that the fallen talent of Huang Xiaofeng far exceeds the assessment of the Abyss Demon Mai Gao. His talent is enough to become the king of the fallen." Hearing this, Black Fist's eyes widened in shock, but his superior continued, "He will surely receive greater attention and importance, entering the areas with the highest authority in the Abyss realm. Moreover, Xiaofeng himself has already rejected the temptations of the Abyss demons with his stubborn will. That is the most crucial key, the guarantee that he will never truly fall. This way Xiaofeng could even approach and eliminate beings even higher than the Abyss King, the Abyss Emperor himself, ending the war between humanity and the forces of the Abyss. A fallen one with such talent hasn't appeared in the Abyss for a very long time. He has confirmed with the Alliance as well as Tianqi, Xiaofeng's father. Everything has been agreed upon with this decision." After speaking, Black Fist's superior added, "You don't need to worry about the other matters. I can grant him the power of the Abyss, while also ensuring that he isn't corroded by the Abyss power." Black Fist frowned slightly, and said hesitantly, "But what if he himself is unwilling, and just wants to remain human? Actually, this kid always mentions a person named Lin Ye. If he has the power of the Abyss, Xiaofeng will no longer have a chance for a fair fight." Black Fist's superior calmly replied, "I have my own ways of persuading him. Don't worry about him refusing. You also shouldn't be fooled by his terrible personality. Now, Xiaofeng has such strong faith that he still hasn't fallen. His true potential is also not something that ordinary professionals or abyss demons can possibly measure." According to Tianqi, when he was young, Xiaofeng suffered some kind of trauma. As for Lin Ye, it's precisely because he saw the true ability and nature of Huang Xiaofeng that he didn't fight seriously. Xiaofeng's ability can easily kill abyss demons, but because of that, his extreme personality makes him see Lin Ye as an obsession and a goal. These two super geniuses, although they clash and can't be teammates, can cooperate from different angles to maximize their strengths. So the superior instructed, "The other matters will wait until Black Fist brings Xiaofeng back. I will tell you everything then." Black Fist nodded slightly and replied, "This disciple understands. I will bring Huang Xiaofeng back immediately." Speaking of which, Black Fist suddenly remembered something and quickly reported, "Oh right. I heard there was some trouble in Jiangcheng now," but before he could finish, his superior cut him off. "Indeed, some unexpected things have happened. There's nothing I can do to help." With that he sat up and said calmly, "But luckily that person named Lin Ye was there. The situation has been completely turned around." Over at the shelter, Lin Ye's steps became increasingly steady. Wherever he passed, all the monsters had to fall. Lin Ye scanned the gate in front of him and snorted coldly. "Interesting. These things clearly have no minds of their own, but on the contrary, they seem to be very afraid of me. A teleportation gate this big and not a single demon beast comes out. Could it be because the Alliance professionals have killed the Abyss Lord and the Abyss demon that was controlling them?" Hearing this, Shangguanyan slowly spoke. "That's right. This bunch are all followers of the Abyss demon. Their bodies are enhanced by the power of the Abyss. They can sense a spiritual connection from afar with the others in the Abyss realm. Earlier they were brave and fearless of death, not because they really wanted to die but because the Abyss demon was constantly forcing them to charge. The commander in charge is dead. They are now controlled by their instinct of fear, and don't dare to cause trouble," Shang Guanyan said as he tied up the traitors. "I just don't know how these good-for-nothings manage to get themselves into this mess." A fallen one wouldn't just fall unconscious from escaping the Abyss's surveillance. Very quickly he finished tying up the three guys. Brushing the dust off his hands, Shang Guanyan pouted and said with a smile, "Oh well, that's not important. What's important is that not a single one of these guys can escape. They must all face a strict judgment." Lin Ye glanced at him and asked doubtfully, "How should we deal with this scroll? It seems to be a summoning item. I tried using my abilities but I can't seem to destroy it." Hearing this, Shangguanyan frowned and muttered, "Can't be destroyed, huh? This is a bit tricky." Lin Ye nodded slightly and replied, "That's right. Not only can it not be destroyed, it's not even scratched." While the two were talking, a horde of demon beasts fell from who knows where, leaving the two of them stunned. But when they saw Lin Ye, they trembled in fear. Lin Ye couldn't help but frown in confusion. Are these still demonic creatures? Perfect timing to deal with all of them. As soon as he finished speaking, he raised his blade and began to activate an attack skill. A horde of demon beasts were buried in a sea of blood. Seeing this, Shangguanyan asked doubtfully, Lin Ye, those fallen ones over there aren't going to be drowned to death by you, are they? We still need to keep them alive as witnesses. Lin Ye shook his head slightly and replied, No. My attack target is only the demonic creatures. Then he activated the Blessing of the Stars skill. In just an instant, the demon beasts were slain by the blade's light. Shangguanyan stood to the side observing, and couldn't help but exclaim, This guy is truly insane. In just a moment, he can deal damage, weaken, control, buff, and even heal. The blade in Lin Ye's hand once again absorbed the remaining souls of the demon beasts. He said indifferently, The path here is almost cleared. The most important thing next is... But then he saw Shangguanyan staring blankly. Lin Ye called out to him and he snapped out of it, No, it's nothing, you continue. Lin Ye ignored him and continued speaking. The most important thing now is to close the teleportation gate for good, but we can't destroy the summoning scroll. But Lin Ye guessed it was related to the gate, teleportation, this biggest one. If we can't directly destroy the summoning item, then let's destroy it. Right after that, he raised his blade and activated destruction mode. In just an instant, the gate was relentlessly attacked by Lin Ye. But he didn't stop. He continued to activate the destruction mode of his blade and plunged it into the gate. The entire force of the abyss was being sucked into Lin Ye's blade, causing the ground to shake. Everyone outside was immediately startled and panicked. The city lord quickly reassured everyone, Don't panic. The room in the shelter has been specially reinforced. It won't collapse easily. I am here. And with that he created a protective shield for everyone. Ma Chao in the crowd frowned in silence. Could it be Lin Ye's side? Just as he thought, the gate on Lin Ye's side was emitting a continuous ear-piercing scream. Shangguanyan couldn't help but mutter in surprise. A teleportation gate can make a human sound. Honestly, this is the first time I've seen it. Lin Ye didn't care. He just held his blade firmly plunged into the gate, ignoring its screams. At the same time, he reached into his pocket and took something out. Shangguanyan looked at Lin Ye in confusion. He slowly explained, These are the earplugs Mumu gave me before. Perfect timing. Not long after, the scroll from earlier suddenly trembled. Shangguanyan immediately shouted, The summoning item is reacting. Right after that, a panicked voice echoed from within the scroll again. I'll close it, spare me. In just a moment, it had vanished. Lin Ye frowned and muttered. It ran away. As soon as he finished speaking, the scroll showed signs of tearing, and then, it directly exploded, right in front of Lin Ye and Shangguanyan. Lin Ye was silent for a moment before muttering, Is it over? Shangguanyan nodded slightly and replied, It's over. There probably won't be any new demon tides appearing now. The situation has completely turned around. Everyone has regained the upper hand. Inside the city, the gate had also begun to close. Seeing this, a professional immediately shouted, Everyone, the teleportation gate has started to close. Let's round up these demon soldiers. But before they could even do anything, their eyes suddenly widened in horror. Strange objects suddenly appeared in the sky, looking like jellyfish, but they received a blessing. This is called the Sea Moon's Body, cast by Lin Ye. It can heal everyone in just an instant. All the professionals within the range of Jiangcheng were restored. Their health points, this scene left them astonished, their faces filled with disbelief as they exclaimed, Is this the new batch of talented students? A large area buff. In half a second, it directly healed the professionals to full health. But it wasn't just Lin Ye. Shangguanyan was also there to help. As the two of them drew closer, everyone below recognized Lin Ye. They started shouting excitedly, That's Lin Ye, the famous Lin Ye, the attack-type priest. Lin Ye paid no mind to their reactions. He just kept muttering an incantation under his breath. All stars fall, blessing of the stars. Right after that a blinding light appeared in the sky of Jiangcheng. After the hidden moon absorbed the summoning item, behind that gate, its power increased by a level. Although Lin Ye used an active skill, it somehow activated its automatic cleansing function, unleashing the Sea Moon's vow skill over a wide area covering the entire inner city, causing the health of the professionals, to rapidly increase. The city lords group was just as astonished by this sight. Ma Chao joyfully exclaimed, The healing range actually covered the entire inner city. This is truly a godsend. What more could we ask for? While everyone was still confused about who did it, they saw Lin Ye's solitary figure in the sky. He was truly dazzling. Sumu was completely captivated, her eyes filled with admiration. In just an instant, everyone's wounds began to heal. Everyone was overjoyed. Excited cheers filled the air. Me too. My stomach and legs don't hurt anymore. I can fight the demonic creatures for another 300 rounds. Sumu happily glanced at Baiji. The young girl also smiled and said cheerfully, "This is great, we've won." Then, the city lord brought his people out. Seeing them, the professionals cheered and shouted. Only Lin Ye over here wasn't idle. He once again changed the state of his hidden moon, and then continued to slay the demon beasts. Seeing this, Ma Chao hurriedly shouted, "Brother Lin Ye, let me help you," but he was stopped by the city lord. "Whoa, hang on a minute you. Can't you see what his weapon is doing right?" Now Ma Chao was just stunned as he muttered in confusion. "His blade is absorbing the power of the abyss." Actually, Lin Ye's shallow spirit moon slays demonic beasts, and then it accumulates that energy and absorbs it. The city lord watched for the moment before realizing as he pursed his lips and said, "No. It's purifying and absorbing at the same time the remnant soul of its opponent, to increase its own level and quality." Just then, Lin Ye lowered his blade. Shallow spirit moon had successfully absorbed the power and elevated its quality, gaining a brand new form, the guardian form, and a new skill called True Heaven's Myriad Images, which can inflict massive magic damage to enemies within its protective range. And there's one more skill, the Jade Shield that buffs his allies. Sumumu and Baiji Right now had that very shield protecting them. The city lord couldn't help but marvel to himself. Lin Ye single-handedly changed the entire status of a whole class now. The younger generation will start taking priests more and more seriously. Meanwhile, outside the city, the main forces of Jiangcheng had returned to handle the rest of the cleanup. In just a short period of time, the entire outskirts of the city had been restored, and the signal tower had been restarted. Tianqi heard the report and asked with confusion, "What about the situation inside the city?" The person on the other end immediately replied, reporting, "The First Legion has taken over the defense of the city center's walls and has begun clearing the central district, while the Second Legion is currently assessing the damages at the shelter." Tianqi frowned and fell silent after hearing this. They had considered everything, but they never thought that a group of fallen ones would sneak inside. How did they manage to infiltrate the student group? And on top of that, they also completely underestimated the severity of a potential demon tide. So how in the world did nobody see it coming? The area outside the city is massive. Plus, with so many more demon tide portals opening, the situation became even more dire. The number of remaining professionals was critically low. Even the original testing site was almost completely destroyed. They also had to abandon their observation posts to provide timely support to the outskirts. Although no civilians died, many were seriously injured and required long-term treatment. And as for inside the city, there was Lin Ye, Shangguanyan, and of course the city lord himself. Tianqi hoped his judgment wasn't wrong. In the end, who on earth was it who made the decision to send most of the main forces to surround the enemy's lair? He suddenly couldn't remember. Just then, someone rushed in from outside to report, "Sir Huang, the communication and surveillance equipment has been restored." He said it's been confirmed that there were no fatalities inside the city, and no one was seriously injured either. Everyone breathed a collective sigh of relief upon hearing this. People started whispering and discussing as someone exclaimed, "Wasn't the city lord and Shangguanyan there too? Besides, the enemies were all just insectoids." Anyway, hearing this, Tianqi immediately pursed his lips. After a long pause, he coldly retorted, "No. If Lin Ye hadn't been there, then there's no way nobody would have gotten hurt." Meanwhile, in a corner of the city, two figures quietly appeared. They were hidden in white cloaks, making it impossible to tell which faction they belonged to. All the demon tide creatures inside and outside the city have been eliminated. The source of the demon tide has also been cleared. The city has begun implementing post-disaster recovery efforts in an orderly manner. All the teachers, students, parents, and participating professionals were taken to separate waiting rooms for examination and treatment. But thankfully, everyone's checkup results showed that they were all healthy with no lingering side effects, and they even received free, advanced healing and care services. The person most heavily affected was none other than Shangguanyan. The side effect of his soul link caused him to fall into a coma, and he was taken back by his people to the Spirit Ascension sect. The mole was also handed over to a specialist from the Alliance for processing. Moreover, they used them to get clues, to conduct a thorough investigation, and find the fallen one who unleashed the demon tide, capturing them all in one fell swoop and punishing them severely. Due to the lack of protective forces in the city center and the shelter, it led to the deaths of nearly 10,000 people. Several officials responsible for the city's defense were also implicated and dismissed for negligence, but all of this still made Lin Ye feel that there were still many major unresolved issues. According to news from the principal, the Alliance already knew about the mole's plan, and had even planned a counterattack. Therefore, the city center and the testing site should have been heavily guarded. Lin Ye also asked Shangguanyan why the Alliance decided to have all the main forces attack the abyss, but Shangguanyan seemed to not remember clearly. He furrowed his brow and mumbled, "Didn't I not go to attack the abyss? At that time I was still in the central control room. When I realized something was wrong, I rushed over immediately." Lin Ye heard this and thought that the side effect of his talent was a drop in IQ. But very quickly after that, Shangguanyan remembered something. He exclaimed in surprise, "I remember now. At that time we were sure that we could destroy the abyss forces with just a flick of a wrist. So he mobilized all the main support forces. In the city, Lin Ye hearing this shook his head and retorted, "That's not right. I feel like there's still a problem somewhere. It's like everyone was hit with a wave of mass amnesia and lost the exact same shared memory." Shangguanyan's eyes widened in horror upon hearing this. Lin Ye ignored him and continued, "Even so, even if everyone lost their cool and carelessly forgot about the defense, they still wouldn't have moved all the main forces away unless you're all a bunch of idiots." Many members of the elite encirclement and suppression team also returned to the city after eliminating Card to continue handling security, but suddenly they were ordered to join the attack on the abyss, and no one objected at all. So, Lin Ye thought that if they weren't idiots, no one would do that. Shangguanyan heard this and felt it made sense, nodding in agreement. "That's right, all of us forgot the original commands and contingency plans. This is truly bizarre. If someone could really control their thoughts, then that ability would be powerful enough to destroy both this city and the forces of the abyss at will. So why go to so much trouble to make both them and the abyss suffer a mutually destructive loss?" Lin Ye smirked upon hearing these words. He raised an eyebrow and said, "Then that proves he doesn't want us to be like that heaven-defying guy." Meanwhile, in the city lord's office in Jiangcheng, he glanced at the people around him and spoke. "Our original plan clearly stated that after confirmation, we would send several guard teams to fully protect the area, and we also had to consider the possibility of the abyss demons planting fallen ones among the common people." Tianxi nodded slightly and replied, "That's right, there's quite a few of these people with mixed backgrounds, and though their strength isn't high, many of them still haven't received the power of the abyss, because their true forms have almost no abilities, and they usually don't participate in any activities. The missions they carry out are just one-way communication with the abyss demons, making it very difficult to gather evidence." The city lord spoke up in agreement. "That's right, faced with the instability caused by these low-level fallen ones, we also arranged countermeasures and drew up a defense plan from the very beginning, but none of them carried out the plan as intended." Hearing this, Tianqi immediately realized something and panicked, muttering, "Because there are still high-level fallen ones hiding among us, and right now our memories have been completely wiped. But if his identity hasn't been discovered, then why didn't he warn the abyss forces to retreat sooner, and instead just watched as his master was beheaded unless the abyss forces are having a civil war?" The city lord frowned and fell silent. After a long while he finally spoke. "There's another possibility, and that is their original target was the Abyss King. Could it be that an Abyss King from another region wants to plunder Jiangcheng, or is it?" He suddenly stopped mid-sentence. Then he hurriedly suggested, "Tianqi, please contact the professional alliances in other cities immediately. These people are probably even harder to deal with than the Abyss demons. They must have other goals and conspiracies. To find out who they really are, we need to know the methods and tools they used to erase our memories." The city lord also ordered the relevant personnel to request a full re-examination. In a corner of the city, the two people in white robes in Jiangcheng seemed to know something, as one of them smirked and said, well, looks like our actions have been discovered." The other one sneered nonchalantly and said, "It's fine, we did all this so openly, so it's only natural that we'd be found out. After all, Lin Ye's combat data is already in our hands." At this point, the other one smiled smugly and continued, "I have to say this kid's talent and strength are truly extraordinary. No wonder he could defeat the Dark Knight without a scratch, and even get recognized." The woman next to him frowned and asked, "You like this human child? Aren't you afraid that those abyss demons will destroy this human prodigy?" The man nonchalantly shrugged and smirked. "What's there to be afraid of? Our plan to lure the tiger away from the mountain basically posed no danger to him at all. It was just a tool to test his strength, that's all." Just then, a bright light suddenly appeared in front of the two of them. The man raised an eyebrow and muttered, "It's here," and in a flash, A scene of Lin Ye's team fighting in the dungeon appeared. The entire process had been recorded. After observing Lin Ye's fight for a while, the woman couldn't help but sigh with emotion. Looks like what Yuan said was true, huh? There's never been anyone like him before with such transcendent power. Hearing this, the man snorted in dissatisfaction. Who was it just now that was urging me to leave? But just then, the woman suddenly exclaimed in shock, "No way! What's going on?" The man, confused by her reaction, turned his head to look and saw the Tear Queen and the Great Guardian Tree. The woman exclaimed in shock, "You can't just use summoning items to simply summon things like that. We're seeing ghosts." Even the Annihilation Queen, who created the enchanting descender, was drawn here. The man was just as panicked, muttering in disbelief, "No way. Could it be that we were wrong?" But very quickly, after that, they saw Sumumu's abilities and realized that the Tear Queen was her talent. They were wondering what kind of background Sumumu had to be able to do something like that. After a while, the man became furious, clenching his fist so tightly that it drew blood. They had clearly been wrong from the very beginning. He gritted his teeth and muttered, "Damn it, the prophecy delivered by the third umbilical cord wasn't talking about Lin Ye, the one who defeated the cursed Dark Knight without a scratch. It was this human girl all along. Sumumu is the true chosen one, the one they were truly looking for, somewhere else." Sumumu, who was minding her own business, suddenly sneezed, not knowing who was badmouthing. Her Lin Ye beside her was a bit startled, but his attention quickly shifted to his phone, because he received a notification for 1,000,000 credits. Sumumu got it too, and she cheered happily. "I got it too, I got it too." Baiji beside them also chimed in excitedly. "This is a reward for those who contributed. During the Demon Tide invasion, the Alliance really spared no expense this time. Not just the professionals, but also the civilians who were heavily affected by the invasion all received long-term financial aid." Just then, Lin Ye suddenly sighed helplessly. "I heard the final exam will be held in a month. This is a huge challenge to the physical and mental recovery of the other students." While he was talking, there was a sudden knock on the door from outside. Lin Ye quickly went to open the door. He frowned and asked, "Who is it?" The person who came was Tianqi. He smiled and said, "The city lord is too busy, so he specially sent me here." With that, he handed the medal to Lin Ye. "Additionally, you can also update your equipment with new skills." Lin Ye glanced at the provided equipment. Seeing this, Tianqi chuckled and said, "But I have a slight suspicion that right now, you probably won't be interested in it." Lin Ye shook his head slightly and replied, "Not necessarily. Actually, I'm planning to replace my shoes and belt. The self-healing effect boosting ability seems a bit useless to me right now. The excitement belt has quite a few superior attributes, to be honest." He chose the excitement belt just to prepare enough points for the final exam. But Lin Ye thought he would choose to replace the Swift Spirit boots, because it could increase his power limit after all. The permanent speed attribute can never be too high. Whether it's the Dark Knight or the Great Guardian Tree, all of them rely on one high-level move, which is Lin Ye's attack speed, to overwhelm the crowd and become an invincible secret dungeon boss. In everyone's eyes, if they don't have enough attack speed, then their combat effectiveness would be reduced by at least 50%, and the challengers would only need a few waves of attrition attacks to defeat them. After hesitating for a long time, Lin Ye finally made his choice. He chose the Flame Boots and the Healing Wave skill book. The Flame Boots are a diamond grade item, currently only level 10, but can be upgraded to a maximum of 20. Sumumu frowned and muttered, "The Flame Boots have raised the upper limit by quite a lot. But why did you choose Healing Wave? It seems a bit average compared to other platinum grade skills." Though Lin Ye touched the book with his hand, its ability was instantly revealed. It can release a Healing Wave, recovering 500 health points each time, with a 10-second cooldown. Moreover, it can also be reversed, in which case it can make the opponent lose 800 health points per cast. After using his talent skill, although it's not an area of effect damage, it can deal higher single-target damage than Healing Art and Divine Light. The only requirement is that there must be 2 or more enemies. Tianqi saw them busy and hurriedly said, "Well then, everyone feel free to rest for a while. I still have to go find Shangguan Yan. That guy is trying to squeeze some money out of us for the sake of his Spirit Ascension sect." But just as he had taken a few steps, Lin Ye called out to him, "That's right, please wait a moment." Tianqi turned his head and looked at him in confusion. After hesitating for a long time, Lin Ye finally spoke. "Huang Xiaofeng, are you guys sure there's nothing wrong with him?" Nodding calmly, Tianqi replied nonchalantly, "Xiaofeng can't compare to you, but that kid also has his own talents and destiny. If something does happen, then I, Huang Tianqi, will bear the full responsibility." With that he left. Sumumu was a bit confused, and asked, "It seems like Huang Xiaofeng really is missing. Do you know where he went?" "It's a secret," Lin Ye replied mysteriously. Then he ruffled Su Mumu's hair and instructed, "All right, you guys go get some rest, I still have things to do." Su Mumu heard this and hesitated, asking, "So, can't we go together?" Bai Ji also nodded. "In agreement, that's right, Captain, if you need us." But before the girl could finish, Lin Ye coldly cut her off. "No need. This won't benefit you guys. This is a mission I have to do alone. The thing you mentioned is about upgrading my skill, Universe Reversal. The condition is that Lin Ye, alone, must reach level 20 and use the skill, Teleportation, to eliminate 10,000 creatures in the secret realm." A few days later, the school grounds below were a scene of chaos. Teachers from other major schools had come to the #1 academy in Jiangcheng. Their common goal was to find Lin Ye. After a lot of effort, they finally found his room and knocked on the door. But the person who opened the door was Su Mumu, she said, apologetically. "Lin Ye is currently in a dungeon. You can wait for him in front of the door if you'd like." But the person in front of her suddenly started lecturing her aggressively. "Even though you kids are the special rookies that all the universities want to snatch up, but I'll make this clear. For you guys, what future? Their future depends on getting into the top 3 elite universities. Basically, she wants the 3 of you to go to the school that she represents." Sumu was a bit stunned by the sudden lecture. The lecturer saw this and sneered. "You still don't get it, do you? Your Captain Lin Yi already said that he's going to the 10th-ranked Tianqi University, because only Tianqi University was willing to make an exception and accept the rest of his teammates." She was so bitter because Lin Ye had previously rejected her offer in order to bring Su Mu and Bai Ji along with him, and Tianqi University was the only one that agreed to Lin Ye's terms. After hearing the name Tianqi, that female lecturer became even more annoyed. But Lin Ye couldn't care less about her and said nonchalantly, "University rankings mean absolutely nothing to me. What I'm looking for is a school that's the right fit." After saying that, Lin Ye turned and walked away, completely ignoring the female lecturer nagging him from behind. But at this moment, she shamelessly tried to persuade him one more time, even giving him a warning. Today is the final day of the recruitment period. She talked so much that Sumu had to reluctantly deal with her. But finally, she managed to get them to leave. Sumu closed the door and let out a long sigh. That Lin Ye, no, your decision is fine, but you can't just go around making enemies like that. But Lin Ye had not replied to her messages for 2 days straight. The reason he wasn't answering was because he was busy grinding dungeons. After meeting the requirements for his upgrade, Lin Ye had been in here killing monsters non-stop. Right now he had already killed 1,500 of them, but that was still a long way from his goal of 10,000. So Lin Ye switched over to another dungeon, and just like that, he continued his relentless slaughter wherever he went. Monsters fell before him. Before long, Lin Ye had slaughtered 3,000 monsters. Then he left the dungeon again. Luckily there wasn't a requirement to kill 10,000 bosses. But at this pace, he could probably, before the holiday break ends, finish off the required number of monsters. The only downside was that his leveling speed was a bit slower, but Guanyan and Tianqi had already put in a good word with the principal of Tianqi University, so there was no shortage of dungeon resources at the school. But the most important thing was that academy was the absolute best fit for them. The 10 great academies in the entire class holder system were the very cradle that produced the top-tier class holders. Among them, students had to be the absolute elite, with outstanding talents and powerful family backing. If it weren't for Guanyan and Huang Tianqi putting in a word for Lin Ye, it was likely that even the 10th-ranked Tianqi University would have rejected his request for a fixed team for sure. When all is said and done, you still need someone watching your back. This time it really was a special kind of connection that was out of the ordinary. And while Lin Ye was deep in thought, a hand suddenly tapped him on the shoulder, scaring the daylights out of him. But when he turned around, it was Sumu. She glared at him with frustration. "Lin Ye, I finally found the exit to your dungeon." And Bai Ji was there too, as she asked with concern, "Captain, how is your progress coming along?" Lin Ye replied nonchalantly, "It's fine, I can kill enough before the break ends with plenty of time to spare. We will definitely all go to Tianqi University together. From now on, we'll still be a fixed team conquering dungeons together." Hearing this, Bai Ji shouted excitedly, "Okay, no problem." Sumu on the other hand grabbed Lin Ye's hand and said seriously, "That's great, now that everything is all planned out, and you have so much more to do, you really need to take a break." Lin Ye was a little confused when he heard that. Sumu scolded him angrily. "Have you been so busy grinding dungeons that you've completely lost track of time? Our class is final, exams are over, and our graduation trip is about to start. Do you want to go? The graduation trip is a semi-recreational activity, organized by the Class Holders Federation and is self-funded. In this new era, with the appearance of demon tides, humanity has created safe cities and territories to keep everyone protected inside, and people aren't allowed to freely travel to the world outside the city. So, the areas outside the city have become synonymous with danger, because after a demon tide ends, there will still be some monsters that slip through and roam the wilds, which can cause smaller demon tides. However, the Alliance still conducts regular patrols and cleanups, and every city has outposts to monitor the wilderness situation 24/7. Nowadays, the areas outside the cities have also developed semi-tourism activities to strengthen the bonds between people. After thinking for a moment, Lin Ye finally nodded and said, "All right, I'll go." Real-world experience is still very important. Hearing this, Su Mu asked excitedly, "Why'd you agree so easily?" Bai Ji, on the other hand, smiled happily and said, "Awesome, Sister Mu. I told you the captain would agree." A few days later, on the day of the graduation trip, a large crowd had gathered at the train station early. The station was filled with a constant bustling noise. Lin Ye complained from a corner, "Can someone please explain to me why there are non-students sneaking in here?" The person he was talking about was Guan Yan. He smiled and explained, "I'm old enough, you know. I'm also about to enroll in Tianqi University, so I wanted to get acquainted beforehand. Plus, I also want to join your fixed team." Hearing these words, Lin Ye's eyes went wide with shock. At the same time, a shadowy figure was hiding in the distance, secretly watching Lin Ye's group.